sometimes it makes sense to do that, or you think it's something that you should never do. Is it a hard no? Is it like okay, Chelsea says it depends. Calvin says depends. April, it depends. Mark Marquez says heck no. He's probably thinking hell no. Okay, I see Irma says no. Okay, I see some yeses and some nos, and so what I want to do is kind of, I don't know, this was on my brain today, and I thought this would be a nice topic to drill into in order to just gain some perspective on some of this. So maybe when it comes time to make that decision, you'll have a framework that you can lean on that'll help you decide whether or not it works for you, whether or not it's something that you want to do. Believe it or not, there's financial research on almost everything. There's research on all kinds of topics in terms of what how people respond to money. As you know, money is power. Money is also a source of a lot of emotion. It could be a source of happiness and and feeling good about life, or it could be a source of tremendous distress. And so what I'm going to do is basically explain when you should loan money to relatives, okay? And not so much tell you that you should or should not do it, but just to say that if you ever thought about doing it, there are ways to do it safely, and ways to do it in a way where you're not going to end up hating your cousin for the next 40 years because they didn't pay you back. My grandfather. I've told you all how many times. How many of y'all know that my cousin was in that group TLC? Give me a yes if I've ever told y'all that story. I don't know. Some of y'all know me well enough to know the TLC story. But anyway, yeah, my cousin's in TLC, which I think is the greatest female group of all time. Her name was T-Boz, aka Tiana Watkins, and like I felt kind of awkward when I realized she was my cousin because I always thought she was the prettiest one in the group, and but you can't be looking at your cousin like that. That's just weird. And so anyway, the way we're related is our grandfathers are brothers. Her grandfather's name is Sam. My grandfather's name is Matt. And basically, Sam and Matt, the reason I was asking my family, I said, okay, I know we got 10 billion cousins because I mean, they had a lot of kids, generate a lot of generational wealth in terms of children and family. Family is a form of wealth. We've talked about this. We talked about how your family is your multi-million dollar asset, but you have to activate it. It's just like a business or a trust. If you don't put assets in a trust, then a trust has no value. But if you put assets in the trust, you fill up that bucket, then that can become something that is creates generational wealth for the next 100 years. So or business. If you get the business and you work the business and you're skilled at the business, then the business can make you very wealthy. But if you're sloppy with the business or you don't know what you're doing or you don't put the time into it, then it's not going to help you. It becomes a liability rather than an asset. So really, when it comes to family and children, what I encourage you to really, really think hard about is how do we activate this asset? How do we really, take these little badass kids and really turn that into something that's just going to put our family, on fire in a good way. And help us to just really do some amazing things. And I spoke today with a brother that I met when I went to Atlanta. I forget, I don't have his name in front of me, but he was a black man that he happens to be a member of the Nation of Islam, which I told you all, I think that you should study the nation in terms of their philosophies on family structure, on economics, education, things like that, mental health, because there's a lot to learn there. Anyway, he had 3 kids. He homeschooled all of his kids because he didn't want them to be harmed by the school system. And now a lot of his kids, I think at least 2 of his kids work for him, and he has a very successful construction company that's doing really amazing work. And so, really, ultimately, I encourage you to really understand that children are an asset, but like any asset, you have to activate the asset. You got to work the asset in order for the asset to become worth anything. If you acquire an asset and you don't invest in it, it's going to fall apart. So, for example, I was listening to a podcast where they were breaking down whether or not private equity firms are good or bad for business. Is it good or bad when a private equity firm takes over a company? And they point out examples where it was good and examples where it was bad. Like Red Lobster pretty much got destroyed because the private equity firm came in and they sucked the company dry. It's kind of crazy how they do this. They do these things called leverage buyouts. It's crazy, right? So what they'll do is they'll say, we want to go buy Red Lobster, and they'll say, well, we got to borrow $3 billion to buy Red Lobster. So we'll put up three hundred million, and the rest, the 2.7 billion, we're gonna borrow from a bank. But then what you tell the bank is you say, after we borrow this money, Red Lobster is gonna have this debt. Red Lobster is going to go into debt. Not me, not me, not the person who's controlling the asset. The company I'm acquiring is going to take on this debt. So again, these are not specific numbers. The numbers vary from, situation to situation. But basically, Red Lobster is now in debt. Not you, Red Lobster, but you're able to control the company. So they're milking the assets. They're making all these crazy deals where they're just basically sucking the company dry. And then next thing you know, Red Lobster, which was a great business before the private equity firm came along, is suddenly saying, "Oh, we got to shut our doors," and they're saying it's because we gave endless shrimp, and it wasn't because of the endless or bottomless shrimp or free shrimp, all you can eat shrimp. That wasn't what brought it down. It was basically some moves by the private equity firm that allegedly caused this company to have so many problems. Okay. So ultimately, I think it's like, in a way, you can think about that like with children, where or any asset that you have, if you invest in the asset in a relevant way, where you are pouring something into it consistently, you're not just sort of milking it dry. You can actually create something that's bigger and stronger. Like, there's been times where private equity firms took over a company and made it better. Like Burger King, there was one company that took it over, and now Burger King's stronger than ever. And so that can work out very, very well. But if you go the opposite direction, where you either don't invest in something, or you're just a taker and not a giver, then that thing's going to fall apart. And this is not just true for economic investments. This is also true for relationships. Hey, seriously, has anybody ever had a relationship with a taker? If you're a giver, or a pleaser, or whatever it is, whatever, however you might be defined by your therapist, has anybody ever been in a relationship with somebody who takes? How many of y'all have gone through that? It is the absolute worst feeling in the world. It's terrible. It's not fun. You don't like it. And takers tend to know they know who to go after. Believe me, take it from a man who's had money for quite a while. I can spot a gold digger from a 50-mile radius. I can pick up on it. I can pick up on the women that suddenly thought all my jokes were hilariously funny, and that I was the most interesting man in the world, and all this other stuff. And it's not, I mean, I don't have a problem with it, right? Because the studies show that the women are naturally attracted to resources and stuff, and I get that. But when I get a sense, like, okay, that you're literally looking at me like fresh meat, and you kind of know, like, okay, because this guy has this money, I can buy this, and I can buy this, and I can buy this, and I can buy this. That's not interesting to me, right? And so when I married my wife, I specifically was happy to marry somebody where money isn't that important to her, and also she had her own money, so it wasn't as big of a deal, right? So ultimately, when you're talking about relationships, it has to be give and take. It has to be reciprocal. Some of you have relatives that take. You have people that you've had relationships with that take. And those sorts of interactions don't tend to work. They're not sustainable, because you can't take from something forever without replenishing what you take. You can't, you, I'm gonna stop right there. You can't just keep taking and then not replenish. It's okay to take. See, this is the thing. People think that it's bad to take anything. I had a whole conversation when I spoke at UPS yesterday. I spoke to a young lady, 27 years old. She was a single mom, and she was an airplane pilot. So we kind of really had a good conversation about airplanes and flying, because I got my pilot's license, but she's a real pilot. I'm just a student pilot. And she was saying that she said, I really want to fly more, but it's expensive. I said, yeah, it is expensive. And but I said, you're around all these airplane pilots. I just met with all the black UPS pilots the other day. They would love to help you. They would take you up. It wouldn't cost you anything. And she said, yeah, but I really don't know. I really don't like asking for help. And I said, no, 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 no. See, don't think like that. It's okay to ask for help. It's okay to take things. You deserve support. You're doing great things with your life. I'm really proud of you. People will want to help you. I said, but if you want to make yourself feel better, make it reciprocal. If you feel guilty about taking, just give. Just make a rule. Give twice as much as you take. Right? So if somebody offers you help, it's not charity. It is mutual support. So when they come in and they say, "Hey, I'll help you fly. It won't cost you anything. We can take my airplane and whatever." Then what you do is you say, "Okay, anything you ever need, I got you." Their birthday comes up, you send them a gift. They have a problem, you step up and you help them as much as they help you, and then it becomes a great relationship. Then you have a web and a network of people around you, where everything is beneficial for everyone. It's a win 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 win. Right? And so taking is not the problem. Taking is not the issue. Taking is only a problem if you're not giving as much as you take. It's only a problem when it's not reciprocal. right? And this is the issue that you run into. This is why a lot of athletes go broke, why a lot of celebrities lose money, is because they're giving, 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 but nobody's giving anything back. Nobody, and part of that is built around how you frame yourself. Some people frame themselves as charity cases. You know, if I have a brother who goes off and becomes a rap star and he's making lots of money, maybe I define myself as a person who can do nothing for him except except be a part of his entourage and just sort of be hang around him and wait for him to pay my bills. Right. And that's not effective. What has to occur is that I got to say, okay, how can I help? Maybe you need security. Maybe you need somebody that can cook for you. Maybe you need somebody that can help handle your business affairs. Like, I want to help. I'm available. What you need, cuz what you need. And you have to have a mindset that says, okay, how can I activate you? LeBron did this. LeBron activated a lot of his friends. He didn't want a big entourage of a bunch of people just that he was just throwing money at. He would send them to places to learn skill sets that he needed. I do need a chef. Here, I'll send you to culinary school or whatever. I do need a business person. So I'm gonna make sure you get trained so that you know what to do with my money when I start getting rich. Rich Paul, thank you. That's his name. So long story short, there's nothing wrong with taking. I would think of it almost like when they do environmentalism. If you notice, the environmentalists, I think they have these rules like where like every tree they chop down, the environmentalists worked with the industrialists who want to go chop down these trees. So they have these little rules where it's like for every one tree you chop down, you plant five trees or something. So that works out perfectly fine. Okay. So don't think that taking is bad. Don't get to the point where you embrace this rugged individualism where you're trying to do it all by yourself, figure it out all by yourself. That's what a lot of folks do. I think a lot of people get caught up in that nonsense of thinking that they're supposed to conquer the world all by themselves, and that's very lonely. It's very, very hard. It typically fails, and it doesn't work. But if you find good people that will give to you as much as you're giving to them, then that becomes a beautiful thing. Then you can ask for things and it's okay. So let's talk about loaning money to relatives. So one of the things I want to sort of drill into, and actually before I forget, let me give you all this quiz that I created this thing. You can try it out. Tell me what you think about it. But it's a quiz on whether or not your estate plan is properly put together. And so this quiz will allow you to kind of figure out where you are. Remember, building all this wealth doesn't matter if you throw it all away, but when you die and stuff, because we're all going to die. And what's interesting is that a lot of us are not prepared for death. We just kind of, I don't know, think we're going to live forever or something. But you're black, and that doesn't happen for black people or anyone. Actually, no one lives forever. But black people, we kind of die a lot. So it's kind of important for us to kind of have a plan for that, especially if you love your kids and love your family and stuff like that. So in fact, that same single mom, and I hope I invited her to class, so she may be in here. I hope she doesn't feel embarrassed. I won't say her name, but I was talking to her about her. By the way, the link is in the chat. I did tell her, I said, as a single mom, you got to ask yourself, what happens if I'm not here tomorrow? If I'm not here tomorrow, what happens to my child? What happens to my life? Who knows where my bank accounts are? Who knows where my investment account is? Right. So anyway, so there's the link to the quiz. It's in the chat. So feel free to grab it and you can keep it and take it, or you can take it right now. It's totally up to you. And it'll kind of give you a sense of where you are in terms of planning for your estate. And also don't forget, if you want to be on the text list to get invited to this class, just text the word morning to 87948. Text morning to 87948. All right. So here's a few stats on loaning money to relatives. I wrote about it a lot in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. And you can find a copy of that at drboycebooks.com. And so anyway, here's some data on loaning money to relatives. And I chose to write about this because I've loaned money to relatives before. I still do. And sometimes it hurts your feelings. It really does. Sometimes it's like, damn it, like who built these people that think they can borrow lots of money from you and just never pay it back? Like who created these childlike individuals? I call it childlike. It's a form of what I refer to as economic immaturity, because you don't understand, you're not grown enough to understand that that person who loaned you that money, they need their money. Like, what makes you think that you can take from other people and they're going to be okay? Like, who defined you to be the 30-year-old kid in the family? You're in your 20s, you're in your 30s. It's okay to ask for help, but when you ask for help and then do what you say you're going to do. You don't pay back the money that's owed. Somebody has to pay that price. In economics, we have a term that says there's no, or a phrase that says there's no such thing as a free lunch. And that means somebody's paying for that. So the idea that you think that you can take and not give anything and that somehow it's going to magically get covered for or taken or sort of fixed by somebody else pretty much means that you have what I refer to as a form of economic immaturity. Because economic immaturity is where you're thinking like a child. Children do that. Children are like, I'll make a mess. Somebody gonna pick it up. Children think like, oh well, I need new toys. Somebody's gonna buy it. Not me. Not me. I mean, I just a little kid. And you get these like 35-year-old versions of little kids. Like, I just a little kid. I gonna borrow money. I just gotta pay. I can't pay it back. I don't have no money. Right. So when you don't solve the problem, you're handing the problem to somebody else, and part of what creates challenges in a lot of our families is that again you got these grown-ass kids 45 years old. Hey, yeah, I can't, I'm just struggling, cuz I can't come up with nothing. No, that's not appropriate. Because if everybody thought the way you think, then everything would fall apart, everything will fall to shit. It really goes deeper than that. Even goes to the point of somebody making a baby and just being like, oh well, my baby's mamas, they got it covered, they holding it down. They're holding it down because your weak ass can't hold nothing down. Like that's what they're doing. They're holding it down so you can go play like a child, and they're the ones who figuring out how to go pick up the baby from school, how to take care of the baby when they sick, how to go buy an extra pair of diapers or a set of diapers that the baby needs. I mean, it's crazy to me. And it's not just men, right? It's everybody, right? So it's not just gender specific, but it's a mindset. It's a mindset that says, I am not without accountability. I can add no value to anyone else's life. And if I do have the ability to do something good for the world, I'm going to do it for me. Right? I'm going to do something that's going to give me pleasure or allow. I'm going to go buy me a new pair of Jordans, knowing that I owe my cousin $400 that they really needed when they loaned that money to me. That is a mindset. That is psychological. That is 100% in your brain, because there are other people who think in the completely opposite direction. There are people who say, "Gosh, I know you really need your money. I borrowed it from you. I'm going to get it to you as soon as I can. Even if I can't pay it right away, I'm going to do everything I can to try to make this right. I'm going to be accountable to you because I understand my role in the ecosystem. I understand my position on the basketball team. If I don't get the rebound, if I throw the ball out of bounds, or if I can't hit the open shot, then the team is going to lose. You understand? Because remember, your family is your team. Your family's your team. And a lot of your teams are losing because your players don't understand their position. They're not playing their position. They're not playing their role. You're passing the ball and they're asleep on the bench. Or you're waiting for them to play defense with you. You're playing defense all by yourself because they at the club getting high or something, right? So ultimately, this all is a mindset, and this is something that is detrimental. It costs the Black community trillions of dollars. There's so many different reasons that this horrific ecosystem does come into existence, because it's one of these things where you can't sort of isolate the blame. You can't say, well, it's because of these men or it's because of these women, because remember, a lot of these men were raised by women. So you can't say it's just the men, and you can't say it's just the women, because a lot of the women are abandoned by the men, right? And so and I believe that men, we have a certain type of power, and we do set a standard. So if we don't set the standard the right way and show up in the best way we possibly can, then guess what? Everything falls apart. This is where I become the old school Southern black man. I'm not politically correct. I don't give a shit about being politically correct. I believe that the man is the tent pole of the tent. I believe that the father, the man, you got this thing in your body called testosterone. You've got these big muscles and all this, and these other things that give you special skill sets nobody else has. And I believe that you set the standard. You are the tent pole of the tent. So if the tent pole falls down, the whole tent collapses on everybody. If the tent pole is flimsy, then the tent cannot withstand the storm. If the tent pole is short and tiny, then the tent's not going to be very high. So one of the things that I talk to our son about all the time is I say, look, man, you're the 10 pole, you're the leader, you set the standard. You're 6 foot he's 6'9", by the way. So he's not my biological son. I am not capable of creating a child that's 6'9". His father's a wonderful man, but I spend a lot of time with him in the house. I'm his bonus dad, and I love that role. I'm honored to play that role. And I just remember talking to him and saying, look, man, you're 6'9", you're very smart, you're a natural leader, and people sort of follow suit based on what standard you set. So in my view, when you see women around you that need help, you're supposed to step up. You have to be reliable. You have to be sturdy. If you're not reliable and sturdy, then it kind of creates chaos for everybody, and it's really disruptive to the Black community because you have to have so many scenarios where women are like, well, there is no man here, so I'm going to be the man. And then it just creates all this awkwardness, because when a real man shows up, then you got two dudes trying to fighting it out for power, which just becomes chaotic, right? So again, this is my personal observation. And probably some of this is a reflection of my own unique experience. So I'm definitely biased, but I'm assuming some of you can relate to this because I think some of you see the imbalance that's occurring in our families and in our communities. So let's start with this basic idea that says if you talk about the financial side, you have to be you have to understand the code of conduct as it pertains to money and as it pertains to borrow money from family. So let me give you some stats on this. Basically, 57%, according to a survey by Bankrate, 57% of people who loan money to friends or relatives said they had negative outcomes, including damaged relationships, resentment, or not being repaid in full or not at all. So that means 57% of people endured what my wife talks about a lot. She has a workbook on this. They endure financial trauma. You endure financial, it's very traumatic when you loan a lot of money to somebody and you have this, this loving, touching, bonding moment where they're like, oh, thank you for coming through for me, cuz I appreciate it. Oh, it's all right. I got you. I love you too. And I just make sure you get the money, to the landlord because I don't want you and the baby to get evicted. And then next thing you know, the person disappoints you. Like, it sucks. It's horrible. It's so painful. It just pisses you off too. You're pissed off, but you're pissed off because you're hurt. I had a cousin I loaned a lot of money to one time. He ain't the only one. And I remember that I like came through for him. Like it was like this triumphant moment of like, yeah, we're gonna elevate. We're gonna really do this together. We're gonna really, I want to see you do better in your life. And then the Negro disappeared. Like I didn't see him for 4 years. And when I saw him again, part of me was like, I want to knock you out right now. You sorry ass piece of shit. Excuse my French. It's too early to be cussing. That's how I felt. I was like, wait, we had this bonding moment, and you just lied to me. You just completely just fed me a whole fairy tale. I don't know if you own dope or something, because drug addicts are good liars. I was like, what happened? But then there's the other part of me, the part of me that went to therapy. That see, all of Boyce didn't go to therapy. Only half of me showed up with the therapist. The other half of me needs to. I need to go get him and bring him to the sessions with me. And the part of me that went to therapy was like, well, Boyce, forgiveness is a superpower. And you have to give them grace because not everybody can do everything that they plan to do, and you have to forgive and you got to move on because being mad is not gonna help the situation. It ain't gonna get your money back, and also it's only gonna hurt you to be bitter and angry. So that was the therapy side of me, but the other side of me was like, I want to kick you in your testicles right now because you lied to me. So the anger that we feel it's driven by hurt. Like I felt that way because I was like so disappointed. Like, damn, man, that was a lot of money, man. And they told me not to loan you the money. I was being stupid to trust you, and I did it. And now I'm looking even dumber because I took a chance on somebody who didn't deserve my support. So what does that do? That then affects how you view loaning money in the future. Somebody else comes along, so with maybe a good investment idea, or maybe they really need help and maybe they're really going to come through, but you're all bitter, you're all scarred now. So now you're like, I ain't loaning money to nobody. I ain't never loaning money to relatives again. I hate my family. I hate my relatives. F all of y'all. F all of y'all. Like that's what happens. And you got to think about how toxic and unhealthy it is to go through life. Think about this: the Jewish community, they be loaning money to each other all the time. There's a section of India where they literally own like I want to say like 60% of the hotels in America and like 80% of the 7-Elevens in America or something because they loan money to each other all the time. They do. I forgot what it is. If somebody knows the name of that section, let me know. And I probably got the stats wrong. But they own an insane number of hotels and an insane number of 7-Elevens. Ironically, I have no idea how this happened. And it's because they're loaning money to each other. But you get into like a lot of black families, we like, I ain't never loan. I'll loan money to a white man who I don't even know before I loan money to my own damn sibling because these Negroes ain't nothing. And that's just such horrible energy to have to carry around. It's the Patels. Thank you, Mike. I did so generally speaking, let me go through the stats. Let me lay some of this out. All right. I'm gonna try to get more serious now because I'm in a goofy mood today. All right, so 46% of lenders lost money, according to the same bank rate survey. They said 46% of respondents who loan money to loved ones reported not being repaid. So think about that; it's almost half. That's just terrible. And it's not just black people. This is a survey they took of Americans. Period. 26% feel resentment or hurt. I mentioned that there's a lot of hurt when you trust somebody and you go on a limb for them and they completely let you down. And so the question would become like, well, what made me trust you in the first place? That's when you question yourself. But then the question for them is, what made you think it was okay for you to do that? What in your culture? See, culture is very important when it comes to money because in the Patels, apparently the culture is you if you borrow money, you pay that shit back. If you borrow money, you pay it back. You pay what you owe, right? But for whatever reason, in our culture, it's like, maybe I'll pay you back, maybe not. And there's not sort of an understanding of the fact that you're not just going to lose the money there, but you're going to lose the relationship. So loaning money to people that are close to you, it's important to find a way to do it because we have to share resources. That's a powernomics principle. Shout out to Dr. Claude Anderson. But the downside is that it's a highly risky endeavor. It's a highly leveraged kind of thing because so many assets that you have are correlated, connected to what you're doing. So what do I mean by that? Well, you're not just when I loan you money and you're my cousin and we have this relationship and then what happens is by me loaning you money, I'm not just risking the money, I'm risking the relationship. Because if I loan you a lot of money and you don't pay me back, then I lose a cousin and I lose the money. And which makes me a double sucker. It makes me sit back and say, man, what was I doing? That was so stupid. I should have told my cousin no. But then that creates the other alternative where you left somebody you love stranded like that. And it creates a special dilemma for those of you that are doing well. When you got extra money and your family knows that you're doing well, you're doing better than everyone else. So your survivor's guilt kicks in and you want to make sure that you're there for other people, and you say things like little things that don't typically mean anything like, hey, let me know if you need anything. Well, that term means nothing if you're broke. If you have nothing to offer anybody, then if you say, hey, let me know if you need anything, then that's easy. It's easy to say it because you ain't got nothing to give nobody. So it's like a greeting. You just say it, just to say it. But what if you got like $1 million in the bank and you say you talk to your broke cousin because you want to keep it real, you want to be, you want to stay down, and you're like, hey, let me know if you need anything. And then 2 hours later, they're like, hey, we got a situation, and I had a cousin. He would always call me and say, hey, cuz, I got a situation. And I'll be like, oh Lord Jesus. Like I don't want no situations on my doorstep. And so so long story short, I even got to the point where um I was afraid to even say like let me know if you need anything. And that's crazy. That's like a reflection of very awkward trauma, because there was a big burden that suddenly came with even saying that. I remember I saw an old friend from high school, and he was my buddy in high school, but I hadn't seen him for many years, and I saw him in Walmart, and he wasn't doing so good. To be honest with you, he wasn't really big on education or nothing. So he kind of ended up where you end up when you don't make the right choices. And I remember saying, "Hey, all right, man, well, good to see you. All right, well, let me know if you need anything." Why did I say that? He literally called me 2 hours later. He needed me to. He got in a fight with his wife, and he was trying to move out that day from the house. It was something crazy, something really weird. And I was like, I don't want to be in the middle of your drama. I don't even know you like that. But it was like that was an example of where even that little statement, like, let me know if you need anything, that can be kind of weird. So anyway, let me read more of the stats, and then I'm actually going to give you a solution. You guys know I want to be solution oriented and not just talk about the problem. So another thing is that family loans often lead to unspoken expectations. Research from the Pew Charitable Trust in 2019 highlighted that people often struggle with unspoken expectations when they loan money to relatives. The absence of formal contracts or repayment terms tends to exacerbate misunderstandings. So that means that if you don't have something written down, maybe a contract or at least something written on paper, then you can have misunderstandings. Misunderstandings are literally the trigger for a lot of broken relationships. But then also sometimes people loan you money and they expect more than just the money. Right. So all money isn't good money. This is a general principle that you have to be really thoughtful about who you take your money from, because when they give you money, many cases there's something else that they expect. So for example, that's why with the All Black National Convention, we don't take any money from corporations. We don't take any money from the government. We don't take any money from the Democrat or Republican parties, because I know money well enough to know that you're not going to write a big fat check without having some sort of expectation that comes with that check. Like, oh, hey, Dr. Boyce, we want to put this person on the panel, or we'd like for this politician to come speak at your event. No, I don't want to hear all that. And I'm not going to be on stage, thanking Walmart for black liberation. That's not something I'm interested in doing. So it's like, you know what? I'll pass on that money. We'll get the money some other way. Same thing is also true when I was Michael Bloomberg gave hundreds of millions of dollars to a lot of HBCUs, and I was very concerned about that. I was happy because it's great. A lot of young black kids get to go to school and become doctors and lawyers and everything else. But also Bloomberg is a strategic person. He moves in a certain way. He's very, very political. So you don't even have to tell me. It doesn't have to be revealed to me that there are going to be certain expectations that come with this money. I know that if the guy who wrote you a $50 million check calls the president of that university, he can pretty much get whatever he wants, right? If he says, I think this person should be your commencement speaker, then that person's going to be the speaker. If he says, I need you to not bring these ideas in, or not do XYZ, or I heard Farrakhan was coming to your campus and I'm very concerned because he's anti-Semitic and whatever they want to say about him, right? So these sorts of things are very real, and it's very important to understand that when you get money from someone, I think it's really critical to kind of just figure out like what comes with this. And if you don't have that conversation, then you can have a lot of confusion, a lot of misunderstanding. So lack of repayment is very common. A lot of emotional tension is connected to loaning money to relatives, and also formal agreements can really help to kind of clear the process. Now, let me give you a few rules that you can apply when it comes to loaning money to relatives, so that if you decide to embrace a poweronomic strategy and group economics within your family, you will have a pathway to kind of do it in a way that's not harmful to you or that minimizes the damage. Okay. And actually, before I do that, I want to remind everybody tonight we're doing a stock options training in the Prime program. If you're interested in options and you want to get an invitation, it's not free, but it's worth the investment. Feel free to text the word options to the number 87948, and you can join us in the Prime program. A lot of you are members of Prime, and you can feel free to say something in the chat about your experience, so others will know. But feel free to text the word options to the number 87948. All right, so so here are a few recommendations for how to kind of deal with loaning money to relatives. First of all, you have to have clarity. You have to have clarity. In financial theory, there's a whole set of thousands of research papers written about something that I've talked to you guys about before, called moral hazard. Moral hazard. And pretty much one way to define moral hazard is it pretty much says that once somebody has your money, they can pretty much kick you in the butt. Once somebody has the power that you've given to them, they can screw you if they want to. And so, an example of moral hazard would be once this actually happened, where a lot of banks made money loan money to a lot of Central American governments. And once the governments had their money, they pretty much were like, well, screw you. Like, we'll pay you when we feel like paying you. Right. And so they had to negotiate, and they got just pennies on the dollar on all the money they loaned. because these people that have their money were pretty much laying out the terms. And a lot of you have gone through this. Have you ever had somebody where you loan money to and they're really, really polite before they get your money, but what happens after they get your money? What happens? What happens a lot of times after they have your money and you're trying to get your money back? Well, suddenly the attitude has shifted, right? They're not as friendly as they used to be. They used to pick up the phone on the first ring when they were trying to get your money. It was like, sure, anything you need, cuz I'm gonna pay you back on Tuesday, and no, 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 actually I'm gonna pay you Monday because I'm gonna get paid, and as soon as I get paid, I'm gonna walk the paycheck to your job. Where you work at? What's the address again? Are you gonna be free at 3 o'clock? Like it's real, like serious and intense and accommodating before they get the money. But then after they get the money, what happens? They kind of slack off because you're generally, when you're loaning money to relatives, typically the people that are coming to you to borrow money, they're not your sturdiest relatives. They're not the ones who are typically on top of everything, because if they've been on top of everything, they wouldn't have trouble paying the rent this month, right? If they've been on top of everything, they wouldn't be behind in their finances every month. So they're already kind of, or before they ask you to co-sign for the loan because their credit's so bad. Well, if they'd been on top of everything, they wouldn't have bad credit needing someone to co-sign for their loan. My father used to cuss about that. My father used to get really pissed off when people would ask him to co-sign for stuff, because he was like, "Why in the f?" I'm not going to cuss because I'm gonna repeat what my dad said to me, but he said, "Why in the f would you think that I believe you're going to protect my credit when you didn't even protect your own credit score? You didn't even protect your own credit score. So I know you ain't gonna give a damn about mine." So you got to remember that sometimes those people, I'm not talking about people who need help every now and then. A lot of us need help. I've borrowed money before. So I'm not talking about you if you're the person that comes through for other people. Let's make that clear. But those people that sort of chronically have one disaster after another in their life haven't yet figured out that the number one variable in their life is the person in the mirror. I really feel sorry for people who have one problem after another, and every single time they somehow believe that it's always someone else's fault. That's kind of a hell to be trapped in, where your life is screwed up and you feel like you ain't got nothing to do with it. I got 4 kids and I ain't had nothing to do with it, but you did. You made the kids, like those are yours. You were there when the sex happened, right? Were you conscious and you were there, right? Nobody did anything inappropriate, right? So basically, generally speaking, the moral hazard issue, let's go back to that, pretty much says that once you let go of that money, you're letting go of power, because money is power. So same thing happens even in dating. You have a guy that's super nice to a lady in the beginning, because even the worst men can be very, very nice. Even the worst women can be super nice in the first 3 or 4 weeks, and then when they get whatever they want from you, sometimes the attitude changes. That's what moral hazard is. Well, the solution to moral hazard is something they call optimal contracting. And what optimal contracting means is, it means that you want to set everything up properly before the problems arise. Before you give away the power, you make sure that you put safeguards in place to ensure that they cannot screw you. That's why banks ask for collateral, right? That's why, if you're trying to get married or something and you're afraid of what might go wrong in a divorce, well, that's what prenups are for. My wife and I got a prenup, but it wasn't because I thought she was a crazy gold digger, and it wasn't because she thought I was going to take what she had. It's because she's like, I got what I got, you got what you got. Let's just go ahead and make an agreement now, so that we're not trying to figure it out when we're angry at each other in the event that we did choose to get a divorce, right? It's very hard to go back and make that contract with someone you hate. It's easier to make the deal with somebody that you love, right? So while the love is flowing, you go ahead and say, okay, well, you know what? Can we go ahead and just get something on paper? That way we can preserve our relationship and make sure everything's clear. So one of the rules of loaning money to relatives is you got to set clear terms. You got to be super clear about exactly who's going to do what, and what each party is going to do and by when. That's really important. Two, loaning, that a lot of people believe you should never loan more money than you can afford to lose. I don't care how bad the situation is. I don't care what promises are made or how sure you are you're going to get paid back. Loaning more money than you can afford to lose typically is a losing strategy. If you consider the fact that half of all the people who loan money to relatives don't get their money back, you're taking a huge financial risk by loaning money that you actually need. And that's just not a healthy thing to do in general. So generally, I've seen people where they understand, like, look, the relationship is more important than the money. I want to not hate you as my cousin. So I'm only going to loan you an amount of money that I can afford to give away. In fact, some people do it just in advance. They say, look, don't, it ain't a loan here. Just take this. Cause just, or sometimes what I might do is put a condition on it. I might say, here, I'm not going to loan you the whole 3,000 that you want, but I'll give you $400. And the agreement is that you cannot ask me for money again for 2 years or something, right? Or a year or whatever. And that would be my way of saying, okay, now when you come back to me and I tell you hell no, or I say, hey, don't forget what we agreed on, then we're not going to have a further conversation. I don't want to have and I think that's okay, because here's the thing. I like being generous. I think being generous is more natural to the human spirit. I don't like being an asshole. I don't like being stingy. That's not fun. It's stressful. It's like, and think about this. You can ruin the relationship also by being the person who says no to everybody. There are lots of people out here. There are lots of people that are successful or maybe celebrities who cut off their whole family because they're like, I'm tired of people asking me for stuff and da da da. And that's not a healthy energy either. That's a sure, you're protecting you, you're taking care of you, ain't nothing wrong with that. But the world is bigger than just you. You're part of a group. You are part of a team. And I do believe that it's okay to conclude that the star of the team has an obligation to the team as well. Like Michael Jordan can't just say, "Well, screw everybody else. It's all about me," when he was trying to win championships with the Chicago Bulls, because he needed his teammates. Michael Jordan could not win championships by himself. He tried for 7 or 8 years, and he realized, "Dang, I need more." So he needed a Scottie Pippen. He needed somebody getting the rebounds. He needed a Dennis Rodman. He needed those other people, in order to fill in that void, because he never would have won a championship if he tried to do it all by himself. So ultimately, I would say to you that finding the balance is probably the healthiest approach, as opposed to going to one extreme or the other. The extremes would be where you're loaning money to a bunch of people that are screwing you financially. The other extreme would be where you become such a traumatized miser that you completely cut off everybody and just say no to anybody, even the people that have really been there for you in ways that are far more important than money. Like, I'm never going to say no to my parents. I'm never going to say no to my siblings. I don't say no to my children unless it's like a matter of discipline, right? With kids, it's a little different. With kids, you got to kind of make sure they don't get too dependent on things. But balance is the key. And I think every decision can be made independently. And by putting optimal contracting in place and safeguards in place, you can make these investments knowing there's a reasonable amount of risk. I mean, there's no such thing generally. Well, there's rarely such a thing as a risk-free investment. There are technically investments that will be considered risk-free, but for the most part, most investing is gonna have some risk, and some of that risk you cannot eliminate, and so just sort of understanding that this risk is going to occur and these ups and downs can happen is also part of being a healthy human being. It doesn't mean you go through life where nothing bad ever happens to you. It's like, for example, if you never want to ever be in a car crash, then stay home for the rest of your life. Never get in a car. But that's not a healthy life. That's an extremist life, right? So what happens is maybe you get in the car and you drive safely, you put on your seatbelt, and you minimize the risk, but there's still risk out there, right? So in accepting that as a part of life. So also, a lot of experts believe you should discuss the consequences. Like, look, if you don't pay me back, I'm gonna let you know like what's gonna happen. My grandmother, rest her soul, she's right behind me, by the way. That's our Panther. Our Panther's name is Felicia in the Black Business School. My grandmother, her rule was straight up. It was real simple. It was like, if you don't pay back the money I loan you, then I will never loan you money again. And she had people in the family that would come to her to borrow money, and she would say, "You didn't pay me back in 1972, so don't ask me for nothing. Don't ask me for money ever again." And that was her rule. Whatever your rule is, pick a rule, stick to it. Also, a lot of people believe you could consider alternatives to loaning money. Money is not a final solution to every problem. Money may be part of the issue, but sometimes it's deeper than just the money. There's a way I can help you without necessarily giving you money. Or maybe I use that opportunity. So now that I've got your attention and you want money from me, I'm also going to give you some advice on certain things, or maybe some connections, or share some alternatives that may not involve me giving you a whole bunch of money. So you want to really look at the alternatives, because sometimes when you do get to the point where you have a little more money than the other people around you, it's very hard for a struggling person to hang out with a person who's not struggling and not see that they have resources that they can actually use. And I think it's really when you as you get more money, I think you have to be careful about sort of how you engage with other people. You just do. If money's not a thing to me and I take my buddy on a trip and we spend $20,000, but he can't raise $1,000 for the rent, that's going to create awkwardness when we get home and he says, "Hey, cuz, can you loan me money to pay the rent?" And he knows I got the money. I can't lie. I can't say, "Well, no, nah, man, I'm broke. I don't have the money." Well, he just saw you spend $20,000 going on the trip, right? But you want to spend money on the trip. You don't want to spend that money paying somebody's rent. So it just creates like a lot of strangeness and awkwardness. And what I've noticed is one thing that's inevitable is as people climb the economic ladder, it's difficult to keep all the same friends and all the same people around you that you had when you were broke. It doesn't mean you have to cut them off or be snooty about it, but it means you have to be thoughtful about sort of what that sort of looks like, right? So anyway, that's my thought on that, and I would encourage you to not just sort of think that your relatives are toxic and you can't support them in any way. I think that I know the powernomics principle is that we support each other, and maybe it's just a matter of having balance and containing it. So if you want to know what my rule is when it comes to helping family and stuff like that, I help a lot of people every year. I probably loan and give away more money than most people make in a 2 or 3 year period. Like to really, no, I'm talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars that I have that's allocated to helping other people. Um, I don't regret it, but what I do is I draw boundaries. I draw boundaries because I have to protect me. And I have to be a little selfish because if I am this golden goose that's helping all these people, well, if the goose dies, then nobody gets helped anymore. So really by preserving me and my energy and protecting Boyce, I'm protecting other people at the same time. And my rule is I will never ever just love other people as more than I love me, more than I love myself. It doesn't mean I'm going to put myself above others. I don't do that. But at the same time, I matter too. You matter, right? So I think having those boundaries can really help because when you keep the boundaries, then you can show up appropriately when there are people that want to lean on you for whatever reason. So when relatives call me and stuff like that, if I don't have the energy to deal with whatever problem you're trying to dump on my desk, I'm just not gonna do it. I'm just not. But hey, when I got a little extra energy and a little space and I'm able to handle the capacity, then I'm all in, right? So and I love that. I really like doing that. I think that that's okay. It doesn't make you stupid or weak or a user. And I get advice all the time like, boys, you got to stop letting these people use you like that. And I'm like, no, I know so and so's using me, but it's okay. I want them to use me. And actually, me and Dr. Claude Anderson have that relationship too. It's very interesting. That's why we became so close. He's like a dad to me. I love this man, and I love him because he's very sturdy. He's very consistent. So, for example, there would be people that would say, well, Dr. Boyce is just using you, and he's doing this, and he's like, number one, Boyce has actually helped me in a lot of ways, and he said, number two, I want him to use me. He said because I use him, we use each other, we help each other. That's a powernomics principle. This idea that somehow somebody's always getting screwed and exploited and all that to some extent I think comes from us sort of having this victim mentality. It's like if I go to a record label, right? And the record label signs me to a deal. And let's say that we sign the contract and they agree to give me 10% of all the records that I sell. And so we sell $10 million worth of music and I make 1 million, they make 9 million. The simplistic way to look at it is to say, damn, they just used me, they exploited me. I only made 1 million and they made 9 million, and I'm the star. I'm the one that everybody comes to see. But that's not seeing the whole picture. The whole picture is that remember they were investing $1 million in you before anybody knew who you were. So they had to take a risk. And if that $1 million investment had not worked out, I wouldn't have been paying them back. I wouldn't be giving them their money back. Right. And so they had to take a chance. They had to make an investment. They had to, so you could argue that I use them because without that record label that signed me, nobody knows who I am. I'm singing on the street corners because I don't have any distribution. I don't have any marketing. I don't have any promotion. I can't get on Ticketmaster by myself. I can't perform at Madison Square Garden by myself. So really, again, it's not to say that the exploitation can't occur. It does occur. It occurs all the time, right? But it does mean that sometimes a lack of balance or very short-sighted selfish thinking where I did this all by myself and I'm the only one who matters here can just cause people to say things that just don't make any damn sense. So I would encourage you, form a good relationship with the world, a good economic relationship with the world where you matter and they matter and you all matter. Form it with the right people, and that'll take you to the moon. I got some people that I work with on a regular basis where we don't get caught up in the minutia of who got the most out of the deal, or you made more money than me. We don't get into that. We're just like, hey, how can I help you? Let me figure out how I can support you, because I know that you're going to come back and support me when I need it, and because you're part of my ecosystem, you're part of my team, and I need my team to be strong. I'm going to pour into you because I know that even if I don't get it back right now, eventually eventually it's going to circle back. Eventually what goes around is going to come around, and you're going to be there for me too. But that only works with the right people, because there are people out here that will take and give you nothing back at all. So that's where discernment really comes into play. So generally speaking, I would use my relationship with Dr. Claude Anderson as an example. There are many, many times where I have written very big checks. We just wrote another big check to help to buy more of their books, and you hear me talk about Dr. Anderson all the time, and it's not just as a favor. It's because I believe in the man. I love the man. His legacy. Everybody needs to know Powernomics. Everybody needs to know about this man. Every black student, every HBCU that does not teach Powernomics should be embarrassed and ashamed that you're not celebrating the contributions of this man. You're putting mediocre white people ahead of one of the greatest black men in the history of this country. So I do that partly because that's just what I believe, but also it's a great interaction. It's a great relationship. He's helped me so many times. It's ridiculous. He's given me so much wisdom through the years. He's been there to be a part of what we're doing in the Black Business School. So find those people. Find the people that in your life that are gonna show up for you. Find the people in your life that understand. Like we're all a basketball team, and I don't want to have a team where my teammates are sitting on the sidelines watching me score all the points. Right. I want teammates that are gonna, die for the loose ball, that are gonna play defense, that are gonna box out for a rebound, right? Whatever you can do to help out. But that's a mindset, that's a mentality. Because Michael Jordan had that problem. Michael Jordan had a problem for a while where he was scoring 35 points a game and his teammates were standing around watching. And they had to teach them, like, no, you have value. You can still help out. If Michael's going to take the shot, then you can set a pick, or you can go and you can play defense or get the rebound, or you can do something. So everybody in the family team has a job, and the job is to help the team win. And you instill this mindset in them very young. And if you do that when they're young, then they won't grow up and be the 35-year-old who borrows money from a sibling and just forgets to pay it back and thinks that it's not going to affect anybody. They're not even That's not, that kind of mindset doesn't even cross their brain. Okay. So that's my 2 cents on this. I hope I didn't overtalk it. I hope I didn't lay it out in a way that sounds awkward or weird, but it's me just sort of laying it out as honestly as I can see it. And I wish you the best. And I encourage you to drill into that multi-million-dollar asset called your family, build on that, pour into that, invest in that. That's the best investment you'll ever make. It's more valuable than any investment you'll ever make on the stock market or anywhere else. All right. So have a good day, everybody. I'm gonna get on out of here. Really quickly, if you want to get a copy of my book or any of our financial flashcards for kids or anything like that, feel free to go to drboycebooks.com. That's our Black Wealth Mastery store, drboycebooks.com. Also, make sure you're on the text list. I'll send you some other information via text. To get on the text list, you can text the word morning to 87948. If you text morning to 87948, I'll send you an invitation to join us in Money in the Morning. We do this every single morning. And actually, I think today's Thursday. I gotta check, but I think we might have Dr. Cornell West coming in sometime. I gotta check. I think it might be Friday, but I could be wrong. So anyway, we are talking. I'm hoping I can get him in here because I like Dr. West. That's a good guy. All right, so have a good day, everybody. God bless you. I'll see you soon. Take care.
Hello, 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 and welcome in, everybody. My name is Jeff Lightsey Jr. here with the Black Boss Channel. Thank you guys for tuning in. We have a very special guest today. This is student minister Nuri Muhammad. How are you doing, brother minister?
Man, Brother Jeff, I am honored and privileged to be able to share space and time with you, my brother. So I was doing good before I got on the air. and now I'm doing even better.
Hey, this is a great thing to have you on here. I'm so privileged and honored to get a chance to have this conversation. I don't like to call these interviews anymore. I like to call these conversations, and just for you to enlighten us with the wisdom that you're about to. So much so, I felt so privileged that I had to step up my dress game. I had Dr. Wesley Muhammad on here, and it was late at night, and I was like, I know there's no way at 8 o'clock at night Dr. Wesley's going to wear a suit, and sure enough, he did. So I figured if he did it, I knew you would. So I had to step it up just for you.
Well, it's out of respect, and in particular, a lot of people don't understand. There's even a science behind the suit and the bow tie. Um, as a general rule, anytime you see someone in a suit and a bow tie, they're either doing one or two things. Either they're serving or they are in a wedding, marrying someone. So in that context, we wear the suit and the bow tie because we are the servants of God and the servants of our people. So we want to present ourselves to our people as their servant. And then, of course, the same vows that a bride and groom takes to one another, we believe from the guidance of the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, we should have that same kind of spirit and take those same vows when it comes to the mission of the resurrection, restoration, and redemption of our people. So, we look like grooms and servants. And of course, too, the bow tie also is it's a part of our wardrobe. Wardrobe.
I called it. I definitely called that.
Whenever you are in guerrilla warfare and you have to establish a beachhead behind enemy lines, you have to dress like the dominant figure of that environment if you want to camouflage and maneuver without being observed as easy. So they wear suits, so we wear suits. And then two, we generally wear a bow tie and it has a clip on it, because if we in a physical conflict, if I had my tie on a certain way, someone could reach behind it, pull it, and turn my tie into a noose. But if you reach for this bow tie, you'll walk away with a handful of bow tie and a mouthful of fist. So,
I love it.
Yeah, that's just part of it. But the big thing is it's out of our respect for the platform that God has blessed you with, and out of respect for your audience. And we want our people to know we serve them, and we are here through rich or poor, better or worse, in sickness and in health, till death do us part.
I love that. I love that. Once again, we're talking to Brother Nuri Muhammad. He is about to, if you've never heard this man speak, you are in for a treat tonight. Just be sure to share and hit the like button, because it is going to be a great thing. Now, Brother Nuri, before we get started, now we're going to have a lot of relationship talk. Before we get into that, I want to ask you, how did, just from what I've read a lot, listened to a lot of your interviews, read some of the articles about you, read your bio, how did kind of a young street hustler from the streets of Indianapolis, Indiana, become student minister Nuri Muhammad?
Oh man, brother Jeff, it was accidentally on purpose. But you know how we open up our conversation. What had happened was,
Yeah.
to make a short, what had happened was, I was young, meddling in the streets, and I didn't like the way I felt hustling. I felt the love in me for what I should love, and my own humanity dying as I was killing my people. So I didn't like the way I felt, so I wanted to quit, and I did. And the only thing that I knew to get right is to go to church. So I started going to church with one of my associates in the neighborhood, and his father was an assistant pastor. And they had me going to everything. I was Bible studying, 2 services on Sunday. I was doing it all. I was at every meeting. But I still didn't feel like I had the strength to resist the pull of the streets. And anybody that's ever been hustling on any level where they were getting any real money, it's just as hard to stop selling as it is to stop using. One's addicted to the drug, the other's addicted to the money and what the money can do for you when you get it. So, I was an addict and didn't know it. So at church, I didn't feel that pull to pull me away from the inclination of wrongdoing again. And my girlfriend at the time, father, was a supporter of the nation, had a lot of lectures and books. She started reading and studying, had already been listening to the minister ever since she was 4. We were only 16. And she laid 2 lectures by the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan in a book called Message to the Black Man, rocked my world. And I said, this is how I've been believing all of my life. I just didn't know how to say it like this. Mm-hmm. But from the outside looking in, this looked way too strict for me. I was like, oh man, I think I'll join, but I'm waiting till I'm about 73. Wait till I get a little, and then I made a pledge to myself as a teenager. I said, if you can prove it to be wrong, you'll leave it alone. But if you can't prove it wrong, you'll submit yourself to it 100%. So I was spending 8, 9, 10 hours a day studying, learning the teachings, but also trying to see if I could find something wrong with it. And my little argument that I would take 8 hours for 5 days straight, I bring it to one of the brothers who wasn't even in leadership, lay out my whole exegesis of why this can't be. And in 5 minutes, they shut me down. And so, as time went on, I knew that I couldn't prove it to be wrong. And I knew that the scales had been removed from my eyes, and I was becoming a resurrected man and operating in what I felt like I had power. So I knew it was the truth and submitted to it. And I guess because I studied so much, Brother Jeff, that when we had our meetings that we could talk, my statements had substance to it. So people were always pushing to put that brother on the rostrum. And I told him, man, I ain't come here to be on the rostrum. I told him, I said, I don't want to be in no leadership and I don't want to be in no ministry. I came to be a soldier. And I told him, I said, y'all never catch me in no dress shoes. I said, every time you see me, I'm going to be in some soldiering boots. I want to be a soldier. And they's like, well, you can be a soldier too. And they put me on the rostrum. I spoke. People were standing and clapping. I thought they just was being nice to this little teenage 17-year-old little brother that just joined the mosque. Lo and behold, they were really sincere, clapping and applauding. And they end up keeping me up there. And I end up becoming, as a teenager, an assistant minister. And I end up being made the minister here by the minister when I was the interim minister before I even turned 21.
Wow.
And we end up in about 6 months, we doubled in ranks from me when I was the interim minister. So I became the minister. And we were the most outstanding study group, most outstanding mosque, most improved mosque, all kind of accolades. But that's in a nutshell, that's how this became a reality in my life. It wasn't something that I was looking for. I wouldn't put myself in the category of Jonah in the belly of the fish. It wasn't on that level, but I didn't want the responsibility. Nor that I felt like it's insincere. If you want to be in leadership, something's wrong with you. You should want to be a servant. And if it happens, it happens. So it happened.
That's awesome. That's an awesome story, Brother Nuri. And it's a good thing. I know the great people of Indianapolis are happy that you're there, and people across this country and across the world are happy that you're in the position that you are now in. But we are here tonight to talk about Black love and Black relationships. And you talked about in that story about how at 16 years old, there was your then girlfriend introduced you to the nation. And for some who don't know, that then girlfriend ended up becoming your lovely wife. And So you have so from 16 to now, you have a pretty good understanding of black love and black relationships. Brother Nuri, when you hear the words black and love together, what does that mean? What if somebody says that, what's kind is that vision to you?
Man, that is a very good question. And, of course, what a blessing it is to be able to break that rule. And me and my wife, we were together when we were 14 years old in junior high school.
Wow.
So, she remembered the actual date that we start calling each other girlfriends and boyfriends. And I guess that meant that she had some awareness in her mind, consciousness that we was going to make it. But we, my then girlfriend became my now wife. But I will say this: don't try that at home. Don't you try that, little young brother, little young sister. There's a website and an organization. I don't know the name of the organization, but their website is called abstinence.com. And it's a website and an organization that tries to promote young people keeping their discipline sexually and keeping their virtue, and wait until they get married before they start interacting with the opposite sex on a physical level. I thought that's a good site, but on it there's a study that they did where they found that almost 99% of all high school sweethearts never make it to being husbands and wives. So that's not, it happened. We was able to crack into that little 1%.
1%.
And I'm thankful for that, but it's not something you should try at home. Black, when most people see the term black, unconsciously we see it in a negative light. Mm-hmm. And that's because of the way that it's been used in language. If you look in the dictionary under the term black, there's 120 definitions. All of them are negative. But you look in the dictionary under the word white, there's 134 definitions, and almost all of them are positive: pure, clean, innocent, holy. But you go to black, as in, you and my brother, y'all were on the line. If y'all wouldn't have made it, y'all would have been blackballed. Look at that. Whenever you're having bad luck, you're behind the 8 ball, the black ball, the last ball to go in. The stock market crashed. It was called Black Monday. You're telling a little bitty lie, it's a little white lie, but you're telling a deliberate lie, it's a black lie. Think of so the math of black as a general statement has a negative connotation to it. The conscious community, a lot of times we use black, and it only is a description of skin color. But black is not just color. Black is also consciousness, and it's also a connection to the Creator. So when I think in terms of black, period, I think color, consciousness, and connection to Creator. Black love is that kind of love that grows out of the color of your spouse, the same as yours. Conscious, meaning you care about your people and the rise of your people, and you have a connection to the Creator in the sense that you are moral and you are trying to please God. That's my little take on what black love means to me whenever I hear the statement.
Awesome, brother Muhammad. That is a great way to put it, and that's a great way to start, because we're talking about black love and black relationships, and you gave a keynote at the All Black National Convention this year, and you broke down some statistics. One of those statistics was a long time ago that it would be 90% of black marriages, and in almost 100% of those 90% of black marriages would last. And those statistics, it went from 90% of black on black marriages to 40%. Just can you break down some of that, and what do you think are some of the causes to the lack of black marriages that take place now?
Well, of course it did help that it was against the law to marry white women
Yes,
as
that's
black
very
men.
true.
It
That's
did
very
help.
true.
It did help that we were being lynched from looking under a white woman's dress while it hung on a clothesline. But there was a 2015 McKinley Irving family law study where they went and looked at 1867, 2 years up from slavery, so-called Emancipation Proclamation. Whole nother show though, but just
Yeah, yeah.
for that, because emancipate doesn't mean free. That's why they didn't call it the freedom of slave. The word emancipate comes from the Latin word emancipere, which means to free from the hand, but not from the control. So once you got certain commands installed into the psyche of a people, you don't have to regulate their hands and their feet anymore, because every voluntary act of the human body must first start off as a thought. And then the thought is what encourages the body to engage in the appropriate muscular activity that matches the nature of itself. So once the mind is locked up, you don't have to worry about the hands and the feet, because the hands don't move if the mind don't tell it. The feet don't kick if the mind doesn't tell it, etc. But in 1867, they found that out of eligible adults, black adults that could be married, 90% of all black adults were married to a black man or a black woman, and they had a near 100% success ratio. 2015, there was only 40% of black adults that could be married actually being married, and they have a 75% divorce rate. So if you've got 40%, that's 4 out of 10. And if you got a 75% divorce rate on top of that 4, that means for every 3 couples or 4 couples you see, 3 of them are not going to make it. So only 1 out of 10 will survive to meet the word that they gave, till death do us part.
Wow.
So part of it, of course, was that, number one, we had to unite with each other in order to survive. And it was against the law for us to even look at a white woman. You could literally not just be incarcerated, you could be lynched for a crime called reckless eyeballing.
Wow.
And when you were charged with reckless eyeballing, the slave master's children would come and grab you and lynch you for looking at a white woman too long. So part of it, that fact that we were connected to with our own woman as the only option and our own man as the only option. And we were not, how can I say this? We were in Africa and we had become strong. We was there living and conquering the jungle for 50,000 years. And we inherited a certain amount of resilience that allowed us to be able to endure the suffering of slavery. Slavery imposed a whole nother level of treachery on us. And then the next generations, they were able to have that genetic resilience to be able to survive in the recent years up from slavery. But now it appears as though that resilience, that strength, that fortitude that we once had is now beginning to wear off, and we're not as strong as we used to be. So I don't know how to say it, but we punk out too much. We punk out too much on everything, including marriage itself. So we have that pattern now of giving in when struggle shows up. We have the most damnable disease that's killing black people is not high blood pressure, diabetes, or AIDS or cancer. It's excusitis. And unfortunately, Brother Jeff, is even integrated and transferred over into the category of black love. Then when we put our word out there, because we were still somewhat connected to the genetic memory of our God-centered African culture, where we said, my word is bond and bond is life. And I shall give my life before my word shall fail. So when we gave our word that I will be your husband and I will be your wife, through rich or poor, better or worse, in sickness and in health, till death do us part. Our word was bond. But now, with excuse-itis, with this high level of punking out on everything, with the loss of resilience, our word is not bond no more. Our word has become blonde. And blonde is weak, recessive. So we got to get back and return to our core system of values, where we knew that the family unit was really our power base. And when we knew it, we behaved like it, and we executed, invented, and built civilization. Now today, we don't see it like that, and we are the subject of being the number one consumers, but not producers. We are employees, but not employers. We work somewhere, but we own very little of anything. We have $1.3 trillion in income, but still only have 1% of the wealth of this country. That's fast accurate, brother Jeff. You didn't catch that. You didn't catch that.
I caught it. Trust me, I did. I definitely did. You're a lot more poetic with your words than I am, but I definitely caught it for sure. Once again, we're talking to student minister, Brother Nuri Muhammad. Be sure to hit the thumbs up button, like, share, subscribe, because we are talking about Black love and Black relationships. Now, Brother Nuri, you talked about love, not your word not being bond, but being blonde. And what that made me think of was something that you spoke about during your keynote about this thing that you called beckery. If you could, please explain to the audience what exactly is beckery and what do you think that's doing to our community?
Wow. Well, you know what? Anybody that remembers the song Lemonade by Beyonce, when she talked about Becky with the good hair, you know, it sounded like she was talking about a white girl sliding in and on her man. So beckery. I was making a joke, you know, I was joking but serious about how every so often they present to the ICD-9 book, which is a book of symptoms, to determine what a new condition is going to be that they're going to be able to diagnose and treat and prescribe, whatever. And I said, I wanted to introduce a new condition to the book since they're doing it. It's called beckery. What is beckery? Beckery is the mental and the psychological mental and psychological castration of a Black man as a direct result of a long-term relationship with a white woman.
Ooh.
And
now, Brother Nuri, you're not gonna make a lot of friends saying stuff like that, but continue.
but if we all you have to do is see, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said this. He said, out of all of our studies, history is best qualified to reward the researcher. Scripturally, look at the story of Samson and Delilah. Delilah was a Philistine and Samson was a Black man. He had locks, and they had tried to defeat this man all the years that he was winning as a warrior. They sent whole armies after him, couldn't break him, couldn't beat him. And so their last trick was to send a Philistine woman in to see if she can get close to him and break him. Philistine people are Caucasian. Next thing you know, you start hearing about Samson's locks being cut off and he had lost his strength. And ask any Black woman, can they spot a Black man that's with a white woman, even if the white woman's not present? And I guarantee you they'll tell you yes. You know why? Because as a general rule, they're a little softer, a little more punctified. They're not as masculine as they should be or would be if they was with that queen. So we were breaking it down, showing that, you know, whenever Napoleon was hired in the mid 1800s, he was hired by the King of England and other European rulers to go into Africa and destroy all of the images of Black excellence. So he was getting rid of any image of the disciples that were Black, Jesus Black, Mary Black, prophets that were Black, angels that were Black, and any signs of Black excellence. And one of the things that he did was when he found that great pyramid Giza in Egypt, which is 451 feet tall and 451 feet deep, covering 13 and a half acres of land made of 1 million stones of gold, granite, and marble, stacked mathematically precise, east to west, north to south, up in the air, down into the earth. And we built it without John Deere or Caterpillar. We didn't even have a bulldozer. It was the power of the mind. Telepathy did it. That's how powerful we were. So after he went into the pyramids, he noticed that the great images of what would be considered the gods, Osiris, Alafun, the great gods, Asa. Every time they seen Osiris, Isis was with him. Every time they seen Asa, Aset was with him. Every time they seen the great god male, Alafun, Illidah was right by our side. So when you go into the pyramid now, you can still see Alafun, you can still see Osah, you can still see Osiris, but next to them, somebody scraped away the image. And that image that they scraped away was them being with that black queen. Why? Napoleon knew that he could not allow a message to be sent down the line of time that not behind, but beside every strong black man has always been a strong black woman. So we want to try to, he was trying to start the disease of Beckery way back then. Here we are in 2021 and it's become full blown.
Once again, we're talking to Brother Nuri Muhammad. If you haven't noticed by now, the man's on fire, and we're just getting started. Now, Brother Nuri, I heard, there was a saying that I heard once. I first heard it from Brother Ben X, and it was from Minister Louis Farrakhan. He said, romance without finance is a nuisance. And I heard you say the same thing. And I was like, my mind was blown when I had first heard it. And then it was blown even more when I heard it the second time. For our audience, what does that mean? And why is that so important?
Yeah, well, that's one of them old sayings. I call it from the gospel of Big Mama. You know, we might have learned it from the minister, but it's an old saying that we had. And you know, when I say the gospel of Big Mama, people know what I'm talking about. It's some stuff that Big Mama said that's just as true of what Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John said. Birds of a feather
flock together.
That's not the Bible. That's Big Mama. You lie down with dogs, you're going to get up with fleas. A family that prays together
stays together.
Wise man learn from others' mistakes. Fools learn from their own. You know, a woman will either make you or break you. That's not Quran. That's Big Mama that said that. So it's some stuff Big Mama didn't put out, you know, and one of them was romance without finance is a nuisance. Why is it? Because the nature of a woman is to put demands on the nature of a man, and the nature of a man is to put demands on the nature of the woman. And when you unpack the variables of the scriptures of the Old Testament, New Testament, or the Holy Quran, no matter which one you look at, it says by nature, man is maintainer, protector, provider, and woman by nature is help meet, comfort, and consoler to her man. So anytime that you have romance and there's no finance, how can you maintain? How can you provide? And if you've got maintain, protect, and provide as the three universal codes that you find in the Old Testament, New Testament, and the Holy Quran as the nature and natural function of a man, then at best, all he can do is protect, but he's missing the two other primary ingredients if he doesn't have any finance, because without finance, you cannot provide. Without finance, you cannot maintain. So it becomes a nuisance because it is the nature of a woman to put a demand on the nature of her man, and she's going to want and desire, not because she is, you know, as they say, high maintenance or whatever, but it's the nature of a female. She wants to be made secure, and she becomes secure when that man is a maintainer, protector, and a provider. And without finance, without money, you're not going to be able to fulfill maintenance and provision. So it becomes a nuisance. That's where the nuisance becomes. It wasn't a saying that men came up with. This was a saying that came from women based upon life experience. I then got connected to a man. He don't have no money, no know-how, no will. He's non-productive. Therefore, he's a nuisance. And no woman wants to be with a full-grown boy. Every woman wants to be with a man. And when you put a diamond on the finger of a woman, she's excited, but the real thing she wants more than a diamond on her hand is to be holding hands with a man that has become a diamond among men. And you can't be a diamond among men unless you know how to hunt, unless you are a go-getter, unless you know how to go out and conquer matter, energy, space, and time, and bring back material reward to build a legacy for your family.
Wow, absolutely, absolutely, brother Hamid. That was the perfect definition to that very, very great saying by Big Mama. Now, brother Muhammad. Now I want to, but what about this? I want to pose to you this though. There are a lot of women who say that they are independent. Who say what do you say to those women? Like, I can make my own money. I may not need a man. I can do this. There's a lot of independent women out there. To that. And say like, hey, I don't always need a man to be my best. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, it is true. And it is a survival mechanism at this point. And I would be crazy to tell a woman, you know what? Don't even worry about it. Just wait around for you to meet a good man. As soon as you meet the good man, you can start having the things in life that you desire. But until then, just sit around and be poor, broke, hungry, naked, out of doors, with nothing, doing nothing, just waiting on a man. No, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said that the woman, the black woman in particular, should be free to do anything that her heart desires, and she can do anything in the way of righteousness without violating her nature that a man can do. So it's nothing wrong with you being like that and being productive. In Islam, whenever a man marries a woman, it is customary that the man brings a gift of something monetary, either cash or something that has a cash value, and gives that to his new wife as what they call a dowry. And in Islam, whenever you marry a woman, what's hers remains hers. You don't get none of it. But what's yours becomes hers too. So it's nothing wrong with you having that spirit. It's just whenever you are in that zone and it's out of a compensation for the non-productive man that you're with. And I think that you would be wise as a woman if you know that romance without finance is going to become a nuisance. If that man doesn't have the skill set to go out and maintain, protect, and provide, then he's not worthy of becoming your husband yet until he gets to that status. If not, you're going to be married to a man, but you're going to be treating him in your mind, you will lose respect for him. And it's gonna really upset the balance of the home, because the language of a man is honor. And the language of a woman is security. She wants to feel secure emotionally, mentally, physically, and financially. She wants to feel secure. But the nature of a man is honor. And when that man is a non-productive man, he won't receive honor from his mate. And at a certain point, it's going to serve as a means of weakening the man even more. And he's not going to be loyal to you. He's going to be gone. So no, sisters, I understand. It is an unfortunate circumstance, and it's not by accident, it's by design.
Mm.
I encourage all of the viewers to Google the Willie Lynch letter and Google the Let Us Make a Slave document that comes from that letter of Willie Lynch, and look at the particular chapter or section on the breaking of the nigger female.
Mm.
And when you look at what he says, in paraphrasing, that make her to be independent of her man. By doing so, you will put her into, listen to this, he said, a frozen psychological state.
Wow.
Where she will begin to train her offspring to be as you would make them if you were their parent. Talking about slave masters.
Mm-hmm.
So check it out. They know that that's not the nature of things. The woman is not born and created by God to handle an undue amount of stress. And the minute that you become so independent that you have to become maintainer, protector, provider, and comfort, and consoler, and homemaker, and mother, when you have to do all of that, you are putting yourself under too much stress and pressure. You're weighing other than your own self psychologically. It's only a matter of time before it destroys you health-wise and emotionally. So it's not a good system, but I understand it for survival. Be as you have to be, but encourage that man to be as he should be. And when he gets to that point where he is that hunter and that go-getter, and he is able to do for you and your family, then let that stress go and let him carry that burden. Smile and live a stress-free existence, because you got a good man that knows how to take care of you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Once again, we're talking to Brother Nuri Muhammad. And now, Brother Muhammad, you have a series of books. Now, one of those books is titled Before I Say I Do. What are some of the things that you suggest to flourishing couples that are dating that you would advise, and some of the things they should think about or maybe even consider before they say I do?
Well, that's a very good question. And this book is Before You Say I Do. This book is really designed to assist really a black man and a black woman on proper mate selection. If you notice, rich white people always marry rich white people.
It's very true.
And the reason that you see families marrying similar families among the Asians, the Jews, and Caucasians is because they are trying to keep a certain breed or a certain species of their people alive. So they are very selective. It's the same as it is with the dogs, the horses. You don't mate different breeds of dogs with one another. You don't mate different kinds of horses. You have a horse that is for carrying a wagon or one that's a race stallion. You marry stallions. You put stallions with stallions. So mate selection, is so important. In fact, I'm gonna step out of here and say this, Brother Jeff. Outside of belief in God, choosing the right mate is the most important decision you'll ever make in your life.
Wow.
Because when you choose a mate, either that mate will inspire you to grow into your greatness, or they'll confine you to complacency. They'll either be your other half, or they'll make you half of yourself. The minister said this one time. He said, a good mate brings out the best in you and makes you more youthful. And a bad mate brings out the worst in you and causes you to age prematurely. So choosing a mate is the most important decision other than belief in God you ever going to make. Why? That's why. So phase one, remember, brothers and sisters, what is marriage called? It's called holy matrimony. It's called a sacred union, or in some writings, they call marriage a covenant connection. Covenant connection, sacred union, and holy matrimony. These are all spiritual terms.
Mm-hmm.
So when you are going to choose a mate, you should be looking more at spiritual and mental characteristics than you are looking at physical characteristics. And one of the things that we learned is that, see, before we were kidnapped and Caucasianized and Westernized, there was no such thing as dating among black people.
I didn't know that.
We courted. We courted one another. Even, have you ever seen The Godfather?
I have.
You do know, we don't have time to go into it, but the Spanish or the Italians,
Italians. Mm-hmm.
the Italians adopted many of the customs of the Moors, which were African Muslims that conquered Spain and went into Italy. So a lot of their habits that you see among the Italians are very similar to Muslims. We greet each other cheek to cheek. They greet each other cheek to cheek. They have brotherhood. They don't discuss certain things at the dinner table. It's about family. But you remember in The Godfather that when Michael was in Sicily and he was interested in a female, they went out walking with each other. But when the camera panned up, behind them, 100 feet away, was that little girl's whole family was out there. It was about 15 deep. They learned that from our African customs. We did not believe that we should ever engage in physical contact with one another until we were married, and that any time that we were even alone with the opposite sex, we would have a chaperone with us to make sure that we didn't get too excited, too physically attracted to one another, and then end up engaging in premarital sex. Sex, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan said, has a blinding quality to it. It floods the brain with so many chemicals, the serotonin, the endorphins, the adrenaline, and the dopamine that the brain is flooded with being sexually active is so strong that it begins to really corrupt the prefrontal cortex, which is the place in the brain that deals with judgment. So once the judgment centers of the brain have become, for the lack of a better word, distracted and distorted, now you can't even see the negative spiritual or psychological, mental, or personality traits anymore because you're too infatuated with the physical. So we, in picking that mate, say don't date, court. Dating is just two people involved with each other and whatever happens, happens. But courting is when two people are only communicating with each other because in their mind they have at some point finding someone that they're going to marry, and they're not going to be physical till that point. I know this sounds rough and strict.
It's real rough and strict.
You think about. I think you think about people talking about how hard it was to have Steve Harvey put out something called a 90-day rule. Oh Lord, how we? No, but if you really want to be serious and you want to have what you're looking for, which is that happily ever after, you got to do it right. You can't take the wrong road and expect to end up in the right place. That's the way it goes. So that became an issue. And what happened, Brother Jeff, is that talking to people all over the country, we were being invited to speak by all different kinds of people at different sets. But almost always the freedom fighters, the revolutionaries, the activists that brought us in, they always had domestic or relationship problems. And I said, man, do you know your home is supposed to be your spiritual recharge center? It's supposed to be the place that you unplug from this wicked white supremacist world, and you can come home, let your guard down, and come to an environment where you can plug into a pure source of love and extract peace and power from your home. But man, if a man or a woman is out fighting for their people, fighting to make a living, and then they come home and they got to fight again, how are they ever going to have the energy on either side to perform well for freeing the people, well for building the business, or well for each other as husbands, fathers, and mothers and fathers? So I kind of really was tired of having these little sidebar meetings all the time. So I said, let me see if I can come up with something that can help stop this a little bit and help it. And I did Before You Say I Do. And then we kept going. And then everybody said, well, I'm already married. I still want to talk to you. I was like, I got to do another After You Say I Do. So now I got both before and after you say I do. And I just say, look, take 2 of these and call me in the morning.
Like an aspirin.
Like old doctors used to say when they going door to door with them little leather bags. I say, take 2 of these. So far, we haven't had anybody really call back because they've been pretty good guides in helping mate selection, and then really helping to practice what I call courtship after marriage, which is also a system that keeps things going and alive. That's in the After You Say I Do book.
That's awesome. You can find both of Dr. Nuri, of Brother Nuri, not Doctor, Brother Nuri Muhammad's books. You sound like a doctor. That's why I was like, man, you're prescribing the right medicine right there at NuriMuhammad.com. That right there at NuriMuhammad.com. Now, Brother Nuri, I don't want to keep you all night, but I do have just a few more questions. I do want to ask you. I want to backtrack a bit. You spoke about. Well, I wanted to ask you about interracial relationships. We're talking about black love. We're talking about black marriages. We're talking about black, being together, black relationships. But there is an influx of interracial relationships that take place particularly for the black man. Let's call the brothers out, because it's really happening. Sisters happen, but it's really the brothers. What do you think? Is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? I'm more of an advocate of, I feel like black men should devote themselves to black women, but I don't judge the guys that do otherwise. But what are kind of your thoughts on the interracial relationship thing?
Well, we don't believe in it. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad was taught by God that, and common sense tells us, anytime that you are with someone that you call your spouse, you call them your mate. Mm-hmm. Well, go in your closet and pick up a red Reebok. Go in your closet and pick up a pair of white Air Force Ones. Go in your closet and pick up some Concord 11s. If you have one Concord 11 in your hand and you go to the closet, or somebody goes to the closet and comes back out with a red Air Force One, say, here you go. You say, no, this ain't the mate that goes to this shoe. Why? Because it doesn't look like. It has to be the counterpart of. It has to be the match to. It has to be the mate of. So that should be a criterion in mate selection. The Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan did say this, though. He said, love can transcend color. He said, however, the problem with us is that we did not choose a white woman instead of a black woman out of love. We chose it out of a sickness where we feel closer to our slave master, therefore we feel successful. We actually believe, and you look back, and as we gave the example of in the beginning, why was it easier for us to stay married to a black woman, or a black woman to a black man? And it's because they wouldn't allow us to even look at a white woman's dress while it hung on a clothesline, let alone be, looking at a white woman or being in a relationship. You can get lynched for reckless eyeballing. Well, look at what happened to us. Do you know that Black Wall Street in Tulsa, Oklahoma, in the early 1900s was not the only place in America where there was independent black economics operating? There was Rosewood. There was other places. Mm-hmm. The reason we had our own dry cleaners, banks, grocery stores, bus lines, hotels, restaurants, is because white people would not let us in theirs. So because they would not let us in theirs, because of segregation, We were forced to build for our own, and we didn't just survive, we thrived doing for self. But the minute that Negroes start going into the sitting at the bar stools and getting spit in their food, rate water hose and beat, I want to sit on the toilet next to white people. I want to get drunk next to white people. I want to sleep in a little nasty hotel room next to some nasty white people. The minute that they said, all right, you niggers can now start eating with us, coming to our movie theaters. You can start going to our cleaners, our grocery stores, and sleep in our hotels and ride on our buses. Guess what happened? Our hotels busted. All the black businesses went away. So integration with white people meant disintegration of black power in the sense of economics. Turn that into this whenever you have black men running with another woman. Integration ends up becoming disintegration of the power base of black people, which is the black family. So it is not that love can't transcend color, but what made you like them enough to choose them over someone that looks like you and came from the same life experience? I said, and even if you don't want to get into the Quran or the Bible in the story of Samson and Delilah, your mama's a black woman. How are you going to watch her suffer and struggle all those years trying to do for you, and then you want to pick somebody that looks opposite of her? Brother Jeff, the black woman has been the most loyal woman to her man more than any other woman of any other nationality, race, or group of people on the face of this earth. She deserves to be maintained, protected, and provided for. We owe her a debt to look out for her and make sure we take care of her like she's been taking care of us all of these years. So that system of doing it, and I'm saying that if you have already made a commitment to someone, I'm not telling anyone, and we don't promote that from the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. If you made marriage vows, we're not going to tell you just go get a divorce. No, if you've already committed, then you should honor your vows. But I will say that in order for you to reach your full potential as a black man, you're going to need that precious black woman with you to help bring out the best in you where you can reach your full potential.
Wow. Once again, this is why we had Brother Nuri Muhammad on. He drops the gems. He gives the facts. This is what we love to hear. Be sure to hit the thumbs up button and share this video. This needs to be seen by as many people as possible because we love what the student minister, Brother Nuri Muhammad, is saying right now. You're giving a sermon. I feel like I'm in church right now. So I see what the good folks in Indianapolis, what mosque number 74, correct?
Yes,
Mosque number 74. I see what they get each and every week, each and every day, because this is amazing. Now, Brother Nuri, I'm going to get you out on this. I want to say, now, during your keynote, you spoke about how black men and black women want to be loved differently. I'm not going to tell you to give that whole 45-minute speech. If you want to go see that, we have that at allblackdigital.com. That's allblackdigital.com. But what, just if you can, just summarize that just a bit about how black men and black women love to be loved or respected or loved in different ways. Just kind of, if you can, just I know it's gonna be hard, but just kind of summarize that in a bit. We don't have to get the whole acronym, but just a little how they like to be loved and respected in different ways.
Thank you, Jeff. Well, I learned this from the minister once. There is gender specific commands from God on how a black man can get the best out of his woman and how the woman can get the best out of her man. And even though we are two twin halves of a single essence, as the Quran says, we are different in the way that we receive and the way we are communicated with when it comes to love. You have some people that wrote a book, they call it the 4 love languages. I don't know how accurate that is, but I know that in Ephesians 5:33, there's a verse that says this, and men should love their wives as they love themselves, and women should respect their husbands. I said, wait a minute. Why did it say love when man to woman, but respect from woman to man? As you heard me say earlier, the language of a man is honor. So we, in that message called How to Love a Black Woman and How to Love a Black Man, we went through what it means to love and what it means to respect. So in the context of love, they did a study in 2012 on the Today Show where they interviewed women all over the world to find out what is it that they were looking for in a man. Different groups of people, different nationalities all over the earth. And they kind of consolidated it into 4 basic ingredients that all women were looking for in their men. And 1 was loyalty. 2 was to love. 3 was to labor, meaning they wanted a hardworking man.
Mm-hmm.
4 was to listen. So loyal, and you know that as a general rule, women are one man, one women, but men have not been one woman men. Mm-hmm. So they were looking for somebody that, as Kendrick Lamar and Rihanna said, had some loyalty. And then they wanted someone that would love them, labor for them, and listen to them. And the 5th thing that they said was laughter, had a sense of humor, made them laugh. And we added to it. You can't just be no good man to a woman if you know how to listen, make her laugh, you labor, and you know how to love, and you loyal. The minister said this. He said, an ignorant man will never be a good husband to a woman. So you also have to be a learned man. You got to be learned. You got to be smart. Mm-hmm. So that kind of a breakdown is what makes love from a man to a woman bring out the best in her. Mm-hmm. And then respect. We took respect and broke it down into an acronym. And the acronym is when every letter in a word represents another word, like CIA, the Cocaine Import Agency, and FBI, find a black man to incarcerate, media most effective devil in America. You understand what I'm saying? Respect. So the R, we're not going to break it all down, but R stands for respect itself. Show honor to your man. Respect him. Show him that you have a sense of dignity in looking up to and you admire him. E stands for esteem. And esteem is a little different than worth. When someone has self-worth, that means what they think about themselves based off of what God said about them and what they see in the mirror. But self-esteem is what you think about yourself based off of how other people see you. So if you're going to esteem a man, you have to show him honor and respect in front of people that he honors and respect. And then the S, we broke it down as it stood for his sight. Stay beautiful. Smile at that man. Let him know that you're happy. If hopefully you are happy, because if you're not happy, I'm gonna say this to the brothers: the goodness and the greatness of a man is heavily determined by the size of the smile of the woman that's with him's face. If you want to know how good you're doing and how great you are as a man, look at the size of the smile of your woman. If she ain't smiling that much, you ain't doing too good. Then of course, sensual touch. Men are more physical than women. So you have to be, as a woman, you have to know that he's more physical and give him more sensual touch. And then the P stands for, I believe we broke it down to represent power, or show him that he's powerful, or that you are proud of him. Honor him, compliment him. And then of course the other E is eating. What food do you feed him? You don't want to just be as a wife. You don't want to just be a cook. You don't even want to just be a chef. You want to be a food scientist that knows how to study what his purpose for living is and what kind of energy output is required for him to perform successfully at what he does to make a living for you or your family. And then you figure out the balance of carbohydrates, protein, and amino acid, what fruits and vegetables go well together that give him the strength and keep his health up so that he can eat good at 6 o'clock on Wednesday and wake up early on Thursday, ready to go conquer the world for you. So eat. And then the last is C, show compassion to that man. Men are more sensitive than they act to be. Be kind, be compassionate to him, speak to him in a kind way and show him that you care. And last, the T, train your children to love their father. Train your children to know that what the father is out there doing. Because, as a general rule, Brother Jeff, children don't spell love, Love. Children spell love, Time. So what they deem as love is spending time with them. But when a black man in this world is trying to survive, normally we got to work so hard that we don't have a lot of that Time. But if you've got a wife that will train the children to love their father and let them know daddy's not here, but he's out there putting in work to make sure that you have that coat, that you have those shoes on your feet, that we have something to sit down on, that we have a warm home and we have food in the refrigerator. That's his love for you. So when he comes home, soon as you hear them keys jingle, that door open, you run to that door and you jump on your father, tell him how much you love him and that you missed him. So that's kind of a simple little formula to love her and her respect him. And if we follow that little simple template 7 days a week, 365 days in a year, we would be back at 90% of all adults married again with a near 100% success ratio, staying together. Good black man with a good black woman, building a future for our people.
Absolutely, absolutely. Those who are listening, please give Brother Nuri Muhammad a digital round of applause. Brother Nuri Muhammad, you were a blessing to all of us tonight. We appreciate you coming through. You can connect with Brother Nuri Muhammad. They got him banned on some social media, some shadow banning going on, which is super garbage, but you can understand why. You can understand why, because if we had 1 million or 10 million or 100 million Brother Nuri Muhammad's in this world, our community would be a better place. You can connect with Brother Nuri Muhammad right here at NuriMuhammad.com. That is NuriMuhammad.com. Thank you all for tuning in. Brother Nuri, I want to say on camera, thank you so much. This was an honor to share this space with you tonight. I appreciate it so much.
Man, thank you, Brother Jeff. And I look forward to coming back and being with you again. And I just challenge you to field the questions that come from the audience. And then in a few weeks, come back.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Take questions that came from the people as a result of what they might have heard today. And no questions, off limits. And let's have that raw conversation so we can get our power base back.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. For those who want to, you can send your questions to Brother Nuri right here at his website or to me right here on Instagram. That is at JLightsy7. That is at JLightsy7 on Instagram and Twitter. I appreciate you once again, Brother Nuri. Thank you all for tuning in tonight, and we will see you next time. God bless. Peace.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I hope you're doing well. Welcome to Money in the Morning, our millionaire training camp. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. I hope you guys are having a great day. I know I'm having a great day, and I thought that I would come in and talk to you guys today about just anything you wanted to talk about, actually. I'll let you kind of guide the conversation, and I'll let you kind of ask me anything if you want to. All right. So one of the things I was thinking about today is your financial mindset and really how the anchoring of your financial mindset can shape your economic outcomes, right? Like a lot of people think that those who are economically successful, hey Vincent from the Philippines, a lot of us think that people who are economically successful that they got lucky or that somehow things just worked in their favor, or that someone gave them a bunch of money and just put them on top of the pile, or maybe it just happened because they're white or whatever, right? And I personally think that sometimes what we underestimate is how our expectations play a part in our economic outcomes. I think expectations are everything because expectations creates what is referred to in finance as an anchoring bias. And the anchoring bias, all that really is what you compare your outcome to. Like what comparison point do you make for deciding if you succeeded or if you failed? So if you're a runner and you expect to be able to run 6 minute miles and you run an 8 minute mile, you're going to think you ran slow. But if you expected to run a 10-minute mile, then you're going to think that you had a great run. You're going to be super excited about it. And so this leads me to think about, like in public school, I wonder what expectations are we putting on the children? Are we expecting, do we expect black children and American children to outpace and outperform the rest of the world? Or do we expect them to kind of lag along and just say, well, at least Tyrone can read, and at least he graduated, and at least he's not in jail, at least he takes care of his kids, just sort of setting that low level expectation. And I think low expectations is kind of a curse. I really do. I think that when you set expectations low, you put a limit, a very natural psychological limit on the potential of the person to whom you've set the expectation. So I believe that high expectations is a great step toward achieving whatever goal you want, becoming what you want, economically or otherwise, and just being the best that you can absolutely be. So I think that we should commit to high expectations. I think high expectations is also connected to high self-esteem. If you have high self-esteem and you feel good about yourself, then you're going to have high expectations of yourself. You're going to expect black excellence to just come out of the bag every single time. You're not going to really be comfortable with mediocrity. That's just my 2 cents. All right, so as we start Money in the Morning, one thing I want to do is remind you, make sure you get on the text list. The text list, if you're not on it, text the word morning to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. And also just a reminder, a lot of you know about Dr. Claude Anderson's book, Powernomics, and a lot of you have a copy. And I wanted you all to just know that we also have copies of his other book, the other book that really changed my life. It was the first Dr. Anderson book I ever read, and it's called Black Labor, White Wealth. I don't know if anybody has that book or not, but Black Labor, White Wealth is just amazing because it's a book that really breaks down just how they got all of our money, and he gives very specific information, like like this is the average cost of a slave in 1802, and just stuff like that, stuff that these receipts that we don't really get from public schools. Like public school systems don't give you receipts on truly what happened to you. It doesn't matter to me if liberals or conservatives are running those schools. There's not an effort to really truly educate black children on the things that black children need to know to really understand the world and to be successful. I'd rather have our people educating our kids on the things that our kids need to know. I don't trust other people to do it. I just don't. And so anyway, if you want to get a copy of the book, you can go to drboycebooks.com, and I'll put the link if you guys want it, and I'll text it out to you guys if you want. But it's a great book. It's called Black Labor, White Wealth, and it solidifies the reparations debate. Like there is no question mark when it comes to reparations. Like reparations, there's the link right there. Reparations is just one of those things where it's like, come on, man. There is no, it's a no-brainer. There is no like dispute. There is no like, oh, we need to go do research on it. When they say they want to do research on reparations, all that really is it's a stall tactic. It's a tactic to basically find some reason to spend another 12 years or 20 years talking about it instead of actually doing something about it. So, and I think with reparations, I think the big question at this point is, can you demand it? Like, can you really fight for it? And are you willing to fight for it? Because when you fight for something, you kind of lose friends. Like fighting is hard. Fighting is uncomfortable. Fighting will cause people. It'll help you clearly and quickly know who your friends are and who your enemies are, because your real friends are the ones who will get uncomfortable with you, the ones who will go into those awkward moments with you. Your fake friends are the ones who are going to back away when they think you're losing or when they think that it's not convenient for them anymore. I've learned this because I've had my share of fights in life, and And I always took notes on who really stood up and stood by, and then versus who kind of backed off and said, okay, I'll come back when the coast is clear because I want the benefits of being near Boyce, but I don't want the smoke, right? Because I have no I do not shy away from the fact that I've been controversial for a long time because I think black excellence is controversial. I think black wealth is controversial. I think black accountability is controversial. I think that the building of black families is controversial. I think that we have a right to be angry black men and angry black women because there's a lot of bad stuff that happened to you. There's a lot for you to be angry about. But instead of just being angry, I think after you get angry, you should go do something about it. And that means you set that standard. You anchor yourself in something that's going to give you something that's going to get you to the next level. When you talk about your economics, when you're talking about your family, when you're talking about yourself, your expectations for yourself, education has to be a tip-top priority for everyone who matters in our community, everyone who wants to matter, everyone who believes in themselves. Not just education, but also wealth. So many problems that our young people under the age of 35 are experiencing financially are happening because their parents financially traumatized them by accident. They didn't know that they were doing it, but they did. They didn't know. No one invested for them. No one prepared them. No one gave them any. You didn't give them a running start, a head start, no kind of start. And then you get mad. Then they get sit back and you get mad when you see Donald Trump taking care of his son Barron, making sure Barron is set. Right? He got Barron already running a multi-million-dollar company, and he's already got Barron in NYU. He's already got Barron introduced to the world. He's saying, son, here's what I got. Take this. Like, I want you to take this, and I want all his kids are millionaires, and people get mad. Oh, and oh, that's not right. Those people, what they doing, they just, that ain't fair. Well, why aren't you doing for your kids? I'm not saying you can make them millionaires, but you can do something for them. You can position them somehow economically. And I think we position our kids well in terms of love. Like I think we feed them and we take care of them and we love them and and do the best we can. But I really think that there's an intentionality to thinking about the economic side, like asking yourself, I got a 14-year-old when she's 29 years old, where's she going to be economically and what role do I play in shaping that? Or do I just say, well, I got it out the mud, so you're going to get it out the mud too? How many of y'all seen people like that? Like that's the mindset that so many of us are raised with. A lot of us are raised with that. And it seems like the right mindset at the time. Like, well, I went through hell to get mine. I need you to go through hell too because ain't nobody gonna give you nothing, right? And I kind of think that that's a false approach. I think you give them the work ethic for sure. You teach them how to work for things, but then you give them like that leg up, right? Because I can tell you, I didn't nobody really give me nothing. The whole 4 years I was in college, my parents sent me two checks for $25. That's literally all the money I ever got from them. And here's the thing, though, I was very hardworking. I was very determined. And when I was in grad school, it would have been nice if somebody sent me a couple $1,000s and said, "Here, I'm gonna pay all your bills," or here's money to pay all your bills. You keep doing what you're doing. You just focus on studying. And I'd have been like, "Thank you so much," because I was stressed out about the rent, and I was gonna go get a job at Wendy's to pay the rent, which would have taken away from my studies and taken away from and distracted me from the bigger picture of my life. Or if somebody had just said, you look, you're young, you're not thinking about owning stock, but I'm buying some shares of Apple for you so that when you finally wake up and realize you need to own stock, it will have been growing in the background. And we've talked about this. I've mentioned to you all that literally if you bought your kid $1,800 worth of Apple stock in 1997, you would have $4 million right now. And I was talking to our son about that. I'm his bonus dad, and he's 6'9". Quincy, that's his name. And Quincy and I were talking for a really long time, and I love it. He came in and just started peppering me with all these questions about the stock market, about artificial intelligence, quantum computing, Elon Musk, no, just all kinds of stuff. And I was like, wow, this is great. I love this. And kids are more interesting when they get to the college age. In case you want, high school kids are weird. They don't make sense. They focus on all the crazy stuff. When they get to college and they hang around college professors, that's probably my sweet spot because I'm a college professor. So I just love talking to like kids at like college age. So he's asking me all these questions. And one thing I told him was I said, look, the thing is that when I was your age, the big thing was the internet. The big new thing was the internet. The internet for us was what artificial intelligence is for you. And I said, here's the thing. If I had been wise enough, I would have known. I could have done something easily, like bought that Apple stock, and I was like, yeah, if you bought $1,800 with Apple stock in 1997, it will be worth $4 million today. And he's like, well, how do you know? How do you know what's going to be the next big thing? I said, well, the thing about buying Apple stock is that in 1997, it's not something that where Apple just kind of would sneak up on you. In the 1990s, everyone knew about Apple. Everyone knew Apple was a dominant company. Everyone knew Apple was kicking butt and taking names. It wasn't like Google. Google snuck up on you. Maybe Meta and Facebook snuck up on you, right? You didn't know that these companies were going to be behemoths. Maybe Nvidia snuck up on you. I said Apple didn't sneak up on you. I said my best friend, my homeboy, he was a Jewish kid named Toby. Is my buddy going all the way back to high school. He used to get a MacBook Pro every time. He was really into graphics and art and design, and he would get a new MacBook Pro every time they came out. He loved Apple products. Now, this is before the iPad, before the iPhone, before the anything, iMac, all that stuff. It was called a MacBook or whatever, or the Apple Mac, or I don't know what the hell, something like with the word Mac in it. And everyone knew about Apple. So it's not like you didn't know Apple was like a big company. It already was. It was just you just didn't know it was going to be bigger. It's not like you didn't know that Nike wasn't a big deal in the 90s. But if you bought a little bit of Nike stock consistently, that would have also made you a millionaire. So what I told him is I said, there's probably 1,000 different ways for you to be a millionaire in the next 20 years that are sitting right in front of you right now. And I said that the key idea is you got to act on something. You got to make those moves. I said, if I could go back in time, what I would have done is I would have just took my extra money and just bought a little bit of stock in any great company that I saw. Just because I wouldn't know which one was going to be the great one. I wouldn't know which one was going to blow up, which one was going to make me a millionaire. But something is, I know for a fact. I said, I know for a fact that there's some company sitting there right in front of you saying, "Hey, invest in me. Hey, can I get you break a brother off a couple of dollars?" There's some company sitting there that's like, "Hey, I'm the next big thing." And you're looking away, looking around it, spending your money at TGI Fridays and all this other stuff. And then when this company blows up and becomes the next Nvidia or whatever, the next $3 trillion behemoth, you'll say, "Damn, I missed it. I missed it. Dang, I missed it." But did you really miss it? Did you really miss it? And did you at least maximize the probability that you aren't going to miss it? Did you at least maximize the probability that you might have had a chance to catch the wave? Because here's the thing. Um, if you're not even conscious of investing at all, if you're not even thinking about it, then you're gonna miss everything. Right? You ain't gonna catch nothing. Like if something's happening over in Chinatown and I'm spending no time in Chinatown, there's nothing that will happen in Chinatown that I'll catch. There's no probability. The probability is zero that I'm going to catch any trends happening in Chinatown. So if I really believe the next big thing is going to happen in Chinatown, then I can at least give myself a chance by putting myself in the game by saying, I'm going to spend a couple hours around there just looking around, just in case I see something that's going to be the next big thing. Do you understand what I mean? Right? Or when they're looking for the next big rapper, they'll just go hang out in the hood and just go to the studio and talk to different artists and say, well, who do you like? Who's good? Who's the next DMX? Whatever, right? And so ultimately, what I would say is that it's similar, right? I think an investing culture is something that any family can incorporate. It's something that deeply connects to mindset. It's something that makes a massive difference. If you have an investing culture in your household, then you're going to take your extra money, you're going to invest it. Because I told him, I said, look, he said, well, what if I pick a stock and it doesn't go up? What if it goes down and I lose money and blah blah blah? And I said, well, if you spend your money, you know you're gonna lose your money. I said, what else you gonna do with your money? You gonna go to the mall, buy some more clothes? Like that ain't gonna give you a good return on investment. Like, so what else can you, if you don't invest or at least save, what else are you going to do with your money? You're going to give it away. You're going to give it away. So I said, so you might as well invest. Investing should be the first thing you think about. That should be the main thing you do with any extra money that you have. And then if you feel like wasting something, you can. Or maybe if you've already invested as much as you want, then you can go and waste money. But just understand that if I invest in a stock, if I put $3,000 in a stock and the stock value goes down over the next 5 years to 2,500, at least in 5 years, I'll have 2,500 to show for it. I will still have $2,500 left, even if everything goes horribly. If I spend $3,000, I will have nothing to show for it. Nothing. Not one damn nickel. Nothing. And I want you to think about how many times you have spent hundreds, if not thousands of dollars in 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015, and have nothing to show for it in 2025. I want you to, in fact, I bet you would have a hard time. Most people do this. I'm not making fun of anybody who's in this category because we're all in this category. I bet that most of us in this room can't think of one damn thing we spent money on in 2012 that we have where we still have something to show for it now. In 2012, a lot of y'all worked 40 hours a week, busted your butt, ran through tens of thousands of dollars, had some good experiences, I'm sure, but literally like nothing built on anything else. Every year it was like a reset. You had to start over again with nothing. You go to work, you get money, spend it, and then go back to work so you can get more money so you can spend it all again. And unfortunately, that's not really a healthy way to kind of manage to deal with your finances, because what it does is it requires you to have this ongoing relationship with the economic system, with the employment system, with your job, where you got to keep going back for renewal, you got to keep going back for replenishment. And if they don't replenish, if they just decide, look, we don't want to re-up this time, that means you're done, you're fired, we don't want you anymore, then you can be in a really difficult financial situation because you don't have anything else. You end up like, the poor city of LA. I don't know if this is true or not. Oh my God, this just bothered me. Somebody sent me a video where literally 6 months before all those fires in LA happened, where I could have, I in this video, I don't get too political, but they literally said that they dumped like 100 billion gallons of water into the ocean or something like that. Like they just dumped it in the ocean. And I was, and literally, I know this happened because a bunch of water experts wrote a letter to the governor saying, please don't do this because we need water. Right? They literally did. Look it up. Look it up. I think look it up. Did California dump billions of gallons of water into the They did this just like 6 months before the fires, and then the fires happened, and the money's like the water's all gone. I don't understand it, and that's what it makes me think about. That's what it makes me think about. We run into these situations in our lives that become kind of like these financial fires. That's what it is. And when those financial fires happen, you need money, which is actually called liquidity. You need you need to be liquid to put out the fire. And what happens is many of us, we are trained to dump all of our water in the ocean. We dump our liquidity. We get extra cash. We got to blow through it. We got to spend it. We go to the mall. And then when there's a fire, your water hose has droplets coming out of it and everything is burning down. When you get a fire, like your car breaks down, that's a fire. Your kid needs money for college tuition, that's a fire. Something happens where you suddenly need a bunch of cash because you lose your job, that's a fire. And the liquidity, it's supposed to come in and put the fire out for you so that you can be financially safe, but you pull out the water hose and two drops come out because all the liquidity, because you dumped 100 billion gallons of water into the ocean, right? And then you're looking back and saying, oh my God, I had so much money and I wasted so much money. And this is a common thing. This doesn't just happen at the individual level. Um, this actually happens at the federal level. The federal government, when Bill Clinton was in office, he created this surplus in the budget, right, where basically you have extra money and the amount that you spend is far less than what you actually brought in tax revenue, and so he passed the surplus on to Bush. So Bush, because the Republicans, they tend to favor wealthy people and business owners and all that. They don't like taxes at all. So they basically put in these big tax cuts, and they just cut, taxes in a lot of areas because they're like, oh, we got this surplus, we got this extra liquidity, so let's just dump our water in the ocean. Let's just let it go. We're not going to tax anybody. Well, right after that happened, there was a big financial fire called 9/11. And in this financial fire called 9/11, suddenly it's like, oh, we're going to find out who did this, and we're going to go declare war on Iraq and Afghanistan at the same time. So you're talking about trillions of dollars in spending that would last over many, 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 many years. On top of that, another major financial fire that happened was the 2007 2008 mortgage crisis that caused a massive drop in the financial markets, and that also was very expensive. First thing President Obama did when he came into office was he I think he ordered something like he asked Congress to give him like $700 billion to and ironically they gave it to the banks. I didn't understand that. I thought they should give it to people so they can pay their mortgages, but that's America. This is capitalism. This is what happens, right? So basically, you had deficits. They got bigger and bigger and bigger. And then years after that, another decade after that, you had the pandemic. That was another financial fire that we were unprepared to put out. And so now the deficit has spiraled out of control because we didn't have the understanding of financial consciousness or financial balance, right? Consciousness, what I talked to you guys about, means kind of understanding that this too shall pass. If it's something good, this too shall pass. If it's something bad, this too shall pass. If you're doing well, this too shall pass. If you're doing poorly, this too shall pass. When you understand that, when you have consciousness and you can see 4 or 5 dimensions and you know what could be down the road and you're not sure and you want to be ready and you have an assessment of risk, which is like a type of quantum mechanics in a way where you can live in multiple realities at one time. That's what superposition is in quantum mechanics. You have that ability, that consciousness to see like, okay, what's my life look like if I lose my job? What does my life look like if I get a better job? What does my life look like if I take a different job? What does my life look like if I quit my job and start a business? What does my life look like if I quit my job and start a business and it succeeds? What does my life look like if I quit my job and I start a business and it fails? What does my life look like if one of us gets sick? What does my life look like if my kids are going to college and the tuition's too high and I have to pay that and I can't get financial aid, right? You can visualize all this and you can prepare for all this, right? That preparation is the key to your success. I say this to my kids every day. I'm saying this to you as well, not because you're my kids, but because it's something that I think really is true in general when you're talking about being financially strong. People that are financially strong tend to also be financially prepared. I think Warren Buffett is probably the best prototype of that. He's extremely conservative. He's extremely careful. He pays very close attention to risk. He does not take unnecessary risks. You'll never see, even when he was young, you wouldn't see Warren Buffett in the club throwing up $100 bills and putting them in stripper thongs to impress his friends. He was the guy that would take his extra cash and invest it and invest it and invest it. That is cultural. That is psychological. None of that got to do with how much money somebody has. What you got to understand is the difference between people that are rich because they started rich versus people that are rich because they started acting rich. When you're acting rich, you preserve your resources, you protect your money. When you pick a partner in life, like you get married, you pick a partner that's going to preserve your resources. That's one of the things I love about my wife. My wife is a person that knows that I can buy her a lot of things, but she doesn't ask for a lot of things because she says, why would we go waste our money on a lot of things? We may need that money later on. That's a mindset. Look for people that have the right mindset. That is what will get you ahead. Okay. All right. So anyway, speaking on that, what I'm gonna do is we're gonna head out. I'd like to try to keep our morning class to 30 minutes a day, just because I 30 to 45 is kind of the number. Because believe me, you'd be amazed how many meetings I have and crap going on. But later on this afternoon, we're doing Stock Market Tuesday, so at Tuesday at noon. So if you want to join, you can do a free trial in our Stock Market Investing Club. Just go to drboycestockmarket.com. That's drboycestockmarket.com. Also, I'll text you guys the link to Dr. Anderson's book, Black Labor, White Wealth, in case you don't have a copy. I'm encouraging anybody who is enthusiastic about this, that wants to be almost like an evangelist for Black wealth. Not that we're all trying to be a bunch of Jehovah's Witnesses or anything, but I think but it's going to take a team effort, right? And so what I would say is that if you're really enthusiastic about this stuff and you have the resources and you're doing well or you got a little extra money, why not grab some copies of the book and give them away to the kids in the neighborhood? Share these ideas. And the reason this is important is because you got to understand that when you talk about Black leadership, which Dr. Anderson is a great Black leader, I do okay, but I can't give myself any title. You have to give me any recognition, any title that I deserve. I can't give that to myself. But Dr. Anderson, I give him that title of being one of the greatest Black leaders in the history of this country. And because he's so effective in his ideas, that's not necessarily something that gets marketed in mainstream media. And marketing is a really big part of the civil rights mindset, right? A lot of now we're finding out that a lot of the civil rights leaders that we looked up to the most were just people that were marketed by media. They said, okay, this is an acceptable Black person, so we're going to market him as the guy, as the main leader that everyone should pay attention to. Well, really, the guy that should have been the guy, or the woman that should have been the person, it was in the background and they didn't get as much attention. So I personally think that not only should we educate our own children and create our own jobs, but also we should create our own heroes. Okay, I believe we should create our own leaders. We should create our own icons if you want to make people into icons, whatever you want to do. So Dr. Claude Anderson, in my opinion, is one of those economic thinkers that we should pay attention to. So one thing you could do if you want to, not telling you to do anything, is buy some extra copies and just give them out to people. Just like, again, just if this is your gospel, if Black wealth is your thing, you let people know. Let people know that you stand on that that's who you are, that's what you represent. I carry it on my chest. I carry it on my sleeve. There's not a single person that knows me anywhere that does not know that I'm all about black wealth and black economics all day long. Why? Well, because I'm completely convinced to the core of my soul that this is the one thing that if we do this right, and I know how to do this right because I'm damn good at this stuff, that if we do this right and if we implement the culture, if we implement the strategy, we not only will survive, we will thrive, we will win, we will succeed, we will dominate. We will kick butt. DEI, y'all know what DEI stands for. It stands for development, entrepreneurship, and investment. If we develop the mindset, develop the businesses, develop the institutions, develop the thinking required to have institutions, if we are entrepreneurial in our thinking, don't just chase the jobs, go chase the business. Don't just fill out the job application, fill out the form for the LLC. Don't just think that your life is over because they don't want you and they won't hire you. You still are valuable. You still are somebody, even if no employer will pick you up for that job. That's okay. Now you got 40 hours of free time to apply and pour into something that is yours, something that's going to build legacy. And then investment. That which you invest in is going to grow. The things you don't invest in are going to die. That's it, period. So if you see something that is dead, I want you to ask yourself, who invested in that thing? If you see a child sitting on, who's now a 40-year-old man who's sitting on the sidewalk on crack, homeless, and done lost his mind and begging for money, you can ask yourself, who invested in that? Did anybody invest in that child? And I bet you that if you go back in time, you won't find anybody that took the time to invest in that child. And that's why he's been neglected and abandoned. He's become what he is, right? But then when you see another kid, I talked to a black man yesterday. We had a great conversation. He's about 57 years old. He has a son going to one Ivy League school, a daughter going to another one. So he's like, yeah, my daughter's graduating from Brown, my son's graduating from Yale or something. I don't remember. It was something like that. It was really impressive. And I was like, that's amazing. And I could tell just from talking to this man that he and his wife, and unfortunately his wife passed a decade ago. That made me very sad. He and his wife invested heavily in those damn kids. They invested. They poured into them. Now their kids are flying like eagles because the parents made the sacrifice and the parents did what was required. So what are you invested in? I think that's the that's really the question everyone should ask themselves. And I'm not just talking about money. I want to put money to the side for a minute. I'm talking about all the things that are more valuable than money. Your time, you have 8,760 hours a year to invest. What are you investing that time in? When you think about your attention's a commodity. Mark Zuckerberg made $250 billion basically by getting people's attention. What are you investing your attention in? Your energy, your love. You only have so much energy. I only have so much energy in a day. At the end of the day, I'm exhausted, and I have to be really careful about what I invest my energy into. I'm not investing my energy into shenanigans or fighting people or goofy stuff. I want to invest my energy into something that's going to build, right? What are you investing your love in? If you fall in love with somebody, that's a massive investment. That I could analyze a relationship the same way you analyze a portfolio. Literally, everyone has a portfolio of relationships. They just like stocks, just like you have a little bit of IBM, a little bit of Apple, a little bit of Nike over here, right? You got all your friends, all your relationships. You got your mama over here, that's your valuable asset. Then you might have your daddy, you got your best friend, you got your ratchet friend, you got your intelligent friend, you got your crazy friend that's high risk that might get you killed, right? You got your little toxic situationship over here. That's a portfolio. And everything that we do in portfolio theory in the world of finance can literally be done to analyze your portfolio of relationships. So whether you know it or not, you've always had a portfolio. You know what I'm saying? Like you've always had a portfolio. And how you manage that is essential to you knowing how to navigate the world and get to where you want to get to. So are you strategically thinking about these things, or are you just kind of willy-nilly letting life happen? And I encourage you, if you do it the other way, where you just kind of let things happen, it's probably not going to end up so good for you. That's just life, right? So intentionality, conscientiousness, thoughtfulness, and some meditation really helps. Breathing, just really sitting there and looking at your life, and then planning, lots of planning, and then lots of investment. Once you breathe on it, meditate on it, pray on it, see it, lay it out, plan it, then you pour into it. Just work on boom, 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 boom. Just go, 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 go. And sometimes it might take weeks, months, years, whatever. But when you look back at your life and you see one or two things that you poured into consistently, because we do this with our kids, right? Any mother, any father knows this, right? You look at this child and they're doing amazing things. That's because you make consistent investments in that asset, and that asset's going to pay dividends for you and the family for the next 40 years. So make those investments. What are you invested in? What are you investing in consistently? DEI, development, entrepreneurship, and investment. That's what is on my mind. Okay. So anyway, I gotta go, guys. You heard my phone ring. I think that's a call I actually have to take. So anyway, if you want to get the copy of the Dr. Claude Anderson book, you can go to drboycebooks.com, and the book is called Black Labor, White Wealth. And I'll text it out to you a little bit later. So if you want to get on the text list, and I put the link in the chat if you guys want to take a look at it. I think Dr. Anderson's a beast, and what I do is I just buy extra copies of his books and just give them away. If you ever come to my house, I'm going to give you a copy of his books. I'll give you mine too if you want it. It's the 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, but I give out his books before I give out mine. We gave his books out at our wedding. That's how crazy me and my wife are. But I want to be gangster with it. Ain't no racist going to intimidate me out of none of this, and I think there's no obstacle we can't overcome. It's just a matter of focus and having the right mindset. So have the right mindset. Go get it. You're the absolute best. God bless you. Have a good day, everybody. Don't forget it. If you want to be in this class in the private Zoom, get on the text list. Just text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. So text morning to 87948. We meet every morning, 10 a.m. Eastern on the dot. I will text you and remind you, give you a wake up call. And we do this 7 days a week because we don't play, we don't slow down. We are the best. We're ranked number one on the planet. That's what all of us are going to be. And I just know it. I already see it. It's already happening. And it's only going to get stronger from here. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you. I'll see you a little bit later. Take care. Bye bye. Hey, what's going on, guys? What's going on? I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. Welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I want to remind everybody this podcast is on Spotify. If you like Spotify and you want to come hang out with us there, look up Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Market, where I've covered everything in the stock market, particularly this stuff going on with this crash. I think that it's a buying opportunity. I think it's a chance for you to make some bread. I hope that you pay attention because the market went down a lot. Everything's on sale, and I think this would be kind of like that old Kmart blue light special. And I want you guys to make money because I want you guys to get access to the real DEI. The real DEI for Black people is not diversity, equity, and inclusion. That's not what it was. The real DEI is development, entrepreneurship, and investment. So I want you to develop your own businesses, establish an entrepreneurial mindset, and invest in yourselves, invest in your families, invest in your community. Give me a yes if that's okay with you. All right, so there's a lady named Tabitha Brown who's an extraordinary entrepreneur. I like Tabitha a lot. Tabitha Brown is one of those people that I admire immensely. I think she's super smart. I love her voice. She's got that real smooth, nice, comforting Southern Black woman voice. You know, she makes you feel like, baby, I'm about to make you some warm buttered biscuits, and I'm telling you, I just love it because I'm from the South. I'm from Kentucky, so I love Tabitha Brown. Now, Tabitha is in the middle of a lot of controversy, because of her affiliation with Target. And basically, she actually went out and sort of spoke about what happened with Target and their decision to get rid of their DEI programs. Basically, if you don't know, I don't know if you guys know this or not, but let me know in the chat if you've heard about this. But basically, Target, it has been in the crosshairs. They've been a target of boycotts because they folded to the Trump administration and they got rid of their DEI programs pretty quickly. And this is interesting because a lot of people don't know this, but just a few months ago, Target was getting boycotted by the conservatives because of what they did. I think they did some kind of a special that related to the LGBT community. And so they're kind of just caught in the middle. They're just in this really ugly situation where they can't win for losing. You know, when they go too far to the left, they get boycotted. They go too far to the right, they get boycotted because they're caught in the middle of these crazy culture wars. That's what it is right now. Society, America done lost its damn mind. People are all over the place. If you're a political extremist, left or right, I'm gonna just tell you, I can't rock with you. I just don't. I'm not into extremism. extremism. That's not my thing. I'm into ideas that make sense, and I believe that good ideas are on the left and good ideas are on the right. And that's where I stand, and you can't talk me out of that. I'm an extremist about not being an extremist. So I'm extremely committed to not being extreme. I don't know if that makes any sense. But anyway, so if you want to talk about the Tabitha Brown controversy, basically Tabitha, came in and kind of defended Target against what was happening in the black community. A lot of people, perhaps rightfully so, that believe deeply in DEI, the old DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. They pretty much were like, no, Target, you don't get our money if you don't believe that there should be efforts to keep us as part of your organization. You're taking our bread, but you don't give us opportunities. You want to keep our money, but you're not investing in us. And I think that that's a valid point. I really do. I'm not against DEI at all. I'm a fan of DEI. When I got my job at Syracuse University, I was on the finance faculty for over a decade. I did that. I was kind of a DEI hire, but being a DEI hire doesn't mean you're unqualified. Being a DEI hire means that the company you work for is so racist that they don't hire black people, so they had to force them to hire black people. They didn't hire black professors. All the smart black PhDs in the world, they couldn't find one that was qualified, so they said, we're going to find some people that are qualified and make you hire these people. And I was the only African American on the planet in the year 2002 to get a PhD in finance, and so I was kind of hot stuff. And they hired me, and I think I did a great job, but it was kind of controversial because I'm a black man even in broad daylight. I didn't code switch. I don't know how to play the game. I don't play games. When it comes to my success, my future, my family, my life, I don't play games with that. So it didn't work out so well, but still, that's what they had to do. Now, with that being said, the Tabitha Brown situation, in terms of why she's been getting this pushback, is basically when Target started getting hit with all the controversy and all of the boycotts and everything else. Tabitha went on her social media and she specifically asked black people not to boycott Target. Right? She specifically said, hey, there are black suppliers here. There are black people that have their products here. I hope that you don't boycott. And she made the statement on Instagram. She said, the thing that concerns me the most, and I can imagine her saying in her sweet baby voice, she's like, baby, look. I can't do Tabitha Brown, but I probably sound weird doing it. But I just love Tabitha. If you're watching, I love your voice, right? She's like, the thing that concerns me the most, and I want you to hear me and hear me well. If we all decide to stop supporting said businesses and say, I can't buy nothing from there. You go, I can't buy nothing from there, baby. The businesses who were affected by the DEI ban, what that does is you take all of our sales and they dwindle down. And then she goes on to make the accurate argument that if the sales decline, then these brands are going to get dropped from Target. They're gonna get dropped because Target, the executives, because you know how white folks ain't never gonna stop being white, and they're gonna come in and say, well, hey, Tyrone, we really like your Afrocentric coloring book. But it's not selling, and so we got to let you go, buddy. Sorry, right? So really, what Tabitha is really saying, I'm gonna do a translation real quick. Tabitha's basically saying that if y'all boycott my boss, I'm gonna lose my job. That's what she's kind of saying, and I'm not making fun of Tabitha because I told you I love Tabitha Brown. I tell you that sweet little voice. Her voice sounds like molasses and honey mixed with like warm oatmeal. Like really I get it, right, and I understand where she's coming from. But I think that it's interesting to me because I would love to ask her a couple of questions. And if Tabitha sees this, I know people that know her. I don't know her. I don't reach out to people like that because I'm antisocial. But I would love to ask her. First question I'd like to ask Tabitha, if you're listening, is I'd like to know, well, who put you up to this? Was this video really something that you chose to do on your own? Or did somebody tap you on the shoulder and say, hey, we need you to talk to the Negroes and we need you to bring your sweet molasses and honey voice and talk them down, right? Because if they did that to you, if they convince you to do that, um, that's not a good look in my opinion because that's what they've always done with the house Negro, so to speak. Not that Tabitha's a house Negro. I'm not calling her a sellout. But you in this world, and you've always had this economically in America. You've had the black people that lived in the house next to the massa who were eating good and living good. And then you have the field slaves who were like, oh, we're gonna kill we're gonna burn the whole damn house down. And then somebody comes out, they're like, Bucky, we need you to go out and talk to him, right? So Bucky runs out and he's got his white chef's hat on. He's like, calm down, y'all, calms down. Right? No, because there's five of us in here. If you burn down the house, you're gonna burn us too. Right. And that's when it becomes complicated. That's when you get into the downside of warfare. The downside of warfare is that in many cases you have collateral damage. The downside of warfare is that even though Tabitha makes a very good point, that there would be some black suppliers that would be hurt by a Target boycott, the reality is that in war you kind of have to always you end up having to look at the bigger picture. War is not black and white. War is not good and bad. War has many shades of gray. And sometimes you have to make difficult decisions to say, yeah, I know that if I shut down this business, there are some black employees who are going to lose their jobs. Because that's like, honestly, when you are a supplier to Target, unfortunately it becomes like an employer-employee relationship. Because here's the reality. If you're Tabitha Brown, my first thought, honestly, is you're Tabitha Brown. You've got 10 million followers. You can make money. You're probably making millions of dollars outside of your relationship with Target. So you're gonna be okay. But it sounds like Tabitha's making a legitimate argument to say that not everybody's gonna be okay. And this is actually where the real DEI comes into play: development, entrepreneurship, and investment, financial literacy, economic intelligence, the things that I teach every single morning to you guys in our millionaire training camp, which is free, by the way. I'll tell you guys how to join if you want to join. What we talk about every morning is how you can strategically position yourself economically to prepare for situations like this. See, so here's the thing. Let me explain this. And again, I want to say this without in the least bit giving any signal that I am disrespecting Tabitha Brown. Give me a yes if you understand that how much I love this lady. Give me a yes if you get it. I really think Tabitha is just a beautiful soul, a blessing to the world. I love the fact that she does the children's videos. Like if I was a little 3-year-old, oh my God, I would have fell in love with her as a baby. I'd be like, Mommy, let me watch some more Miss Tabitha because I feel cold and sad today, and I need she warms me up on the inside. Okay, I want to make this clear because I don't want this to sound like this ain't no hating. This is not a hater fest. But here's the thing. Um, you have to understand, economically speaking, the consequences of partnering with the devil, right? Not that Target would be defined as the devil, but they are part of this thing that we've had to confront for many hundreds of years as Black people called systematic racism. Systematic racism, driven through capitalism, is where they have this habit of coming into Black communities and taking money out and giving nothing back. Do you understand what I'm saying? They love to sell you a product, but they don't want to offer you an opportunity. Right? They want you on the bus and to pay admission to be on the bus, but they'll never let you drive the bus. They don't want you owning the bus. They don't want you to be a person that decides even where the bus is going to go. And so effectively, what's happened here is Target has basically, unfortunately, said to Black people, "Hey, look, you know, we're not really committed to DEI, just like they probably weren't really committed to the gay community when they did the whole gay thing that got them boycotted by the conservatives. They're like, we're not gangster with it. We're like Snoop Dogg. If you know what Snoop Dogg does that, Snoop Dogg will jump out and be like, let's fight for Black people. Then he'd be like, I'm sorry, boss. I apologize. I didn't mean it. Right? So Snoop he ain't really gangster like that. Snoop will back up and run away the minute the heat gets too hot because he's got too much money on the line. So my position with Snoop would be like, don't jump out there if you're gonna run like a coward every time it gets hard. That's what Snoop kind of has done. No disrespect. I know Cube and I respect Snoop, but Lord Jesus, man, you make a decision, stand on something. What do you stand on? So Target is a little bit like Snoop in that regard, where Target positions itself, and this is what a lot of corporations made this mistake, and I'm gonna point out evidence to help you understand this. Target positions itself as a company that never really believed in things like DEI. They never really believed in things like, the LGBT displays that they did and all that. They did it because they felt like that's where the money was. Some people want to go where it's popular and profitable to be. And then when it gets too hard, they walk away. When the boat gets too heavy and starts to sink, it dips. Why am I making this point? Well, because when you look at which companies got rid of their DEI programs when Trump made the announcement that DEI is no longer popular. If you look at the companies that dropped their DEI, every company didn't run away from DEI. Some companies ran away. Some companies like, oh shoot, we don't want that kind of smoke. We out, boss. Walmart, a couple other companies. I forgot the names of all of them, but there were quite a few companies that completely dropped their DEI like a bad habit. But then there were companies who said, no, no, we're not fly by night. We didn't start our DEI program when George Floyd got killed. That a lot of companies did that. Hundreds of companies started DEI programs after the murder of George Floyd because they saw the wind was shifting. And but there were some companies that said, no, this has been a core value of our organization since the very beginning. We've been doing this since the 70s. So we're not gonna jump off this perch just because the political climate of America has changed. We lose a little bit of money, so what? That's okay. Costco was one of those companies. Apple was one of those companies. And I think that they deserve credit for that. All right. So if you are a believer in the old DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, then I think that those companies deserve to be shouted out for their commitment to DEI. I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm skeptical of DEI, just like I was somewhat skeptical of even affirmative action, which was a stronger version of DEI. I saw a Black Enterprise article that said on the cover that only 4% of DEI positions are held by African Americans. So I'm like, wait a minute, if DEI is supposed to be about Black people, which a lot of us think, why would only 4%? Why would we only get one out of every 20 DEI positions? Is that 20? Is that, did I do the math right? It's not even one out of every 20, like one out of every 25. So out of 25 people they hire for a DEI job, let me know if you get this stat. Let me know if you're following this. Out of 25 people hired for DEI, there's the one Black woman. You ain't even gonna hire her husband. Her husband ain't got it. The one Black lady she's the DEI director, and then you got all these other people, gay and trans and white woman here, and all this other stuff that are benefiting from DEI more than us. So if you want to know if I'm really out here fighting on the porch for DEI, the answer is no, not because I'm against it, but because I don't think it's been effective. Do you understand? Do you get what I'm saying? And that's my right to feel that way. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just telling you what it is. I'm and analyzing it the way I see it. So with Tabitha Brown, I think the complication that she runs into is that the wealth level of Tabitha and her friends, who all were lucky enough to be the one fortunate Negro out of 1,000 who got a deal with Target, their wealth level is not as important as the needs and values and beliefs of an entire community, right? They're doing the elites doing well inside the big house is not enough, in my opinion, for someone to decide whether or not we're going to burn the house down or not. I think that the conclusion is it's just like in a business. If you start a business, uh, you're going to lose money and you're going to make money. It's never clear cut and dry. It's not a paycheck. It's not like you're going to only make money or only lose money. You're going to do a little bit of both. So just like in war, business is war, war is business. So when you go to war, it's not like you're ever going to go into a war where no one's going to be killed. That's my point. You're never going to go into a war where there isn't collateral damage. You follow me? You'll never have a war where there isn't somebody who didn't deserve it. Somebody got popped and they didn't do nothing wrong. They were just standing in the wrong place at the wrong time. You have to deal with that. You have to live with that, which is why war can be so unfortunate. And what's the reality is that in America, unfortunately, because of the way Black folks have been treated so badly, because of the way we've been so economically neglected, most people understand that economic warfare is a necessity for Black people because economic warfare has been declared on us. How many of you understand this? Do you get this point? I can tell you, I'm an expert on economics and finance. That's what my PhD's in, and I can tell you with complete certainty that economic warfare has been declared on your community since slavery. Their goal is not just to take your money and limit the money that you have. Their goal is to use their money to control you. Their goal is to use their money to keep you from standing up. Their goal is to use their money to shape your thinking, to shape what you do with your children, to shape what you do with your life, and to manage you. Slavery ain't dead. It just changed form. If you want to see slavery, go to the American prison system where they make billions of dollars putting Black inmates away for 20 or 30 years and making them go fight fires for $1 a day or whatever. Or if you want to see slavery, go talk to the Black person who has worked 30 years, doesn't have a nickel in the bank, has no investments, no backup savings, no nothing, no financial security, but they've been working 30 years and they want to do something special that day. They want to go live their dream. They want to live their life, but they can't because they have to go to work. That's what slavery, that's a type of slavery. Slavery is a lack of freedom, a lack of ability to do what you want to do. So economic warfare has been declared on the Black community for a very long time. And what my goal is, my job, my belief is the reason I talk to you every day is because I want you to fight back. I just want you to fight. You lost some of your fight, man. You give up too easy. And the way you win a battle is you prepare. There's a book called The Art of War. And in The Art of War, one thing that Sun Tzu says in The Art of War, Sun Tzu is the author of that book. He says, battles are won before they begin. Battles are won through preparation. If you talk to my kids and you say, what is the one thing that Boyce says to you all the time? I'm their bonus dad. I'm not their biological dad. But I repeat myself a lot because I feel like I'm preparing them for battle. Every day, if you ask them, say, what's the thing that he says all the time that just drives you crazy? They would say, preparation is the key to success, right? And every time something goes wrong, I'll be like, preparation is the key to success. You're getting ready for the cheerleading competition. Preparation is the key to success. Oh, it didn't go so well for you. Oh, well, preparation is the key to success. Why do I repeat that? Because I like to say little things over and over that are going to make a big difference. In the economic warfare in America, preparation is the key to success. Preparation is the key to success. Preparation is the key to success. What does that look like? Well, that might look like connecting yourself with 2025. Y'all think Trump's the only one that got a project 2025. Oh, I got a project 2025, 2026, 2027. You think the white men are the only ones who can make battle plans? Oh, I got whole roster of the battle plan. I got a project 2070. So I ain't worried about your plans. You better be worried about how you're going to defend against mine. My project 2025 is I said DEI should not stand for diversity, equity, and inclusion. DEI should stand for development, entrepreneurship, and investment. So preparation is the key to success. So what does that mean? Well, that means you develop a community that has its own institution. So you don't lean on the targets when you need to get something done. Development means that you develop children who are prepared economically for the battle that is going to come upon them. Yeah, or either you do that or they're going to be financially stressed. Development means that we develop the kind of community that is prepared to fight these battles instead of whining and crying and complaining and being sad. We can actually fight back. So here's the deal. Let's go back to Tabitha Brown, the lady I love so much. Y'all, give me a yes if you are if I've convinced you that I love Tabitha Brown. I want to just make this clear because I don't want nobody to think I am not the person who's gonna be up here hating on Tabitha Brown, but I'm gonna tell you where I honestly think that her message could use some understanding here. When you talk about development and preparation, my thought is that if you are a supplier for Target and if you're making money from Target, I commend you and I congratulate you for that. But one thing you must understand about economics is that economics is gang affiliated. Economics is like some straight up Compton gangster shit. And what do I mean by that? Well, what that means is that when you decide to join an economic gang, like if I was to join the Crips, because I want to get more clout in the neighborhood. I want to have more security. I want to have more friends. I joined the Crips. Well, one thing you got to understand is that when you join the Crips, not only have you increased your number of allies, you've also increased your number of enemies. Now that I've joined the Crips, I've taken on their assets, but I've also taken on their liabilities. So now that means that if I join the Crips because it's beneficial for me to be a Crip, well, that means that now I got to worry about every blood that sees me might want to take my head off, right? At least back in the day when before they started to really start to get along better, and I was really happy to see that. But back in the day, if you decide to be a Crip, that means you're gonna have to now deal with the Bloods, and you can't go to the Bloods and say, "Hey, look, I'm not really a Crip. I just joined the Crips because they was paying me money, right? I just got affiliated because I just needed some protection. Don't hurt me." No, they're gonna say, "No, you're one of them. You signed up for this." Right. So Tabitha and her friends signed up for whatever. Here's let me go full circle with my analogy because sometimes people get a few confused when I throw it out like that. Tabitha Brown, when you and your friends decided to do business with Target, you took on all of Target's friends and all of Target's enemies. So if the black community, for those who feel passionately about DEI, for those who feel the need to boycott Target because of DEI, Tabitha, you are a Target supplier. You are a Target employee to some extent. So you are connected. You are affiliated. So if I got Target in my crosshairs, it's gonna be you too. So them sending you out there with the white flag saying don't burn down Massa's house, that's not effective because I'd be like, well, why are you in the house in the first place? You supposed to be out here with us anyway. And that's where I think Tabitha, if I was her friend, I would advise her, like, whoever told you to make that video, you should have told them to go to hell. just do it in your sweet honey and licorice voice, and so they don't feel so bad. Because Tabitha could probably cut you out and make you feel good about it because her voice is so wonderful. But really though, like just tell them like, no, baby, I'm not getting in the middle of your beef. In fact, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go into that meeting and tell you you need to change your behavior. You need to get these DEI programs back in place because what good is it for you to be inside Massa's house if you can't convince Massa to do the right thing? Because at that point, what that looks like is that it looks like the tail is wagging the dog, and it looks like they are using you to fulfill their agenda, which is unfortunate because I think that you're too powerful for that. I think Tabitha Brown is a woman that is going to make millions no matter what. Tabitha Brown I saw her Instagram and her Facebook and her YouTube. I know how much money you can make with an independent platform with that many followers. I've done this. The Black Business School, we've been able to do things and get things done. And I don't make deals with Target. I don't make deals with Walmart. I don't make deals with Citibank. I have a lot of economic trust. I have a whole doctorate. How few people have a PhD in finance, like a real one, not these fake ones. I'm talking about a real one. Yeah, I could go to banks and say, hey, if you pay me money, I'll go tell black people to bank with you. I could go to Chase and be like, hey, just write me a little check. I'll get black people to get accounts at your bank. Because they'll listen to me. But I don't do that because I don't want to be caught up in your BS. I don't want to be gang affiliated. I do enough crap on my own to create enough enemies on my own. I don't need your enemies too, especially when you're over doing some silly stuff. And let me tell you about Target. Let me tell you about Target before I do that, could y'all do me a favor? Please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. And I should tell you all about the daily class that we do. We do a millionaire training camp every morning. It's 100% free. You can bring your whole family. You don't have to pay money, but you got to pay attention because I can get you ahead of the curve economically. We do this every morning in a private Zoom. There are thousands of you that have already signed up. Over 10,000 people are signed up and come in every morning. So you can join too. Just text the word morning, MORNING, to the number 87948. So text morning to 87948, or you can go to drboyceelevate.com. That's drboyceelevate.com. And also, I should mention that I'm speaking at the Wealth Summit at Bowie State. I'm going to give the State of the Union address on the 1st of February. So if you live near Bowie in Maryland, you want to come and say hi and shake hands and I'll give you a hug. Feel free to go to thewealthsummit.org. I believe that's the URL, thewealthsummit.org. I'll be there in Maryland next week. But here, let me get back to this. Okay, so Tabitha Brown. Here's the issue that I would have with Target when it comes to DEI. Again, I'm a fan of DEI, but I don't believe in the effectiveness. I believe that the real DEI is development, entrepreneurship, and investment. That's where I stand. But still, though, my issue with Target and DEI is this. When you talk about diversity, have you ever noticed how so many companies, every company had some stupid diversity statement that they didn't even believe in themselves? Has anybody ever noticed that? Like every company has this like dumb little statement where they be like, we believe we don't support discrimination for race, religion, or whatever, and we believe in diversity and blah 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 blah. Like they really go in and write all this crap, and it's all a bunch of BS. It's just words, right? Well, different companies have different levels of commitment to DEI. There are some companies that have been down for the cause for a long time. Again, I mentioned Apple and Costco, and there's a few others out there that didn't budge on their DEI statement when the Trump administration came into power. But then there are others who just jumped on the bandwagon. And Target is one of those companies. Target really started digging into DEI after the George Floyd killing because they were like, oh, if we do this, then more black people will shop with us. For them, it wasn't a matter of having a core value that they were connected to. It was really a matter of them trying to do a money grab, trying to get, in my opinion, that's the opinion that I had. Because what I noticed was that Targets, now that they've sort of put themselves in the middle of a massive culture war that's really divided America, this Democrat Republican stuff, this liberal conservative stuff is really causing a lot of friction right now. They got caught in a situation where they were being shot at by both sides. And that's what happens when you become kind of this mercenary where you're like, I'm going to go to whatever side looks like they're winning or whatever side can make me money right now. So what happened was, if you remember, any of y'all remember this, a few months ago, Target was getting attacked big time, not by the liberals, but by the conservatives, because they did this whole gay display or something. I don't know what it was, but there was a big gay display that they did, and the conservatives got mad. And next thing you know, it became like a shit show. Target, and then they did the exact same thing in that situation that they did to the liberals. You know what they did? They just got rid of the whole thing. They were like, oh no, we're sorry. We don't want to make you mad. We apologize, blah, blah, blah. Right? And so, so then they're again caught in the crossfire. You got the conservatives boycotting you, and then you've even got the LGBT community that's like, man, screw you. We thought you were down for us, and you were just trying to make a couple of dollars. You didn't stand on it, right? You did a Snoop Dogg with us, right? And then now you have the same thing with DEI. So I think that honestly, if I'm sitting with the board of directors at Target or sitting with the CEO of Target, my advice to them would be like, look, if you ain't about that life, stay out of it. Like, don't try to jump in and jump out just because you can make a couple extra dollars this quarter. You got to figure out who the hell you are and who you're going to be. And once you choose who you're going to be, you have to marry that idea. You have to be committed to that idea, for richer, for poor, through sickness and health, till death do you part. That's you got to stand on that. One thing about the culture wars that I believe is that flip floppy, fly by night, go where the wind blow type people get crushed. You get absolutely crushed. And what's interesting though is I sound like a hypocrite because sometimes I get accused of doing that, but actually I'm an extremist myself, but I'm an extremist about not being an extremist. I'm an extremist in the sense that I don't vote in the elections. I don't vote Democrat. I don't vote Republican. I vote for black people. I vote for black wealth. That's where my extremism kicks in. My extremism is you're not going to tell me to be whatever you need me to be. I'm going to be Boyce, whether that works for you or not. If that don't work for you, then I need you to go somewhere and figure that out. Work that out with yourself, or maybe you'll never see me again. That's okay. But Boyce has been Boyce. You can go back and look at content I did 12 years ago, and that Boyce was just like this Boyce, except he was a little bit fatter and a little bit younger. That's really it. That's the only difference you're going to see. You can go back to the 90s, and I was saying the same things that I say now. I just say them in a different kind of way because I have a little bit more education than I did when I was in my 20s, and that's supposed to happen when you become a grown ass man. So at the end of the day, my extremism is that I'm extremely committed to being who the hell I am and standing on that. You won't see me whiffle waffle and wobble based on where the wind is blowing, because if you do that, you're going to lose. I heard Bill Cosby say this. Bill Cosby is weird, as complicated as he is, right? As much we know the legacy of Cosby, it's complex. He did say a lot of wise things though. One wise thing Cosby said was he said, "I don't know the secret to success." He said, "But I do know that the secret to failure is to try to please everybody." And what I believe is that corporations like Target, when they're trying to please everyone, when they're like, "Oh, you're gay, here's the gay stuff. You're black, here's the black stuff. You're conservative. Well, we're conservative too. We're conservatives just like you." I think that really doesn't work. I think that that ends up putting them in this awkward spot where they end up getting beat up by everybody. And I think that it's going to be bad for the company long term. Whoever's running this show and making these decisions, is making a mistake in my opinion. So that's what I think. And I'm gonna tell you. Let me just finish with this point because I want to make this clear. I love Tabitha. Tabitha, if you watch this, I love you. I will never stop loving you. I admire. I love that honey and molasses voice you have. I think that you have a gift. I think that you are an asset to the community. But I think in this particular case, I think that you're wrong. I think that you shouldn't have let them use you in this way. I don't think that the response is going to be what you want it to be. And I think that the overseers in these companies have to understand that the days of sending a Negro ambassador out to calm black people down, those days are gone. They could do that in the 60s. They did that a lot. They would undermine black leadership. They would, when black folks started to revolt, they would say, "Okay, who's going to be our black leader? We're going to grab and put that person out front and everybody." And that used to work maybe back in the 60s because you had less access to media. The CIA was involved, and they would put certain people in front of us, and it would affect the masses. I don't think that works anymore. I think it only creates something worse than what you had before. So I think Tabitha shouldn't have gotten in the middle of it. I think Tabitha should have just said, "Okay, do what you're going to do." Um, but if you choose to come to Target, my stuff is in aisle seven. Like that's because I think there are a lot of people that are still going to support Tabitha no matter what, and I think that I'm one of those people. I like the lady. I don't care what nobody else says. I think she's great. So anyway, I'm gonna get out of here, guys. God bless you. Thank you guys for listening. Also, don't forget that we have class tomorrow, and so if you want to be on the list to receive a text message when we meet for class in the morning, you want to come to the private Zoom, text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. Text morning to 87948. And also, one other thing I admire about Tabitha is she loves her husband. Her husband loves her, and I can relate to that because I love the hell out of my wife. Y'all know this, and my wife happens to be a therapist. And in the Black Business School, she helped us to create something called the Black Financial Therapy Department, because she's a therapist. She's a full professor of social work, and she trains therapists on how to be a therapist. So you're getting the best of the best, and she brings together the best Black therapists she can find to help us understand what psychological barriers we have to overcome to build Black wealth. And I think today is Monday, actually, and she's doing Mental Health Monday tonight, actually. And so if you'd like to be notified when she's meeting with the therapist tonight, pull out your phone, text the word love to that same number, 87948. So text love to 87948, and you'll get an invitation to her private Zoom where she's going to do her thing. Because I really want to get the brothers out here. We got to support the women. Successful Black women are not a threat to you, but I also encourage the women, like, you got to love your men. Like, we got you. We're good. We're not all rappers who hate women. We're good people. So you just got to give us a chance and find the right brother, and don't be chasing after these buffoons. And then you end up like Tabitha and her husband in a nice, healthy, happy relationship. Which, by the way, healthy relationships are one of the most fundamental keys to financial security. I hope y'all know that. I hope you know that when they destroyed your families, they destroyed your wealth. So if you rebuild your family, you're going to increase your generational wealth 5 or 10 fold, because families are better at building wealth. This goes back to the real DEI: development, entrepreneurship, and investment. Develop strong families, you will be developing Black wealth. Entrepreneurial energy means you know how to develop your own institution, so you don't have to worry about what the targets are doing. You focus on what you're doing. Investment means that when you are pouring your money into things, you pour money into things that are going to benefit you. When you pour your time into things, you put time into things that are going to benefit you. That job does not benefit you. Your investments are going to benefit you. When you invest in things, most investments have nothing to do with money. So raising those babies, raising them to be economically minded, raising them to prepare for the battle coming, making sure that you invest for those children, that's going to be the key to their success and their survival, so they don't end up in compromising situations. White supremacy cannot win in the face of Black excellence. White supremacy does not have a chance when Black excellence is in the building. Give me a yes if you agree. Give me a yes if you understand that when you choose to be Black and excellent, when you develop protocols for excellence, when you are committed to the investment in Black excellence, white supremacy doesn't have a chance. Can't nobody stop a determined Black man. Can't nobody stop a determined Black woman. So there are plenty of examples of success out here. That's what we need to talk about. That's what we need to market. That needs to be our target, pun intended. All right, guys, I'm out of here. God bless you. Have a good day. Thank you so much for listening. And my book is called The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. If you go to drboycebooks.com, you can get a copy. So feel free to go to drboycebooks.com. We also have a whole educational system for children. We have workbooks and flashcards for kids, all kinds of stuff. Just so feel free to go to our Black Wealth Mastery store at drboycebooks.com. Have a good day, everybody. God bless you. I'll see you soon. Take care. Peace. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I hope you all are having a great day. Welcome to Money in the Morning, our Millionaire Training Camp. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. I hope everybody's doing well. I feel like this weekend was just full of activity. In case you don't know, we do this every day. We're always going at it. And we had a lot of stuff that happened this weekend. We had a great training on AI by Miss Athena Gardner. That was on Saturday. And if you want the recording, I'll give you the URL for the recording if you guys would like to get that. It was really good. And then also, Dr. Alicia last night did a session on relationships. Every Sunday, she does her book club. And I'm going to tell you, it was good stuff. And as you all know, we talk about this a lot, that good, healthy relationships is a key to wealth. A lot of people are broke and they don't know why. And I'll tell you, if you're broke by yourself, then that could explain part of it, because economics is best when it's done as a team. If you have the opportunity to make, it a team sport, then your likelihood of success usually doubles pretty much. I mean, if you just the ability to stay married literally increases your potential net worth long term substantially. Like you'd be amazed how much more financially secure a person can be. And I'll tell you, there's a lot of concern right now in terms of what the economy is doing and how people are feeling. I know right now right? There's this whole discussion about, DEI, and I did a whole conversation about DEI last night. And I don't know if any of you saw that, but I was sort of saying that I think DEI is it's an interesting discussion. I'm not anti DEI. I've always been pro DEI, even when it didn't benefit Black people that much. I think Black Enterprise came out with an article that basically said only 4% of the DEI positions were used by Black people, and so that kind of defeats the narrative that DEI was all about race. It seemed like affirmative action was a lot about race, but it looked like DEI was all about gender and, if you're gay or trans or if you're a white woman and things like that. And it almost felt like Black people kind of got diluted out of the race. Like we kind of got sort of pushed to the side a little bit. And personally, that doesn't make me comfortable. I don't know about you guys, but I personally felt like, okay, even though there are some people who do benefit from DEI, I said, well, maybe there's a safer way to pursue this kind of thing, because I can tell you that that if you are leaning on someone, an untrustworthy person or group to provide your financial security, then you're not going to be financially secure. Right? Financial security, what does that mean? That means I'm safe. That means I'm good. That means I'm okay. That means I don't have anything to worry about. I can sleep well at night. And the reality about risk and security is that risk is partly it's partly a real phenomenon, but it's partly an illusion. Sometimes you can feel safe when you're not safe, and sometimes you can feel like there's a risk when there's not really a risk. I spend a lot of time studying risk assessment under a guy named Renee Stoltz at Ohio State University. Go Buckeyes! He's one of the leading risk assessment experts on the entire planet, and he tortured me. He made me proofread an entire book he was writing on risk, literally all about risk and measuring risk, what it means, and it was deep stuff. It was the mathematics behind risk. You'd be amazed. It goes into even stuff that almost sounds like quantum computing, because you have to be able to imagine multiple states of the world, multiple possibilities, assign probabilities to those possibilities, be able to understand the nature of risk tolerance, as they call it, the ability of the investor to even process risk. How do they feel about risk? And then some risk is real, some risk is not. For example, my beloved mother-in-law swears that if she ever gets on an airplane, she's going to die. Like we can't talk her out of it. We beg her, like, please, Nana, please fly with us. We want to take you to another country, Nana. And we just, all you gotta do is get on an airplane. Nana will not get on an airplane for nothing. It don't matter that planes are safe. It doesn't matter. I could present a whole slew of statistics about the safety of aircraft and everything else. Nana ain't getting on that damn plane. And and it's something that I can't convince her of, because in her mind that risk exists. So she's going to have a very natural reaction, a natural anxiety that comes from this risk, even though it's not real. So a lot of times we respond to things that just pretty much don't exist. We create these boogeymen in our lives, and I think for Black people, because we're heavily traumatized, and this is something we discuss in our Black financial therapy department in the Black Business School. Because of our trauma, we just see risk really, like we're just really on high alert. All your cortisol levels are high, and this is another reason why you want to heal from your trauma, because if you're constantly on this fight or flight, high cortisol sort of mindset, it's going to kill you. It literally will, like the cancer, the diabetes, the heart disease, the strokes, all these things that happen to Black people, all these things that are more valuable than money, these things happen because of undiagnosed, untreated trauma, but quite a bit of it does. So anyway, that was that was something that was on my mind today. I wanted to kind of share that with you. And by the way, if you want to get the recording of the AI training that was done this weekend by Athena Gardner, you can go to flynubianmoneyclub.com, flynubianmoneyclub.com. I'll put that in the chat also. It's basically a group of women, smart Black women, who teach on everything related to economics, finance, wealth building. And every couple of weeks, they bring in a special guest. And at some point, I think they're going to take applications if you have a topic that you'd like to teach on. But all the teachers are women. A lot of the students are men, but all the teachers are women. So it's flynubianmoneyclub.com. I'll put it up in here. And the ladies on Fly Nubian Money, they go live they're actually they're li I think Madam President was on this morning. You saw her at the All Black National Convention. Constance Carter and Tierra Williams go live right. I think right after we're done. I'll give you guys the link, and then later on this afternoon they have a panel of ladies like my wife, Dr. Alicia Watkins, Dr. Lene Javette. They have attorneys and investment experts, stuff like that. And I encourage you to take a look. And if you want to be notified when they go live, just pull out your phone, text the word Queens to 87948. Text Queens to 87948. And Tara says, Dr. Boyce, will you create a men's group like Fly Nubian? Actually, we do have a YouTube channel that where there's lots of content from men. I haven't had a chance to mention it as much, but yeah, we do have men that actually there's a male therapist. His name is Joe. I don't know his last name, but Joe does really good. I think he calls it something like vulnerability is the new sexy. And let me see if I can find like a StreamYard link or something. I can put it in here, and I'll text it out to you guys. I'll write this, make a note to myself. Text Joe, like text out Joe stuff because Joe's good, and sometimes he'll come in with the ladies, and it's really good. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, it's called Vulnerability is the New Sexy, and I don't know if I can. Yeah, I got to figure out how to get that right. But anyway, yeah, it's good, right? And I think that these conversations are powerful because I really just think that overall, as Black people, it's good for men and women to really talk about how we feel, who we are, what we want to be, how we want to show up for each other, how we want to, for men, what kind of father you want to be, what kind of husband you're going to be, what kind of man are you going to be, and I think that that's an important conversation to have because I feel like there's this media, that tells you what kind of man you're going to be. You're going to be a gangster, you're going to be a thug, you're going to be like 50 Cent and get shot 9 times, and you're going to go to a Diddy party, you're going to be one of these flashy, loud talking goofball rappers. My wife was listening to, and I promise you, there's actually a financial topic I want to drill into, even though this is a financial topic, by the way. Diddy's going to lose about $1 billion because of his shenanigans. So this is definitely related to finances. In case you're wondering, in case you're like, why is he talking about Diddy if he's totally talking about money? Well, Diddy represented money. Diddy what represented black excellence in his mind. Diddy represented aspirational interests. I knew young people who told me that their goal, their dream was to work for Diddy. I kid you not. That young lady I told you about who went to Clark, Atlanta, I think that's where she went to school. And she said her dream was when she got there, she was going to get a job working for Diddy. Like that was her only goal in life, right? So these things affect the trajectory of the energy of our young people, these images, it affects their outcomes. And so anyway, with Diddy, my wife was listening to a therapist's assessment of Diddy. He did this white therapist in Seattle is doing this like, I don't know what it's called. I wish I could find it. If I find it, I'll tell you guys what it is. But because my wife is a therapist, but in case you wonder, she trains therapists on how to be a therapist. That's how deep she is in that. So anyway, she was listening to this therapist breaking down Diddy, and basically she was they were talking about Mace, his relationship with Mace, and back in the 90s, and I was asking my wife, I said, or we were talking about it, and she said, yeah, she said, I remember when everybody liked that stuff. I said, I never liked that stuff. I never liked Diddy and me. I never liked all that goofy, flashy. They wear those flashy green suits, and they be in the camera like, "How well, you want to be fly like me?" Duh, duh, duh. I mean, they look goofy. They look like clowns. It was the corniest, silliest stuff I've ever seen, and and it kind of reminded me of my belief that America loves to see the black man kind of as a clown, not as a serious person, but as a like almost like a cartoon character. That's what they were. They were kind of like these cartoon characters, and ultimately, um, you know, uh, it's just something that I really think has to kind of be processed, right? And so anyway, long story short, if you want to talk specifically about Diddy and wealth and money, Diddy is a reminder that when you're wealthy, your wealth doesn't protect you from the consequences of your choices. What happens is that the wealth actually makes you more of a target. And so if you have a son or a daughter, one of the things you want to protect them from is arrogance, right? Arrogance in the face of opportunity can lead you to lose everything. I think that when you get to where you think you're above the law, you think that you can't be touched, then you start doing things you really shouldn't be doing. And unfortunately, Bill Cosby learned this lesson. And then next thing you know, they remind you that you're black. They knock on your door and say, "You didn't forget that you were a Negro, did you?" And here's the truth, though. I think even white people. I don't think even a white man would be smart to be that arrogant and that ridiculous, and that will cost you everything. And what's really crazy is that you spend your whole life working really hard for something, and then it just gets taken away like that. I think that's an element of financial risk that doesn't get discussed that often. Is the fact that that when you don't protect what you have, you might as well not even work to get it in the first place. Risk assessment and the ability to protect your wealth really comes down to being able to assess every single threat that you have, every threat that you have. And I always believed that as a black man, I had to be super strategic about every single move I made, every friend I had, every situation I was in. I learned this in the 90s when the Biden crime bill was sending thousands of black men to prison. A lot of them were good men. Now, some of them were criminals, but some of them were just good people who were in a bad situation, made a bad choice, were in the car with the wrong person. They had a friend. When you're a black man, it's not hard to have a friend who's a drug dealer or a friend who's in the streets. A lot of us have friends who are in this situation, and I would just see people get killed because of who their friend was. Or my best friend that was traumatic for me. My best friend got killed because of who he was dating, and the person he was dating had a brother who was into some street stuff, and next thing you know, he dies. He gets shot in the head in front of his daughter. And so this was real. So in my opinion, it became very because it was so traumatic, it heavily influenced my belief that as a black man, I had to be super strategic, have my head on a swivel. I had to be very conscious of my surroundings and my environment because it wasn't enough for me to watch what I did. I had to watch what the people around me were doing. And I don't think black boys get taught that. I think they learn some of them, unfortunately, the ones that really really end up in tough situations like 30 years in prison and all that, they learn it after they go to jail. And it really sucks because their biggest role models are some of these hip hop artists who literally are like, yeah, pick up if somebody makes you mad, pick up a gun and shoot him. That's what I would do, right? So you pick up a gun and you shoot somebody, and then the judge is like, you're going to jail, and you're 18 years old. So the best years of your life are gone. You don't get to enjoy your 20s, your 30s, your 40s, which are a lot should be a lot of fun for a person. You're getting out of jail at 54 years old, and your little baby that you just had before you went to prison doesn't even know you. They don't even want to talk to you anymore because they don't respect you. They don't like you. They're like, my dad was gone, and that was traumatic for me, and it's your fault because of the decisions that you made. So I personally think that it is a critical mandate. I think that when you talk about the things that we must do, it is absolutely essential that we teach our kids about risk and teach them how to protect all things that are valuable, protect all wealth. Protect all wealth. They used to have that slogan that said "Believe all women," right? Which is I thought was crazy, but it's like protect all wealth. Paw, like Paul. Get your paws up, right? I just made that up. Anyway, so yeah, protect all wealth, right? And what do I mean by that? It means wealth is not just money. Wealth is people. Wealth is opportunity. Wealth is your health. Wealth is your intellect. Wealth is your family. Wealth is anything in your life that's valuable to you that you would not sell for money. Right? Anything in your life that you would not sell for $1 million, you should protect that. You have a mother and a father. Maybe you love them and you wouldn't sell your relationship with them for $1 million. You protect that. You have your children. How many of you would never sell your children for any amount of money? Some of y'all got kids that are so terrible. You might say yes, but really, how many of y'all would never sell your kids for $1 million or your grandkids? Would any of you? How many of you would never sell your grandkids for $1 million? Right? None of us. Most of us wouldn't. If you say yes, then that's okay. We got therapists you can talk to, because I get it. Kids are crazy. But seriously though, so that means that's wealth. That's wealth. Do you understand? See, people can talk about money all day, and that's like level one. But what people don't talk about are all the things that money cannot buy. That's level two, three, four, five, and six. That's consciousness. You're going to higher dimensions at that point. So when I'm talking about wealth, I say this all the time. I'm not talking about money most of the time. Well, money is probably 1% of wealth. In my mind, money is less than 1% of all wealth in the world. Most wealth is the stuff that you cannot buy with money That's a whole nother level. That's a type of wealth and power that money that Mark Zuckerberg doesn't have that, because you wouldn't there are things you have in your life that you wouldn't sell for $250 billion, right? And that might be your health, your youth, your kids, your freedom, your happiness, right? I wouldn't sell my happiness for hardly anything. I mean, you could offer me a job making $10 million a year, and I'm not taking that job if it's not going to make me if it's going to make me unhappy, or if it's going to take away my family and take away my quality of life. I wouldn't do that, right? So protecting wealth really means assessing, right? You have to make assessments, just like insurance agents make assessments on things, and they're trying to figure out, what your policy should be and all that stuff. You got to make an assessment on your wealth and what's around you, and then think about how to protect that. And that requires consciousness. It requires almost like meditation, sitting still and looking and observing, counting your blessings. I do this every morning. That consciousness, that fire, whatever it is that drives you, the things that makes you feel good, that excellence, that commitment to excellence that you may have chosen. That's a membership. That's a membership. And I personally have to renew my membership every single morning. I renewed my membership this morning when I got up out of bed at 4:45 in the morning. Instead of sleeping in, I said, I'm renewing my membership today. I'm stamping my damn card. I'm going to that gym, and I'm going to go out here and I'm going to do what I got to do to protect my health, because my health is infinitely valuable to me. And that was a wealth move. That was a wealth decision. That was an investment decision. Do you understand? Because people talk about DEI all the time, and I get it. I understand. I told you I'm not anti-DEI. I'm very much pro-DEI, even though I thought DEI was a watered down version of affirmative action, which was a watered down version of what they're supposed to really give us. So affirmative action was a watered down version of reparations, but DEI was a watered down version of affirmative action. Like Black Enterprise said, only off of DEI positions, Black people only held about 4% of that, right? That's crazy, 4%. But Black Enterprise says this. Maybe they're lying, but I think that sounds accurate. But anyway, even though I'm a fan of DEI, I always felt that DEI was very risky to lean your financial security on anything that relates to the goodwill of others, to provide for you. Like anything that leans on sort of these corporations saying, "Oh yeah, let's bring in some black people," and a lot of corporations created DEI programs and put DEI listings out after the George Floyd killing. The George Floyd situation led to like all these companies advertising DEI positions. We need a DEI director, DEI this, DEI that, and what they found was that when the president said, "Okay, DEI is gone. DEI must DIE," a lot of these companies cut their programs just like that. They dropped you like a bad habit. They said, we didn't really want to do this anyway." And but they did find that there were some companies like Costco, and there were a few others, Apple, and I can't remember the others. I got to get a list of the companies, but there were companies that actually said, "No, this is what we did before the George Floyd situation, and this is what we're going to do after this presidency. We're not going to allow ourselves to be trapped in the moment." They made a decision that I thought was pretty ethical, right? It was anti-capitalist. The capitalist decision is, oh man, it's going to cost us money. Let's go ahead and drop this. Let's push the Negroes off the boat because the boat's getting a little heavy right now. We're starting to sink. There were sturdy companies that said no. Like Apple. Apple's like, we're not a boat. We're not a dinghy. We're like the biggest gigantic battleship that you've ever seen in your life. Your pressure can't sink this ship. We sell iPhones in our sleep. We're worth $3 trillion. We're not bending and folding to the whims of a society that changes every 4 or 5 years, right? And I respect that. I thought that was pretty awesome. Good for Apple. Good for Apple. Now, with that being said, though, I always felt just the same way I told you how I never liked the Diddy stuff when they had the shiny suits and all that rapping back in the 90s. I never really liked DEI that much as a pathway to financial security for black people because it was too risky. I felt like it was too fickle. I said, so wait a minute. So you telling me that I got to lean on the good graces of this white man for me to be able to provide for my family? That just didn't sit well with me. Again, I probably got just enough toxic masculinity to know that if you mess with my family, I'm gonna kick you in your ass. So if that's toxic, then just call me Mr. Toxic, because that's how I feel. I feel that I grew up with a guy named Larry Watkins who taught me about being tough and fighting for what is yours and defending what is yours. He defended my mother. He was by her bedside until she took her last breath. And he repeatedly told me over and over again, after 50 years of marriage, he said, my number one goal in life is to protect and take care of your mother. And I just thought that was just quite extraordinary, quite honorable. So, in my opinion, I felt that as a protector of me and mine and what's important in our world, the protector of this space, I said I don't really know how I feel about DEI. Because DEI, it's like a little drug, right? It's like a financial drug. Money's like dope. Money affects the dopamine in your brain. So money really is dope. It rises your dopamine levels, and you start feeling good and comfortable and safe and happy because they gave you this DEI position. But what you don't think about is the dark side of the dope, right? Every dope that gives you a high can also cause you to crash. Like Mike Epps talks about being high on cocaine and how after the crash he was ready to kill himself, right? So the same thing has happened with economics. Your economics can give you a high. You get on that dope, you're feeling good, you're feeling safe. You're like, look, mama, I made it. Let me go get a Mercedes. Let me get a bigger house. Let me go to the Gucci store because I'm living good. I got this nice little DEI job. They're paying me 300,000 a year to be the DEI director, and now I'm doing well. I've made it. Look, mama, I've made it. But what you're not thinking about is the crash. You're not thinking about like what happens if suddenly the world just changes. What happens if they say, I'm sorry, Shaniqua. We have to cut the DEI program completely. So your stuff is packed, and we need you to turn your keys in on the way out the door, and you can't log into your computer anymore right now. So good luck to you, though. Good luck, good luck, good luck. You people are great to have around, and then at that point. You're dealing with a lot of psychiatric issues. You're dealing with anxiety, stress. You're dealing with depression. My wife, who again, because she's a therapist, I think she's great for a Black financial therapy department in the Black Business School because there are so many people of our people that deal with extreme amounts of financial anxiety, extreme amounts of not just the sadness that comes when an economic opportunity is taken away, but also the fear, constant fear that one day you might be traumatized, right? The financial trauma, like just knowing that, like think about, imagine it's almost like having an alcoholic parent or parent on drugs, where you never know where one day they're gonna come in the house and be mad and just decide they just want to punch you while you're sleeping, right? And that's the thing. That's what happens. That's the economic trauma. That's what happened, in my opinion, when we gave up some of the more sturdy economic habits of our ancestors. Your grandparents, great grandparents had to live in a world that didn't have DEI. They lived in a world that didn't have affirmative action. They lived in a world that didn't even have integration. So what they did was they would do things that were more sturdy because they didn't trust these damn folks. They didn't sit around thinking that, oh, well, we got all these allies that are going to look out for us. I got an ally who's going to feed my family. I have an ally that's going to make sure that I'm good. The ally that's never going to leave my side. They understood, like, look, you can't trust some of these suckers. So we're going to make sure that we are solid. We're going to be conservative. That's the first thing, right? First risk assessment. They weren't flashy Negroes with big shiny suits throwing all their money away at the club. They were conservative. They would save that nickel. They would save that money. They had solid principles when it came to saving and protecting the little bit of money that they had. When I was on the faculty of Syracuse University, and Essence Magazine asked me to write an article about financial money habits, I called, I did, I had a whole PhD in money, but I called my grandma. I called my grandma. I said, because I need to talk to you, Mama. My grandmother, her name's Felicia. I called her Mama. That's the Panther. We named our Panther after my grandma. I got to name something after my mama too, because I need my mama with me too. And I went to my grandmother because I knew what she learned from my great grandparents. And I said, I know that tell me your money rules. What are your rules when it comes to money? Do you have rules? She said, I've got rules. And she sent me a whole list. I said, can you write it down and send it to me? She did. She wrote me a whole list. You give 10% to the Lord. You put 10% in your savings. You never buy anything on credit. Like, she didn't use a credit card. She didn't go into debt. And what she was saying was that she had a very strong risk assessment because she knew that being a black girl born in Louisville, Kentucky during the Great Depression, that Superman wasn't coming for her. She knew she didn't have nobody coming to save her. She wasn't sitting around hoping for a DEI program. She didn't believe she had allies. She didn't believe white folks were her friend. She couldn't even depend on the men, to be honest. Like, even some of the, black men, we're great in our own way, for sure. Shout out to all the great black men in the world. But you know what it is. I think that they work very hard to distort the mindset of a lot of us. So some of y'all brothers need to step up a little bit, right? And so the reality is that she had these sturdy rules of economics such that, as a single mother of five kids, She never ever went into debt. She had perfect credit. She never had to borrow money from anybody, and she was the most financially rock solid person I ever saw. And none of that came from a high income. None of that came from being born with a silver spoon in her mouth. None of that came from somebody giving her a DEI program or her having a sugar daddy. She did that because she understood risk. She understood things that many of our people have forgotten when it comes to our economics. We think that we're advanced because, we like it's a new day, it's 2024, and that's old fashioned. And shit, have you seen some of the some of the things that are happening in the country right now? I'm not saying I'm for or against. I told you I don't the politics. I'm not going to argue with nobody about no politics. But really, I mean, when they're literally pulling the rug out from things that you thought were secure, that really says that maybe you weren't secure in the first place. And maybe you should understand what financial security actually looks like. And in fact, actually, I did a whole training on what financial security looks like. I'm gonna remind me to text that out to you, and also to answer questions in the chat. Some of you are asking like where this shirt is, this black gentrification shirt. We have this site. It's woke black tees, wokeblacktees.com. So feel free to go to wokeblacktees.com, and I got all kinds of militant, angry black man, black woman shirts that you can check out. Like, I'm playing it. So, it's like I call it. I jokingly call it militant because apparently people think that black people being intelligent and prepared is militant, or that when I say I want black people to be intelligent, they say that I'm being uppity. So yeah, so if you want to be uppity and militant like me, then this is wokeblacktees.com. That's the URL, wokeblacktees.com. All right, so here's what one thing that I believe also. I think that when you talk about DEI, I made up a new term for DEI, and I'm actually gonna talk about this more. I'm speaking at the Black Wealth Summit in Bowie State on the 1st of February. If you live in the area, I think the URL is it thewealthsummit.org, thewealthsummit.org. So if you live in the area, feel free to pop in. I'm excited because I get to go see Dr. Claude Anderson. Let me make sure that is right because I want to support them. I have so much respect for what they're doing. Yeah, thewealthsummit.org. Not .com, .org, thewealthsummit.org. Anyway, so I was thinking about DEI and I said, DEI, in my opinion, should not stand for anymore. It should not stand for diversity, equity, and inclusion. I believe that for some of us, DEI should stand for development, entrepreneurship, and investment. Development, entrepreneurship, and investment. I believe that the best DEI program is the DEI program that you have in your black owned business. That's the best DEI program ever. That's the DEI program nobody can ever take away from you. And to me, DEI, development in entrepreneurship and investment, means, in my opinion, that we should develop our own institutions. We should do the work required to develop financial security setups and protocols that allow us to be safe economically, no matter what the political weather is in the United States. Development means developing businesses. Development means developing our children to be investors, to be smart with their money, to develop the ability for them to survive economically. Development in terms of institutions is absolutely essential for any community that wants to be financially secure. And one of your biggest weaknesses, one of your biggest vulnerabilities as a community is that you don't have your own businesses. That's why when we started the Black Business School, our Black core of three was that we believe Black people should educate our own children, create our own jobs, and support Black owned businesses. If we do those three things, Black wealth goes up by 5 trillion in less than a generation. We do those three things. Educate our own children. Why? Well, because so many of our children are miseducated, and when they get miseducated, they get distracted and pulled in the wrong direction, or they end up not being an asset to the community. Therefore, you're losing a couple $1 trillion every generation just by the virtue of the fact that millions of your children don't even have a basic skill. Millions of your children, if they don't have a basic skill, they don't know who they are. Millions of your children are stuck in this economic tornado, this twilight zone of an economy where they are trying to struggle, trying to survive, and they're failing. Many of them are failing. Many of them are struggling. Many of them are experiencing extreme financial desperation, extreme financial anxiety. As a person with a PhD in finance, I can tell you how to easily avoid this, how to easily get out of it. But you've got to prepare. You've got to develop your system. You've got to get ready. You can't fix it overnight. It's not like you can't go to the doctor when you got stage 4 cancer and say, "Give me a pill and make it better." You can't do that. You can't show up and say, "Oh, I've been eating the wrong food. I ain't been exercising. I've been smoking as many cigarettes as possible. I've been doing that for 30 years. Now, doc, I want you to make me as healthy as an Olympian." You can't do that. That doesn't work. You have to like I see Juiced Up Reese's here. I love Juiced Up Reese's. She runs this great juice company with all these healthy juices. And every time I see her, she'll say, "Hey doc, here's some juice," and I drink it. And it's so good and it's healthy. Juiced Up Reese will tell you that prevention is the best way to stay healthy. In fact, even if you talk about this, speaking of health, for example, we know that financially, the Rockefellers made a lot of financial moves to push us away from natural preventative maintenance on our bodies and our health. They pushed the country away from holistic medicine because he wanted drugs. He wanted drugs because they were based on oil, and he controlled oil. So Rockefeller, in all his philanthropy, I don't know how many of y'all know that, but all the money that he allegedly put into supporting medical schools and all that. That was all basically done so he could force the doctors to move away from natural cures and move toward pharmaceuticals. And so now you have a country where millions of people are hooked on drugs. They actually antidepressants. The United States prescribes antidepressants at an unbelievable level. We prescribe more antidepressants than any other country on the planet. The big company, the Purdue family, just got sued for the opioid crisis because they got the whole half the damn country hooked on opioids, right? So you can't trust even the medical profession. Just speaking of health, just since we're talking about that, but just like health, physical health, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. You have to develop the kind of health that you want to have. You have to develop a protocol. You got to develop things such that you say, "Oh, I'm doing this every single day right now, so that 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, I will be in good shape." So that's what development looks like, brick by brick. Things that you build brick by brick are much more sturdy than when somebody just sort of props you on top of an institution that they control. And what does that mean? Well, that means that you have lots of, again, I call them shiny Negroes, the celebrities or whatever, who look like they have power because they're standing up on top of a stage. But really, the real power is not the person who stands on the stage because they can be flicked off like a blunt or a fly. The person standing on the stage does not have the power. The power belongs to the person who built the stage, the person who developed the stage, the person who or the company who brick by brick built that stage because they know that they can put anybody on that stage and make them shiny and powerful or look powerful and important. So ultimately, development is extremely important. We have to develop the kinds of children that we need to lead our community. We have to develop the kinds of businesses that we need to employ our people. We have to develop the mindset that's going to lead us to understand the importance of being economically strong, capable, and independent. And the best builders that we've ever had in our community are people who were born before integration. The people that were born in the 40s and the 30s and the 20s understood this at a level that we will never understand. They knew how to build things. They knew how to fix things. The people on Black Wall Street, they didn't sit, they didn't, a DEI program did not build Black Wall Street. But when they built the damn thing, when they were willing to make the sacrifice, put in the years of blood, sweat, and tears and do the work, they built something that was very, very powerful. Now, again, with Black Wall Street, we know the history there, right? We know what they did and we know how they attacked it for sure, right? But still, though, imagine if we had builders like that today. You keep that nowadays, it's much harder. And not that anything's impossible, but it'd be much harder for them to just decide to get mad and come in there and burn down a whole black town or burn down a whole bunch of black businesses or something, right? Even anything's possible, but it's not as likely as it was in the 1920s and 1930s. So imagine if we had builders that have that mindset today that could say something like, I know you're offering me a good job, but I'm gonna walk away from the good job because I want to, instead of me pouring into your institution, I'm going to pour into my own. Instead of me pouring into your community, I'm going to pour into my own. Most black communities are struggling. Most black communities that are poor anyway struggle with infrastructure because all the people that could be there building infrastructure left the community to go to work that day. They all abandoned their community and went to work, and so the things that they're pouring energy into are growing. That what you pour energy into is going to grow. My mother used to say that all the time. She said the things that you invest in are going to grow and build and whatever, and the things that you don't invest in, the things that you neglect, are going to fail. So if you invest in your health, then you're going to have better health. If you neglect your health, then you're going to die. If you invest in your future, then you're going to have a great future. If you neglect your future, then you'll have no future. If you invest in your relationship with your spouse, you're going to have a better relationship. If you neglect your spouse, then your wife will be sleeping with the pool boy and your family's going to fall apart, right? So ultimately, being very conscious, financially conscious means you have to think about like, what are we developing? What's the plan? How do we imagine the world, our personal world? Think about your life. How do you imagine your life being better or different 10 years from today than it is now? And what is it that's going to be developed and created such that not only will your life be better, but the lives of other people behind you are going to be easier because you develop something for them. If I build a house, then that house that I build can last for 100, 200 years. But if I'm constantly spending my time building houses for other people, and then I don't have a house, I'm living in an apartment. Well, that's not legacy. That's not, I haven't developed anything for me. I've developed things for other people though. Right. And so development, entrepreneurship and investment. Entrepreneurship means that we need more people that at least have an entrepreneurial skill as a backup plan in case that job disappears. Dependence on jobs or dependence on DEI especially is very fickle, it's very risky because these things can be taken away at the drop of a hat. Corporations are not loyal to you. These hoes ain't loyal. Corporations are not loyal. They have no interest in making sure that you are financially secure or that you remain well off or that you're always doing okay. Their goal is their objective is to take care of the shareholders. That's what their primary premise is. That's what they're supposed to do. That's at least that's what Milton Friedman at the University of Chicago said is that the number one job of the corporate manager is to maximize shareholder wealth. He did not say that the number one job is to keep everybody employed. He did not say the number one job is to make sure the DEI programs remain intact. He didn't say the number one job is to take care of the environment or the customers or the people that are running the company. He didn't say that. He said the number one job of the corporate manager is to maximize the wealth of the shareholders. So the people that will never get screwed in a corporation are the people who wrote the checks and provide the capital for that corporation to exist. Let me say it again. The corporation will never screw the people who wrote the damn check. Let me say it again. The corporation will never screw the people who built and invested and developed that corporation. Do you understand? Do you get what I'm saying? Do you understand? So white folks got their own DEI program, and it does stand for development, entrepreneurship, and investment because entrepreneurs created Apple, investors came along and poured into Apple, and then their capital developed Apple into this $3 trillion corporation. You're never going to bite the hand that feeds you. You're never going to defy the individuals through which they've become basically your economic god. You'll never defy the person who gave birth to you. So the investors gave birth to Apple. That's what they did. They went and the customers are important as well for sure, right? Without the customers, nothing happens. But it's the people who came along and said, let's be entrepreneurial and start this business. That was Steve Jobs and his buddy. I forgot his name. He had a real long name. I can't remember his name. And when the entrepreneurs planted the seed, the investors came in and helped water the seed. And then Apple was developing, and now you've got this $3 trillion behemoth. And unfortunately, that's where their loyalty lies. That's who they're going to be loyal to. That's their DEI program. They're not going to be loyal to you when you came along begging for a job 30 years later. It doesn't mean they don't value you. It doesn't mean that you're not important. It doesn't mean that you don't matter. It just means that you're not the top priority for these corporations. So, in my view, if you want to be secure in America, the best way to be secure in a capitalist society is to be an investor in something. If you're investing in things with these companies, you can own shares of stock in these companies, and they bow to the shareholders. Even the companies that like Costco, they kept their DEI program. I'm talking about diversity, equity, and inclusion. They only kept it because the shareholders said it was okay. You do know that, right? They had a shareholder vote, and so that means that if the shareholders had said we don't want this stuff, get this stuff out of here, it's costing us money, then even Costco would have folded and walked away. So why can't we as black people have a mindset where we understand that if we develop institutions, invest in those institutions, have entrepreneurs that create these institutions and others that will come along and pour into those institutions, that will keep you much more financially secure than these fly-by-night jobs. America's an interesting country. I learned a lot about America by watching this documentary about the Vietnam War. it was 12 hours long, and I watched it twice because my father was in Vietnam, and it really affected him. He was 17 years old, and they pushed him out of an airplane, and it traumatized him. It really affected him. And I was really impacted by the story behind the fall of Saigon. The fall of Saigon told me it really, I mean, just going back to that term, these hoes ain't loyal. That's a Chris Brown song, in case you don't know it. I said, "Oh my God!" When I saw the fall of Saigon, if you ever want to be freaked out, like just watch like that part of a document where they talk about the fall of Saigon, because here's what happened. They kind of did to the Vietnamese people what they do to black people when it comes to politics and DEI programs and all that. They come along and they sweet talk you and they tell you, "Hey, I love you. I'm there for you, girl. I got your back." Whatever, right? And you're like, "Oh, he loves me," right? But then as soon as it gets inconvenient for them to keep their commitment, they're like, "I'm sorry. I know I told you. I know you invested everything in me, but I gotta go." And they abandoned those poor people. The people in the south of Vietnam were aligned with the United States. And for them, it was much deeper than what it was for us. Now, Vietnam, for most Americans who didn't have to go over there and fight, was just like a conceptual thing. It was like, oh, yeah, there's this war and we don't like this war. For some people, like my father, it was much more real because he actually had to go in there and fight in the war. People like Muhammad Ali were very conscious. He said, "Ain't no Viet Cong never called me nigga. That's your war. That's your situation, not mine." And they wanted to put him in prison for that because I think that they were accustomed to black people fighting battles for white people. They were accustomed to black people doing what we were told. They were accustomed to black people getting on the front lines and taking a bullet for some billionaire who's sending you off the bat to go fight a war so they can get oil or rubber or whatever mineral they're trying to take to feed their capitalist machine, right? So, long story short, the fall of Saigon really taught me that if you're not smart enough to look out for your own interest, your oppressor never will. They're never going to. If you don't know how to look out for you and yours, then you will be the biggest sucker on the planet. They will screw you. They will chew you up, spit you out, and use you up. They will. They really. I mean, really. The fall of Saigon. So what happened was basically, in case you don't know, is they got the people in the south of Vietnam. They got them invested in this idea of fighting this war. And they were fighting against their own relatives. They were killing, kind of like black people are with the Democrats Republican thing. I just don't do that. I'm not going to do that with you. I'll debate you. We can talk about the issues, but I'm not gonna fight a relative over some politicians who don't give a damn about. I'm sorry. I just don't, I'm not participating in any of that. Once you get too serious, I'm gonna walk away. It's almost like we playing checkers and you pull out a gun. I'm be like, maybe we shouldn't play this game right now because you taking this a little bit too seriously. And you got people out here that'll do that. That'll literally be like, "I don't talk to my cousin because he voted for Trump. I don't, my sister voted for Biden, that old blankety blank." I hate that. I don't like any of that. I'm sorry. And I know people disagree, but that's my position because and if you want to know what's going through my head, it's the fall of Saigon. Because the Vietnamese, the Southern Vietnamese, biggest mistake they made was that they aligned themselves with the either capitalist America or communist Russia. And what happened as a result is that the Russians and the Americans tore that country apart. They tore that country to pieces. They left scars in that community that have lasted for several generations. They came in and just literally took a dump on top of that country. They peed on those poor people. It was terrible. And so the fall of Saigon was when the United States had gotten to the point where all the millions of these people in southern Vietnam had come to depend on the United States to have their back. They were like, "Oh yeah, you're our DEI program. You're providing this military assistance. You're providing all this money. You're providing these helicopters and tanks that we need in order to fight this war, and you're protecting us. You are our protection." And then the Americans, just the American people were like, "We don't like this war. We want to get out." And they said, "Sorry, we got to go." And that led to the fall of Saigon. Suddenly, they were defenseless. And because there were people in the north that had built up so much hostility toward them because of the war, oh, they were going in, they were chopping people's heads off in the middle of the street. They were shooting men in the face in front of their families. They were slaughtering entire families because they were like, "Oh, it's on right now, sucker." And the United States was like, "Sorry, but don't you love the Beatles? Like we're living good as Americans. We're living our good life over here." But for them, it was very real. When I saw that, what I concluded is I said, the leaders in Vietnam, including Ho Chi Minh, who was a great leader, he was kind of like their Martin Luther King or their Malcolm X. The biggest mistake they made was they did not pursue true independence. The biggest mistake they made, because that's what they wanted. They wanted independence from the French. The French had been abusing them for a long time, and the Americans didn't want to help. And so they went to the Russians because of that. But what people don't understand is that when you align yourself with something bigger like that, you got to be really careful about what you're aligning yourself with. So let's say I live in a neighborhood. This is all economics, by the way. This goes back to economics because economics ain't nothing but gang warfare. Economics is gang affiliation. Like Apple is an economic gang where you have a group of people that get on the same page, have the same code of conduct, have the same procedures, and they wear the little Apple logo. They're all part of the same gang. So it's almost like if I live in a neighborhood and I'm scared of getting beat up and I see the Crips and the Crips look pretty strong and I say, "Hey, I think I'm gonna be a Crip because I don't want anybody to beat me up and take my lunch money." And so I'm thinking about the benefits of being a Crip. Like now I got all these people that'll help me if I ever get in a fight or whatever. But the big problem that you have now is now your allies have increased, but your number of your enemies has increased as well. Now, anytime a blood sees you and you're wearing blue, well, then you might have to run because now you've got enemies that you didn't have before, right? Do you understand what I'm saying? And I think that with the United States, I think that that's what we do. I think black folks do that. I think we'll say, okay, I want to be a Republican, but then now your Democratic friends don't want to talk to you anymore. Or I want to be a Democrat. Now your Republican friends don't like you. And I feel like we get aligned with these bigger battles. And this is what happened in Vietnam. When they were in the North, they said we're going to align with the Soviets because they're going to give us weapons and money and all this. Well, now the Americans hate you. Now you are in the crosshairs of the most powerful country in the world. So then the people in the South get aligned with the United States. And then what happens is that the country itself became the casualty. The country itself became collateral damage in a much bigger war with people who truly don't care about you. Like, I believe at the end of the day, I don't believe the Democrats or the Republicans care that much about the black community. I don't. I don't. Because if they really did, then you would not see neighborhoods where babies get shot in their strollers. You would not still have communities that are horrifically underinvested in. You would not still have us having to fight like crazy just to get them to say the word reparations. I just don't believe that they care that much. I believe that they care about us to the extent that we are a pawn in a bigger chess game. They need us to show up. They're like, okay, we need black people to do this and do that, or we can't get elected. Or if we get enough black people to come over to our side, then we can keep the other party from getting elected. But at the end of the day, I think that they're sort of fighting above the rim, and we're kind of down here like these little mice that they're kind of moving around and manipulating. And really, what should happen, in my opinion, is we should disconnect. Because if you don't, then what's going to happen is you're going to have the fall of Saigon, which is what's kind of happening right now. You're going to have scenarios where the heat gets hot and then your allies abandon you. Do you understand? This is where I'm getting at. Like I think right now, when I see companies just saying, "Oh, hey, we really were into the DEI thing in 2020, but now we're done. We're out of here. We're withdrawing our troops, so to speak." And we just wish you the best. You hopefully your community can take care of you. I hope you can defend yourself because we're out of here. It reminds me of the fall of Saigon. And so to me the solution to avoid that is you got to be real thoughtful about where your priorities lie. Right? You got to really be thoughtful about. I think a little bit of selfishness could be good for Black people. A little bit of economic selfishness because something happened when we were trained in slavery to really take care of other people before we take care of ourselves. Like I believe that we really take a lot of pride in saving other. Like when I saw the people bragging about how we saved the Biden administration in the last election. I don't want to get too political, but that was kind of weird. Like we saved y'all again. And I'm like, I get it. I understand you saved them and you deserve credit for that, but damn, can't you save yourself first? Like, can't say, how about you save yourself? I don't want to brag about saving other people who don't care about me. I'd rather brag about saving my family. I'd rather brag about saving you. And I don't think our community is saved. I don't think our community is economically safe at all. We're very, very vulnerable. And when you're vulnerable, your number one objective should be figuring out how to become secure. How do you become secure? So when I go back to what I think DEI should mean, development, entrepreneurship, and investment, that's how you become financially secure. because there's no people that were the original investors in Apple who are financially insecure right now. They're billionaires, trillionaires, whatever, multimillionaires. They're doing quite well financially. So if you develop things by making investments with an entrepreneurial seed, if you have the millions of children who have brilliant ideas, who then say, I'm going to spend my time pouring into this idea. And then once I pour into this idea and make it strong enough and develop it enough, others will want to then pour into the idea. They come along and they want to be investors and they say, how about we double up on what you're doing? Next thing you know, the whole hood is fed. The next thing you know, everybody's good. The next thing you know, all the investors are prospering. And this is the fundamental of economic power. This is how you get it. You don't get power by borrowing power from other people. You get the illusion of power. You get fed dopamine. They get you on that dope. And a person who's high is disconnected from reality. So a lot of us are on that dope. We sit around and we feel like we're good. We feel like we're safe. We feel like we're secure. We feel like we've succeeded. We feel like we've made it. And then when somebody pulls the rug out from under us and you get that reality check, and you come off of that dope, suddenly you're depressed. Suddenly you're sad. Suddenly you're like, oh my God, it's so hard to be black. It's so terrible. And then you're passing that same anxiety on to your children because we never taught them the importance of preparation. So that's my belief. That's my 2 cents. Um, that's what DEI means to me. If you want specific ways to implement this, I think every black child in America should know how to start a business by the age of 12. I believe every black child in America should have somebody who loves him enough to buy shares of stock for him every month. You pay your car note every month. You pay your cell phone bill every month. You're putting money in the landlord's pocket every month. Why can't you invest for your children every month? You love your landlord more than you love your kids? Because what you do with your money is an expression of love. It is. Because money is power, and if I'm giving you power, that means I got to care about you. So it's a couple things I'm not going to do is I'm not going to give my power to my enemy because he gonna pull that gun out and shoot me in the face with it. And then number two, I'm not going to waste that power by giving it to people that aren't connected to me and mine. I'm gonna start with me and mine first. So you buy stock for that kid every month for the time that they're born. Guess what? When they're 25 years old, they have hundreds of thousands of dollars in the bank. They got $250,000 they're sitting on, and they're not victims of economic desperation. They're not sitting around waiting for somebody to start a DEI program. They're not looking for Superman to come save them. They're not crying and whining and moaning about how they sad because the Republicans did this or the Democrats did that. They're not living that life. They're like, no, I'm sorry that your parents didn't love you enough to prepare you for the future, but my parents did. That's the reality of it. And it sounds arrogant as hell. I don't care what it sounds like, but it's reality, folks. This is real life, people. This is how the world works. The world does not work the way it should. The world works the way it does. So if you talk about financial security, it is very important for you to just bust out of this whole mindset that they gave you. The slave mentality must also die. If DEI going DIE, then the slave mentality needs to die with it. No disrespect to DEI or anybody who's benefited from it. I got my first job through a diversity thing at Syracuse, so I'm not anti any of that. I'm not here to say that at all. But I can also tell you that even though they got me that job, when they decided to take it away, I had to figure out a plan B. So when I think about my life and I go back and say, what would I have done if I was 18 years old? I would have spent a year studying my butt off to become the best entrepreneur I could be. Because if you know how to create economic possibility out of thin air, that's what entrepreneurs can do. They're financial magicians. They're visionary. They can see wealth even when there appears to be none. They're almost like those people that can go out in the woods and they can survive in the forest because they can see where the food is. They can see where the water is. They can see how to kill an animal and skin the bear and cook it and all that. They know how to live good in any situation. They're adaptable. Adaptability is critical in a very competitive economy. And if you think that it's tough now, wait till AI comes on board. When AI pops in, it's going to be over for millions of people. Millions of people are going to drown in the age of AI. And I honestly think that some of it is because we get distracted by goofballs in shiny suits like Diddy. I think that we get distracted by the social stuff, and and I tell you, all that dancing and all that is fun, but at some point you got to stop dancing and start working. Less twerking, more working. How about that? How about that? Okay. So anyway, I got to get out of here, guys. I'm gonna let you all get back to your day. I hope that you gained something from this discussion. Just so you know, Dr. Alicia, my wife, she's a therapist, a full professor of social work. She heads our Black Financial Therapy department in the Black Business School. She's going to do Mental Health Monday tonight. I don't know what their topic is, but if you want to be notified and invited to her private seminar space, just text the word love, LOVE, to 87948. So text love to 87948. And I see John Trey said you can text money to 87948. Yeah, I do have a training called How to Make Money Without Working. And I think it might be especially interesting right now, given that the stock market has really took a hit today. I think that this is a great day to invest in stocks. So if you text money to 87948, I can send you that as well. What else is happening? And we got a lot. We usually have a lot of stuff going on in the Black Business School. There was something else I meant to tell you, but I made notes. But oh, here we go. Yeah, I'll send you the stuff about Joe's thing that he does with the men, because I think that's definitely. I'm glad somebody brought that up. And also, there's something on financial security. I did a training on basically what financial security looks like and how to know that you're financially secure. So I'll send that out to you guys as well. If you're not on the text list for this class, that's the really important one. Text the word morning to the number 87948 on your phone. Text morning to 87948. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a great day. God bless you. Thank you so much for listening. And let's go get it. DEI, development, entrepreneurship, and investment. That's what we're about to do. See you guys tomorrow. Take care. Bye-bye. I think that's a great point you make, Athena, because when you're talking about, artificial intelligence and just opportunity, let's just focus on that. Let's look at that bigger picture part. I think that there's a perception that as Black people, we're supposed to sort of to be left on the sidelines while everyone else is enjoying the fruits of America. That we're kind of always sort of left out of everything, like almost like wealth is a highway and we can't get on the highway. We're down on the ground looking up at the people driving by, and that's just not true, right? There are ways onto that highway if you have the right attitude. You have on ramps, right? On ramps might be, for example, participating in the stock market. So I actually had made a list of stocks that I sent out to all the students in this class and said, look, if you buy these stocks, you will benefit as AI emerges, because AI is not going away. And your other point that you made that I thought was really great was you were talking about the Stargate project with President Trump, and he has Sam Altman, Larry Ellison from Oracle, and they were all announcing this alleged. It's Mayoshi Son, can't forget him because he runs the Vision Fund, which they've got just I think over $100 billion that they're deploying and investing. And the thing is that it is interesting, like you said, that we'll allow people to tell us why they can't afford reparations, but then we will sort of sit back and be okay when Democrats or Republicans make these $100 billion announcements. Like, well, we don't have 10 billion for you Black people who got us into office, but we got 100 billion for these people over here who didn't do anything. In fact, they live in a whole nother country. But because we expect y'all people to do what we tell you to do, you're gonna support us as we go do this. You're gonna carry water for us. We'll never carry water for you because after all, we're not Negroes. We don't work for you, right? And I find that to be kind of weird and offensive, rather whether it's Democrat or Republican. It's kind of crazy.
Exactly. So, Dr. Boyce, I want to touch on something, right? You were talking about the highway. Immediately, I thought about Miami traffic and Miami highway, right? It is ghetto. It is horrible. I hate having to drive to Miami. But guess what they did? They opened up the express lane, but you got to pay a toll. You got to pay an investment to use that lane. The last time I was in that lane, traffic was backed up all the way. And I was on this freeway, listening to my music. I love a little ratch. Listening to my music, flying by, going on the highway. And that is what AI is for us. If you want to be in the bumper to bumper traffic stressed out, then you can stay over there. But if you want to make an investment in yourself as a person and your abilities into your future, it is not going anywhere. It is not going anywhere. Then you do that. And you need to be the type of person who is forward thinking, who's willing to act on things, who's willing to read the tea leaves and see where the wind is blowing, where things are going in this direction. This country, also known as America, all right, I'm a trademark that, America, is not invested in helping Black people in particular, but also not invested in helping a certain group of people, right?
Mm.
If you look at how things are structured, especially from an immigrant perspective, I can talk about this because I am an immigrant to this country. The United States government makes investment in people who are willing to work in certain labor in certain functions. So infrastructure and construction, science, technology, and professional careers. So that's how my father was able to come here because he was a scientist, right? He was a geologist. There's not too many geologists walking around.
Mm.
And they're more invested in importing the labor because they already have the expertise and everything than to build up its own people to get them to do those same.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Come on in. I hope everybody's having a great day. Welcome to Money in the Morning. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. This is our millionaire training camp where we cover the art of economic elevation. We do this every single morning, 7 days a week. We don't stop. We don't take weekends. Weekends, I'm sorry. I don't want to be mean or rude when I say this, but you know what? When you grow up in a world of champions, weekends are for suckers. I'm kidding. You enjoy your weekend. Don't be weird like me. But really though, and you don't understand. See, I'm also super inspired because I grew up in Louisville, Kentucky, which is the home of the great Muhammad Ali. So I grew up kind of seeing that as the standard of greatness. I mean, I just watched a big long documentary by Ken Burns about Ali and his life and every great thing that he did. And I'm gonna tell you, man, it's so inspiring. I love watching his life and he knew a lot of people. He lived in a lot of the places I've lived in my life, and he knew a lot of the people who I knew or were connected. He spent a lot of time with the Honorable Elijah Muhammad right there in Chicago and in the South Side. I lived in the South Side around the corner from that house where Farrakhan. I remember Minister Farrakhan taking me around the house and showing me and telling me about the story of how in the 1970s the Honorable Elijah Muhammad gave him the house and it's interesting, so he spent all this time in the South Side of Chicago and Louisville and went out and just did these awesome things and just had these ideas and these beliefs about what we need to do as a people to be great, what we got to do to be our absolute best. And I'm gonna tell you, it's for a little kid that grew up in Louisville, Kentucky, that was born around the time of the peak of his career, that grew up watching my father watch him fight against Leon Spinks and that unfortunate fight, Larry Holmes, the Thriller in Manila, the Rumble in the Jungle, and all that stuff, and just to have that be right in my city, man, you talk about something that just gives you fire. Oh my God, I love that man so much. I have so much admiration for him, and it's really exciting. And also, his daughter Layla is a friend of mine. So it's just really cool kind of having to go full circle and kind of saying, okay, I think I understand that. I think I understand God's mission. I think that God's mission is that we are supposed to continue what people before us did, right? We're supposed to take that same courage, that same hard work ethic, that same commitment, that same relentless and really tireless desire to make our people great, and we got to run with it. So I think all of us are the greatest, right? So we are the greatest. That's what we are. I am the greatest, you are the greatest. Can't nobody stop us. See, when you show up in your greatness, in my opinion, and you believe in that, can't nobody stop you, man. Can't nobody stop you. I talked to a young Black man the other day, and I was explaining to him, I said the biggest battle that any man or any woman has really is the battle with yourself. Most of us unfortunately become our own biggest haters, our own biggest critics. We don't like ourselves very much. We feel like we need validation from white people in order to feel comfortable and in order to be somebody. And I just reject all that stuff. Like I just reject all that. And my belief is that the biggest battle I have every day is the battle against Boyce, right? The battle between the mediocre Boyce and the excellent, outstanding, and empowered Boyce. And he's going to win. This guy's going to win. The empowered Boyce, he's going to win that battle. And it's a daily thing. That's the thing I want to share with you guys too. Is it's a daily thing. It's a constant thing. It's intra daily. I mean, it happens all day long, every day. In the next hour, are you going to be excellent or are you going to be average? Right? Are you going to be your best or are you going to be your worst? Are you going to stand up or are you going to sit down? Are you going to give up or are you going to keep going? Those little decisions are made every single day, all day long. And I can tell you with 100% certainty that everybody feels that. Everybody goes through that, right? So anyway, and in fact, if you look at the life of Ali, just since we're talking about him, Um, if you look at Ali, you'll notice that in the course of his life, you saw times where he was extraordinary and outstanding, and then you saw times where he was mediocre. You saw times where he did his best and he showed up, and and he'd fight like like hell. But then you saw times where he didn't show up prepared, right? And sometimes he had to get his butt kicked, right? Shout out to Joe Frazier, a great fighter, right? Joe Frazier knocked him on his butt, and a few other people did. And every time he got knocked on his butt, he would come back and he'd say, okay, I got to go back to the basics. I'm going to go back to what made me great. I'm going to go back to the gym. I'm going to go back and stop acting like a celebrity. I'm going to start pushing hard again. I'm going to lose weight. I'm going to get in shape. I'm going to make sure I'm ready. So this is the interesting thing that I want you to understand. And this is not even related to our topic for today, but God tells me what to say and I always listen. Um, is that remember this, that when you become great at something, right? So let's just start the conversation off right. How many of you want to be great at something? How many of you believe that you are capable of being great at something? How many of you are striving for greatness in your life? I hope that I've convinced you that Black excellence should be just mandatory for all of us. And everybody's version of Black excellence is going to differ. Everybody's version of what it means to be Black, what it means to be outstanding is going to vary, right? But how many of you want to be Black and excellent? Give me a yes. Excellence, I think, is something that should be required for us to even come in this room together, a commitment and a belief in that. Well, here's the thing I want you to understand about greatness, in my opinion. Um, there's a difference between being the best and being at your best. This is where I become a statistician. One thing that we one thing that we do in statistics is they'll say, "So what's the volatility?" And you'll say, "Well, this is the volatility." And then they'll say, "Well, what's the volatility of the volatility?" Right? Or they'll say, "Well, what's the average?" And you'll say, "Well, the average is 12." And they'll say, "But what's the average of the average?" And what people don't understand is that there's always a layer beneath what you think is the bottom layer, meaning that there you might say, "Well, who's the best basketball player in the world?" And you might say, well, I don't know, LeBron James or Steph Curry or Michael Jordan or whatever, right? But then you might look at Michael Jordan's life and say, on what days was he actually showing up as the best? And what days did he show up as somebody else? And what days did he show up as the Michael Jordan that we remember, the legend, the amazing guy that we know he is as an athlete anyway? And what days did he just show up as an imposter, right? What days did he think that just putting on the number 23 and just showing up with a basketball under his arm was the same as him being the great Michael Jordan? At what point did he forget that to be a Michael Jordan or to be great at anything, it requires a certain number of ingredients, right? It requires a culture, it requires a certain approach to things, right? It requires a standard. It requires being prepared for the battle, preparation for the battle. And some days he did not prepare for the battle, and the days he did not prepare were the days when he did not do as well as he wanted to do. Those are the days where he failed. Right. And a lot of us go through that every single day. There's something to prepare for. There's some kind of battle. And one thing I tell the kids all the time, and this is an economic statement. This is an investing statement. This is a statement about investing. I say preparation is the key to success. Preparation is the key to, if you prepare at an optimal level for everything in your life that matters for you, then you are going to win. Give me a yes if you follow what I'm saying. If you prepare for all the things that matter for you, you will succeed. You will give yourself the best chance of success. You may not always succeed the first time, but success is more likely to show up and greet you when you show up prepared to receive it. Do you understand? Do you get what I'm saying? Wealth ain't nothing but financial preparation. Financial security ain't nothing but economic preparation. Being rich ain't nothing but the fact that in the past I prepared for this moment. I'm showing up to you in this moment as a guy that's got money in the bank, as a guy who's got financial security, as a guy I'm talking to you right now, and I'm sitting here talking to you from Europe, right? I'm literally in Denmark right now. I'm showing up in this moment in a certain way because I prepared for this moment. Do you understand? Do you follow what I'm saying? If I had not prepared for this moment, then this moment would not exist. When it comes to the life you want, economic life, otherwise, and not just the money, I'm talking about also the things that are more important than money, the other things that you invest in that money cannot buy, you have to prepare for that. If you want to have an excellent family, I meet some of you, you say, this is my beautiful wife and my 7 kids, and the kids are all sitting there all well-behaved, and he's an engineer, and she's a scientist, and she's got her own business, and he's got $1 million in his portfolio. Well, that tells me that you prepared. You didn't make all them babies in 30 seconds. Those are not babies that were born last night. when you show me what you are looking like right now, and you're this really healthy, successful family of 7, and I've been married to my wife 30 years, and we're worth over $1 million, and we got 7 kids, and 2 of them are in Ivy League schools, and the other 2 are making millions of dollars again. That tells me that there was thousands of little steps that took for you to prepare for this moment where you're presenting this to me. Like you're presenting this masterpiece, like an artist, you're presenting this masterpiece that you've been painting for the last 30 years in a very intricate way. And I'm like, wow, look at that art. That's amazing. And this is a financial consciousness exercise. This is a consciousness exercise because unfortunately you live in a world where people believe in this Disney fairy tale, this myth, this big fat stinky fat nasty ass lie called instant gratification. You got people that really think that you can make success the same way you make a pitcher of Kool-Aid. Just add water and put some sugar in it and stir it up real hard. It's gonna taste delicious. You can't create success like Kool-Aid. Success is like it's like your mama's crock pot. You know, you remember your mama would put food in the crock pot in the morning and it would take like 12 hours for it to stew while she's at work all day. You know, that kind of thing. Like except it's like even worse than that. It's like a crock pot that sometimes you gotta let the stuff stew in the crock pot for like 20 or 30 years. Right. You have to that's what greatness looks like. That's what economic success looks like. That's what a strong family looks like. That's what health looks like, physical health. When somebody shows up with all big muscles or they looking good and they slim, oh, that's hundreds, if not thousands of hours in the gym that you're looking at. That's thousands of little decisions to pick up the carrots instead of the potato chips, right? That's thousands of little choices to say, I'm gonna get my butt up out of the bed at 5 a.m. and go to the gym today, even though I'd rather sleep in and eat, and eat ice cream and hang out with my friends, right? So remember, everything is a culmination. Everything is an accumulation process. Most things in life that matter for you, most things that are really worth something, whether you're talking about greatness or you're like Ali, or you're talking about, greatness financially or anything else, it's an accumulation. That's what wealth is. See, that's what you got to understand. In finance, we refer to wealth as what you call a stock. It is a stock. It means you've been stocking. You've been stacking your nuts for the winter. You've been stacking your paper. You've been stack, stock, putting stuff in the storeroom, right? Now you got this big storeroom full of money, and that's wealth. That's why we call it a stock. But see, people don't see the stock. They're not thinking about the stock. Like we talk about stock markets and all that. All that's connected. It's deep stuff. What people see in the world of instant gratifications, they don't see the stock. What they see is a thing called the flow. The flow builds the stock. See, here's the flow. The flow is income. How much money you make? How much I gonna get paid? What's my paycheck gonna look like? Oh, he doing good. Look at how much money he's making. That you ever hear people talk like that? Like they just say, well, how are they doing? Oh, they doing good. He got a good job, making good money. So what they're talking about is the flow. They're not talking about the stock. In mathematics, maybe you might say they're talking about the first derivative, not the second derivative. Whatever, however you want to look at it. The first level, not the second level. Because really, if you want to ask a question about how somebody's doing financially, you don't say, well, how much money they making? No, what you say is, well, how much wealth did they create with that money? Because money doesn't mean anything if it flows in your pocket and out and goes out. If it comes in the front door and goes out the back door. It's like Mexican food. You eat it and then it leaves your body and then you're hungry again, right? So if all you focus on is the flow and you don't think about the stock, then you're missing the majority. You're looking at the tip, but you ain't even paying no attention to the damn iceberg. See, what you got to understand is that income means nothing without wealth. Income is the little brother, wealth is the big brother. Income is an opportunity to create wealth. And if you think about this, pay attention. Most people in America don't build any wealth. They work 50 straight years, make millions of dollars, thousands of hours at the job, and they got nothing to show for it. Their income, and I'm not making fun of anybody if you're in this category, because they trick you into this. They trick you. Remember, you're in a world of instant gratification. So don't think I'm shaming you for being tricked. It tricks a lot of us, right? So because we're focused on the flow and not on the stock, we make the money and then the money's gone, and then you have to go make more money because now you're out of money because you spent the money that you made and right? And so when we talk about the word poor, what does the word poor stand for in this class? We talk about poor all the time. Poor stands for what? P-O-O-R. Give me the acronym. Type in the chat. Poor stands for passing over opportunities repeatedly. Passing over opportunities repeatedly. So if you are a hardworking person who has busted your butt for some corporation for many, many years, and you still feel poor, you still feel financially strapped and everything's kind of stuck, then what's probably occurred to some extent, and I want to say this without you feeling like I'm beating up on you. I am not holier than thou. I'm not a man who's never made mistakes. I am not here to sit here and make and shame you about your life. So let's just make that clear. But poor, what's happened is that you passed over opportunities repeatedly. I bet you when I come in here and I tell you depressing things like, well, if you had spent $1,800 on Apple stock in 1997, you'd have $4 million in the bank right now. That pisses you off. That it should. It's like, man, wait, what? Huh? Nobody told me that. Right? Somebody told me I had to spend $1,800 at the club, or I need to go on vacation that year. Right? You're like, damn. Right? You get mad, right? You get FOMO, but that's okay. That's that first step. That's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to get mad. See, what I've noticed about champions and great people, like I was talking about Ali, is like I think people that have a high standard for themselves, that have high expectations for themselves, that believe in the pursuit of excellence and are willing to sacrifice for that, they tend to be frustrated sometimes. I'm frustrated with Boyce every single day. Every day I get mad at Boyce. Every day I'm like, damn, come on, Boyce. You were supposed to get up. You were supposed to work 12 hours. You only work 9. Oh, dang, Boyce. You'll never be great if you keep on giving up so early. Boyce, you really should have stuck with it. Boyce, if you had done this in 2021, you'd be here in 2025. Now you're starting over again because you messed around and didn't start when you know you should have started, right? So frustration comes with the territory. So what I kind of am okay with, and I want you to do is I want you to think about the benefit of being a frustrated Black person. But here's the thing: I don't want you frustrated about what white folks are doing. I don't think that benefits you. I've never met a white man who's going to change his behavior because I'm frustrated with him. I don't know anybody running this government or running these corporations or anywhere that's going to change their policies because I'm just frustrated. I'm frustrated that you keep taking Black wealth. I'm frustrated that you're selling us toxic fast food and killing us. I'm frustrated that you're telling us to destroy our families, right? Yeah, I can be frustrated with you, but I don't think they really care. But I think that if you're frustrated with you and you see you and your choices as the primary driver of what's going to make you great, then I think that will give you more benefit. At least if you're going to be stressed out, you're stressed out for a cause. You're stressed out for a purpose you can believe in. You're stressed out in a way that you're going to get a return on investment, right? So anyway, before I move on, I want to mention really, really quickly that the ladies at Fly Nubian Money did a great show yesterday about these trade-offs that we make in terms of family and finances. We touched this a little bit, but really, I think this is this is the sweet spot, man. This is when you talk about Black wealth, you gotta blend in that relationship and family conversation and the mental health conversation. That's how you get to the bottom of this mystery. The mystery is what the hell happened to our money? Why is it not growing? Who took it? How do we lose it? What's happening? They did a great conversation. They had five intelligent Black women. There's Lala, Constance Carter. She ran the largest Black real estate firm in California. Dr. Lene Javette. Who else was there? Nomalanga Mushali Moses, who's out of Botswana. So you got an African family-oriented perspective from that. And there was someone else there, and I don't remember the name. But anyway, I'm going to text that out to you guys because I think you should watch this episode because it was really, really good. They did this yesterday. And by the way, if you want to get notified when they go live every day, 5 days a week. You can just pull out your phone, text the word Queens to the number 87948. Text Queens to 87948, and they can send you a link when they go live and all that good stuff. Okay, so in fact, their conversation was so interesting that I wanted to drill into this just a little bit more so we can kind of understand a framework. I think that white people are not the only ones who can come up with their own theories and frameworks and of how to approach things. I think we need our own, right? And this is something that we do as scholars. When I was on the faculty of Syracuse, that's what you do as a scholar. You develop theories and you do research and you come up with models, right? So I want to talk about the model of the Black family as it pertains to wealth building. We've touched on this before, but I really want to touch on it in a slightly different way so we can really understand this. So I'm going to start with a basic question. Start with a simple question. Give me a yes or no in the chat. Or answer. Don't give me a yes or no. Just answer. Children. Very expensive. In America, it costs $300,000 to raise a child. Childcare, all that stuff, stress. So are children an asset or are children an expense? An asset or an expense? Some of you that have been in this class for a long time are going to jump in with an answer because you've heard me talk about this before. Are children an asset or an expense? I will sip my coffee as about 90% of you are going to give the wrong answer. The smart, the ones who are really on it are giving the right answer. I see a few of you are. A lot of you are saying asset. A few, not many are saying expense. That's good. That's good. That means we're making progress. Okay, they're both. They're both. Yeah, they're both. Um, Basically, if I give you an asset, let's think about an asset like a car. A car is an asset, and people talk about it as a depreciating asset. But that's just the capital gains part of a car. Like a car's value is not going to go up. So yeah, if you buy a car and say I'm going to hold it for 10 years and then resell it for a higher price, you're probably not going to be able to do that with 95% of most cars. So that is correct. But that does not mean that ownership of a car can't be a positive ROI experience for you, right? It doesn't, like, imagine this. Imagine if you have no money and someone says, I can pay you $300 a day to deliver products for me, but you need a vehicle. So you say, okay. So you go buy a car, and now you're making $300 a day. Let's say you're working every day of the month because you're a hustler. So now you're making $9,000 a month because you went out and you spent X amount of dollars to buy you a car. Is that a good move for you financially? Let's assume you save and invest that money as well and all that. Would that be a good move? Would buying the car be a positive ROI decision for you? Would you have gotten something good out of that asset? Give me a yes in the chat or a no. The answer is absolutely yes. So in that particular context, buying a car is a good move. Right? It was good for you. Hooray. Right? Good. We smart today. Right? So never ever let anybody make you think that buying a car is always a bad, stupid thing to do. That's not the case. A car, and also a car is an asset because you can sell a car just like you can sell shares of stock or sell a house. What makes an asset valuable or not, or what makes it a good asset or whatever, is what you do with it. It's what you do with it. So if I get a car and I'm using the car to make money, then the car is a positive financial asset for me. If I get the car and I just use it for nothing, I sit in my driveway or I just drive it around and don't make any money from it, then it becomes a negative net worth kind of thing. Then I have to be really careful because if I overspend on the car, if I do what a lot of people do and invest everything in my car and don't invest it in stocks, bonds, real estate, none of that stuff, then I'm going to end up in a negative net worth position where I'm looking fly driving my Cadillac Escalade, but my net worth is negative because this Escalade took $100,000 off of my net worth, right? So when you think about what an asset is, I want you to really think about it carefully because a lot of whether an asset generates value comes down to how you use it. Let's get back to families and children. Same thing is true with kids and children. The reason that answer is both is that children are an asset that can really add value to the family wealth. We've talked about this, so I'm not going to belabor this point. If you want to see me break it all down in a different way, you can go to drboycebooks.com. I have a book called The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. Feel free to go to drboycebooks.com. You can use the code word book club and get 30% off. So drboycebooks.com. It's called The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. I break all this down. So I'm not going to go through that point, but what I am going to say is that what you want to consider is that when you talk about the Black family or we talk about kids, a lot of the conversation about kids and family comes down to the expense of having a family, how it's expensive in terms of not just the money. The average child costs $300,000. Also, it's expensive in terms of time and energy. I've heard, I think that the Disney girl, the girl who did the Mermaid movie, that she had the baby with the rapper slash influencer. And then like a lot of families, they broke up before the baby was born or right after the baby was born. I guess that's a convenient time to destroy your child's life. It's like make sure you get her pregnant and then break up with her right after the pregnancy, right? Right? Or just leave that man as soon as the baby's born. Make sure that baby ain't got no daddy in the house because we got to make sure that baby stays extra black, right? That's what it means to be black. Being black means you ain't got no daddy in the house. What the hell are you doing with a daddy in the house talking about you black? We taking your black card, right? That's kind of what's happening in America. It's very, very sad. But anyway, let me stop sounding like an angry old man. But here's the deal. So I heard him on an interview and he said, yeah, bro, you know, having a relationship, it's like a part-time job. It's a part-time job. And I was sitting there while I was watching, I was like, yeah, bro, relationships are a lot of work. It is. It feels like when being married. You just try being married. That's a full-time job, right? And so it's hard work for sure. There's no question about it. I think that the question then becomes, how do you frame it, right? Because here's the deal: the same person who says that the relationship is hard work and it's like a part-time job might be a person who actually has a part-time job. So I would say, well, if you don't want to work on behalf of the family, like why are you going to work on behalf of the corporation, right? You're going to your job, and that's not even a part time; that's a full time job, right? Or you work, maybe you work hard at basketball, right? That's a full time job. So that, but you didn't quit basketball. You didn't say, man, bro, basketball is like a full time job. I had to quit. No, you stuck with it. You kept doing it, right? But then there's other things you do, right? Everybody has 24 hours in a day, and everybody's kind of doing something, right? Most of us are working on something. I bet if I ask you, give me a yes or no in the chat. Do you have something every day that you're doing that's taking a lot of time and energy, that's requiring sacrifice, that's maybe draining you, it's kind of wearing you out, get you tired at the end of the day? Maybe it's your job, maybe it's your fitness, maybe it's your kids, maybe it's that business, maybe it's what, right? Everybody's got something that they're working on, but there's kind of a discernment. There's a decision that's made in terms of what we're doing with that time, right? There's a decision, right? So if I'm working hard on something that doesn't seem to add value to my life, then I'm going to stop doing it. I'm going to say, man, I ain't doing that. That's too much work. But if I'm working on something that has a payoff at the end of the road, or so I believe, then I will work hard on that. Like, for example, I've seen people that will work really hard, like staying fly, looking good, right? They will spend time in the Gucci store to get and spend money, like buying the nicest whatever, because they want to get on Instagram and have Louis Vuitton from head to toe. Or maybe they'll spend time at the hair salon and the nail salon and doing all the work. I mean, I've seen how much work the ladies have to put in to look good. It's impressive. I mean, it's expensive and time consuming. It's like, wow, like y'all, but y'all look good. Black women, beautiful, all of you, right? Congrats, that's amazing, right? And you do it because there's some sort of inherent ROI, right? You see this outcome as some sort of an asset that you're willing to invest in, and you don't really hear a lot of women say, I stopped getting my hair and my nails done, and I stopped taking showers because they take too much work to smelling good, looking good. Oh, that's too much work, so I just stay in my house. I stay funky. I cut my hair off. I decided I'm just gonna just not. I'm not even gonna try to look nice for anyone ever at any point for anything, right? Most women don't make that decision. Most men don't either, right? But ladies, I point to the ladies especially because I know I want to show how much appreciation I have for the work that you put in to looking good. It is really, really amazing, right? But you do it. You put in the time and you put in the energy into this job because you see the ROI. And the thing about the return on investment, ROI, that's what ROI stands for. The return on investment, it doesn't always have to be real. It doesn't always have to be something that really is going to happen. You just have to believe it's there. You have to see it, right? So here's where I'm going with this. If I have a kid and I see children as an ROI. If I see, okay, you know what, putting time into this kid, it's hard work, but having put time in this kid, I'm gonna get to be a dad. My kid's gonna grow up and love me. They're gonna maybe the kids are, my kids are gonna, when I get older, I'll have some people that are there for me. So I got these 7 kids and I'm investing in all of them. They're not all gonna be the same, but I'm gonna really do my best to be a good parent and stay with their mom so that they can have stability and have a structured household so they don't grow up half crazy and mad at the world, and they actually come back to the family. The home's gonna be loving. I'm gonna put work into making a loving home so that even when they're gone and they don't have to come back, they're gonna still want to come back. And then when they're in their 40s and I'm in my 70s, they're going to want to come back and check on dad, and they're going to bring all the grandkids, and I'm going to have this big family around me at Thanksgiving dinner. And this is my return on investment. This is my vision that I have for the world. This is my vision I have for my life. And that's why I'm investing in that vision, right? That's also a very logical approach to things, right? You are okay. That's what you see. But if I am living in a world of instant gratification, where all you see is the flow, but you don't see the stock. Let's go back to the beginning. If all I see is the work and I don't see the reward, or let's say I see the work and I don't even value the reward, or I don't believe the reward is attainable, or I've never seen anyone have the reward. I've never seen what a grandfather looks like when he's smiling because he's happy to have 27 grandkids around. I don't respect any of that. I don't know nothing about that, right? Then maybe I'm going to make a different economic decision. And this is an economic decision. Just be clear. Just we're not always talking about money. We're talking about the allocation of scarce resources, which is really the fundamental of economics. You don't understand. See, finance, I got my PhD in finance. But we are, to some extent, we are posers. The true economists are the people over in the economics department. They were better at math than we were. They understood what money really is. Money is just a representation of value. And it's not the only representation of value. It's like if there was a singing group like the Jackson Five, money is like Michael Jackson. Money is the Michael Jackson of the Jackson Five, but then you got Tito and Marlon and Jackie, and you have a whole group here, right? So what I mean by that is money is one representation of value, just like Michael is one representation of the Jackson family. But if you do the research on the Jackson family, you'll know that Catherine and Joe had a whole bunch of kids. And some of them were really talented. Some of them were super famous. Janet was super famous. Jermaine was pretty famous, right? We even know about Tito and Marlon and all that. And then there's like an underlying sort of infrastructure that led to the manifestation of the Jackson family. That there's a whole legacy and a story to this, such that if all you know is Michael, then you're probably missing about 95% of the Jackson story. Do you understand what I'm saying? So here's what I'm saying to you. Here's what the point I want to make. If all you know about is money, then you're missing about 95% of the economic story. If all you know is cash flow and investing and money and all that, then you're missing the whole damn point. You don't you just seeing the bright shiny object that's out front. And Michael was amazing. Don't get me wrong, money's nice. But there was a whole lot going on in the background to even make all this happen. Like without the Jackson Five and without Joe and Catherine getting together and going on a first date and all these other things and building a certain kind of a family structure, there is no Michael Jackson. Do you understand? Do you follow what I'm saying? I hope you get this analogy here. So if your goal is to get money and I want to understand money, I want to learn about money, then you must also, it helps to really understand economics as a construct that's far bigger than money. And then if you really want to understand economics, then you should understand the underlying infrastructure that determines how your economics shows up, how economic decision making is made. And then you start getting off into these other areas that seem to be almost disconnected. Well, what kind of women were you picking when you were 25 years old? Well, Dr. Boyce, why would you ask me that question? Well, because the types of women that you pick is going to determine a lot of your outcomes economically and financially. Or if I just ask, well, what do you like to eat fried chicken or do you eat vegetables? Which one is more likely to end up on your plate? The fried chicken or the well, why would you ask me that question? You're supposed to be a financial. No, I'm asking you an economic question because if you understand economics and finances at a deep level, you'll know how much money, how many people go bankrupt because of the healthcare system because their bodies are not in good shape and they go to the doctor and the doctor gives them a surgery that costs $300,000, which wipes out their entire lifetime of net worth. So you'll understand. Do you understand? Do you follow? Do you get what I'm saying? Really, if you want to fix an issue, you got to go to the root of that damn thing. You got to go to the root. People don't go to the root. They don't go to you go to the doctor, and you're like, I got cancer, so my arm hurts. And they put a band-aid on your arm and they say, okay, you're healthy now, you're healed. And then you don't understand why the cancer keeps spreading, why you're dying, because the doctor didn't even, all he did was he looked at the cut on your arm and put a band-aid on it, and nobody did whatever the ultrasounds and the CT scans and the blood tests. Nobody did any of that. They just saw the cut and put a band-aid on it. It's okay, you're good now, go home. And that's what we do when it comes to the economics. We think that we can fix Black economics without really fixing Black culture. We think we can build Black wealth without building Black family. We think we can build Black wealth without working on the mental health. We think we can build Black wealth without talking about the physical health. And if you know economics the way I do, again, I taught my first finance class when I was 22 years old at the University of Kentucky. I've been doing it that long. You'll know that it's a very complex process. Like everything that happens in your life, especially financially, is a manifestation of many thousands of little intricate processes that you may never think about. So you see Michael Jackson on stage and he wows you because he can sing and dance and he's wearing the sparkling suit. There's thousands of little things that had to happen for that moment to even occur. So here's what I want to dig into. And before I move on, just a reiteration, I want to remind you a couple things. Number one, don't forget that the All Black National Convention is the weekend of August 24th. It's going to be in Atlanta. We are partnering with an alliance of Black organizations. So you're getting the best convention ever this year. You're getting a convention where there will be not a few hundred people, there will be thousands of people there. and we are connecting with Africa. Dr. Ken Harris and his organization, the Black Business League, they're bringing over, I think he said 6 African presidents are coming. So it's African American business owners and families connecting with Africa. It's epic. It's going to be historic. It is. We are making Black history because we are great like that. And you are great like that, and because great people can't be great without other great people around them. So this is happening August 24th in Atlanta, and on top of that, the tickets will be cheaper than they were before. So I'll make an announcement on the tickets very, very soon. Some of you have already bought your tickets. Those tickets will be honored, but we're gonna have to do kind of a reset on exactly how everything's structured. We'll have that done in the next few weeks. We're just hammering out some details. Number two, we are doing a Millionaire Training Camp, an Economic Elevation Summit live in Miami on February 21st, the weekend of February 21st. So go ahead and get prepared. You can buy your ticket, get your hotel, everything else. I'll let you guys know. We're making the deal with the hotel. We should sign the deal very soon. I will let you all know as soon as it's done, so you can join us at the Economic Elevation Summit that's going to be in Miami, February 21st. So we're going to do LA, and we had our contract, but unfortunately, LA is not the best place to have a conference right now because for obvious reasons. I don't want to force you to have to fly over a forest fire to get there. So maybe LA in the future. God bless you though if you live in LA, and my heart's really with you. I don't. What's going on out there is absolutely terrible. All right, so we talked about this, whether kids are an asset or an expense. The ladies at Fly Nubian Money broke this down yesterday. So to finish up their conversation, one of the things that I want to share with you is research studies that connect to the family thing. One of the biggest points of debate that consistently happens is how do you balance it, right? What do you choose, family or money, or family or career, and all this other stuff? And a lot of times, I think the choices are made difficult for both men and women. I think for women, it's probably a little bit tougher in certain ways because you all have the babies, and there are certain household domestic expectations society puts on women. But it's a decision for men as well, and it's one that men have to also grapple with in our own way. And one of the things about the family and children is that you have to decide in the beginning, is this investment, because it's going to be an investment, this, in terms of time and money, is this going to be an asset or is it going to be an expense? An expense is where you just do something that's hard and nothing comes out of it. Like you raise a bunch of kids and there's no benefit to it. You just did something nice for someone else, almost like charity. An asset, an investment means I did all this hard work. I busted my butt, and now there's a payoff at the end. Like my mother, when she died, bless her heart, rest her soul, Robin Watkins. When she died on Christmas Eve, my sister was the medical doctor right next to her bed because my mother invested in my sister and loved her enough to make her want to be next to her dying mother. And also, she encouraged her to go back to medical school. So after going back to medical school, my sister was qualified as a physician to check on my mother. That was an asset that she created through love, right? She made investments not with money, but with time and love and energy, things like that. And also, I was able to pay a couple bills because my parents invested in me. My father invested in me when I was 3. Some of you know the story. I was not his biological son. I had a biological father who, for whatever reason, wasn't part of my life. I think drugs and stuff got him a little bit distracted. And this other man said, "I'm gonna put down the drugs. I'm gonna walk away from the drugs," because he went to Vietnam. A lot of drugs happened there, and he decided to raise me. So he invested in me. So now I'm more loyal to the man that raised me than I ever could have been to the man who actually created me, right? So that was another investment. So we've talked about this kind of thing in terms of kids, whether they're an asset or they're just an expense. It depends on your perspective and your mindset. So here's the thing. If you see family as an asset worthy of investment, and I'm not just talking about the people you're biologically related to. I told you about my dad, right? A lot of my kids are not biologically related to me, but they are investments. They're, for me. If you see children as an asset that you invest in, then one of the things you have to understand is that an asset only has value if you are A, making investments in the asset, and B, qualified and trained to maintain the asset. Let me explain. Let's go back to the example earlier. Now, remember we talked about a car and I said, yes, a car is an asset. A car is, it is an asset. And what you get out of the asset depends on what you're going to do with the car. Well, it doesn't just so getting something out of the car isn't just a matter of whether or not you use the car. Like if you don't use it, you just sit in the driveway, then it's going to be a huge waste of money. But if you use it properly and make money from it, then it becomes a good move. But also remember this, in addition to using the car and investing in driving the car, you also have to know how to drive. See, if I buy a car, and let's say the car is going to be a great asset for me because I'm going to use it to deliver pizzas or whatever, But let's imagine if I was if I drove blindfold every day. Or imagine if I just would get high and drunk and get behind the wheel every time I drove my car. Or imagine if I never took the time to get a driver's license and I got behind the car and I'm drunk and I got blindfold on and also I never learned how to drive. Is that asset going to pay off for me? Yes or no? What's going to happen with this asset if I take control of this asset and I just don't know what to do with it? I totally mess it up. I drive 120 miles an hour in a 35-mile-an-hour zone. I make sure that I'm high on weed and liquor every time I get behind the wheel, and I'm also looking at my cell phone and wearing a blindfold at the same time. Then that asset is going to be the worst thing that ever happened to me. That's going to be a liability. It's going to be a huge expense, and it's not going to help improve my life on any level, right? Well, it's the same way when you talk about having kids. Well, it's the same way when you talk about things like marriage and family. See, the marriage and the family and the children, that's an asset that, like a car, it can drive you anywhere you need to go. It can help you to elevate in a multitude of ways. It can make your life so much better than it would have been otherwise. But the ability to maximize that asset comes down to your training level as it pertains to knowing how to use the asset. See, one of the people that we sponsor in the Black Business School, I love to brag about this because I love this kid, is LeVar Scott. LeVar Scott is a 21-year-old NASCAR driver. He was Rookie of the Year this year, and he wears a Black Business School suit when he gets in his races. I have so much admiration for LeVar. He's 100% Black, and he's a badass. And this year, we're going to win some NASCAR races. We bought him a simulator so he could. I told him, I said, man, I send him like Michael Jordan quotes and Muhammad Ali quotes in the morning. And I'll send him like motivational videos and stuff. And I'm like, you can do it, man. Come on, bro. We're going to get this win because he got second place by like a half a second. This year, we're going to get a win. And when he gets a win, I'm going to brag about him. But here's the thing about LeVar. LeVar knows his way around a car. LeVar knows race cars extremely well. He knows that you can give him a big old, $1 million car with this revving engine with all these complex systems, and LeVar knows exactly what to do with it. So LeVar can get in that car and he can smoke your butt. He can go 250 miles an hour around that track and be good with that. Now, imagine if you gave that same car to me. And let's say that I'm also, not only am I unqualified, but I'm also sleepy and I'm on drugs. That would be an absolute tragedy. Somebody's going to die that day. Somebody's going to die that day, right? So LeVar's ability to drive the car is critical for his ability to get the most out of that vehicle, right? He understands how these things work. So your family is like that car. If you know what to do, it can be a tremendous asset for you. If you know how to manage problems when they come up, then great things can still happen. If you know how to pick the right woman or the right man, if you know how to raise the kids, if you are trained on how to negotiate issues in your relationship, if you know how to set up the right situation and maximize that, then that's like LeVar's race car. It will take you 250 miles an hour down the road. You'll be far ahead of your friends. You'll be kicking butt, taking names, and kicking ass. But what I want you to understand, I want you to think about our society, though. And I want you to ask yourself, how much time does the Black community spend teaching young people how to manage a family? Or I want you to think about how many people out here are really good at making babies, men and women, but they don't know a damn thing about raising one. Seriously. I mean, the same way you need a driver's license to drive a car. I'm sorry, I offend people, but I almost feel like maybe we need a license for you to start having kids. Like, right? You need to get a baby license. Like, are you qualified to drive that vehicle, right? Did you go through the necessary requirements to take control of this asset that's in front of you? Because if you did not, you gonna kill somebody. Someone will get hurt because you got 4 kids and don't know a damn thing about raising them because you didn't even fix your own trauma. You're still screwed up from the fact that your parents also didn't have a license and they messed you up so bad that now you're messing up the babies. So to some extent, you're kind of passing the psychological STD to the kids. Right? You're giving them this a big dose of generational trauma. You're supposed to give them generational wealth. Instead, you've taken the generational wealth and replaced it with generational trauma. So instead of our kids being rich with assets and stocks and real estate, they're rich with pain and agony and addiction and stress and anxiety and all these things. And they got it from their mama. They got it from the daddy. They got it from the parents who took control of this asset called a child and never got the qualification to control that asset. No different from if I was to take control of one of LeVar Scott's $1 million race cars. So what I'm gonna say to you is this. I'm gonna tell you, I don't give a damn what is trained in an educational system. I don't care what we say people need to know to be successful in life, academic. No, I don't care about what your university told you because I'm a college professor. I have the qualifications to override all of that. I'm telling you that when you decide what education a Black person needs in America, you need to be educated on the things that are going to make a difference in your life. When you ask me, what should I take a class on? I'm gonna be like, did you take a class on motherhood? If you ask, what should I study? Hey, did you take a class on how to be a good husband? Maybe you should do that. If you ask Dr. Boyce, what should I invest my energy into? Did you know you're traumatized? You got beat, abandoned, mistreated, neglected as a child. Did you go and heal from your trauma? Because if you didn't heal from your trauma, then you're gonna start a family and you're gonna F it up. I would say fuck it up, but I'm not going to cuss today. So instead of saying fuck it up, I'm going to say F it up. Now you can't say I cussed. So here's the deal. Let me give you some quick stats. Let's stick to the trauma thing. My wife is an expert on trauma, actually. She's not just a high-level therapist. We talked about this. She helped us create the Black Financial Therapy Department in the Black Business School, but she's also an expert on trauma. Let me tell you some linkages here so you know why Black wealth is dropping and why it's connected to Black families being destroyed and what's really happening here. So let's just talk about trauma. Give me a yes if you agree that trauma is huge in our community. Give me a yes if you feel like there are, or even maybe tell me about yourself. Like, how many of you were traumatized as a child? Anybody? I didn't know. I took the trauma test. It's called the ACEs test, Adverse Childhood Experiences. I was traumatized through the roof. I didn't know this. I was like, I thought I just had a normal Black upbringing. Your daddy abandoned you. Your other daddy was a Vietnam veteran police commander who liked to maybe beat people up sometimes. And, it just emotional dismissiveness and the stuff that we go through in our families is pretty horrible. Okay. So trauma is huge. Well, check this out. Pay attention. This will help you connect the dots in terms of what's going on here, in terms of what's happening with wealth and family. Here are 3 ways that trauma can impact your ability to have a healthy relationship, therefore have a healthy family. 1, emotional regulation. Trauma can make it difficult to manage emotions. Surprise, right? Trauma, and we thought traumatized people were emotionally stable, leading to heightened reactions or withdrawal. So, traumatized people like us, it's very hard to take things like rejection or somebody hurt your feelings because it all reminds you of stuff that happened when you were 7. Man, it sucks. It's like, damn. Trust issues. What do you think? You think it doesn't surprise you that traumatized people have a hard time trusting? Experiencing trauma can lead to difficulty in trusting others, causing barriers to forming close connections. So you're traumatized, you can't trust nothing, you put up walls, you block out everything good, right? Because you're blocking out the bad. You're giving yourself like an emotional type of chemotherapy. You know how chemo kills people, right? Chemo kills the bad cells, but it kills everything else. So a lot of people, they get cancer, they die from the chemo, not from the cancer, right? The chemo and the cancer form a tag team partnership, like a tag team wrestling match where they just both like, we gonna kill him. Okay, when you're not killing him, I'm gonna kill him, right? So that's what it is. It's like an emotional chemo, right? I'm so busy trying to block out the bad that I'm also gonna block out the good just so nothing can get in. And then it just goes to hell anyway. Communication difficulties. Trauma can affect how individuals express themselves. leading to misunderstandings and conflicts in relationships. Most good relationships, whether you're talking about the breakup of a business team, or you're talking about the breakup of a music group that could be making millions of dollars, or you're talking about the breakup of a relationship, in many cases, things like miscommunication is massive, right? Somebody says something, you interpret it a certain way because of your trauma. Next thing you know, your feelings are hurt, and then you react based on this reality you formed in your head that isn't the actual reality. Next thing you know, somebody is no longer your friend when really a good conversation could have smoothed things over. Like, for example, Biggie and Pac both died, both of them billion-dollar brands, billions of dollars in wealth lost in the black community because they didn't get a chance to sit down with, I don't know, Louis Farrakhan or something and talk it out. If Farrakhan had got those two guys together, took them in a room, worked with them, helped them talk it out, I guarantee you that both of these men will be alive today. Now, Biggie, he had a weight issue. Hopefully he would have fixed that by now, but I really think Tupac, I don't know, Tupac, maybe he'd be a senator or something. So I don't know what he'd be doing. Maybe rapping with Dr. Dre. Who knows? But, well, you got AI, so now he's rapping with everybody. But you get the point. So the point of the matter is to say that one investment, one expense that could lead to an improvement in the maximal use of a certain asset called family, which is connected to another asset called wealth, is to heal. You have to heal, right? Healing should be required. Healing should be not something that's optional, something that you do just because you happen to go to an Ayanna Van Zant seminar. It should be something that you just do because you're like, wait a minute, I want to maximize this thing. I want to be wealthy. I want to succeed. I want to win. I want to show up for the battle in a proper way. So in order for me to show up properly, I got to work on myself. I got to dig into me. I can't sit around just blaming the world for the rest of my life. I got to start with the person in the mirror. And a lot of people don't want to do that. This is an elevated conversation. We don't live in a society that encourages accountability. It's a society that encourages you to blame everybody. I'm going to blame the Democrats. I'm blaming the Republicans. I'm blaming the bankers. I'm blaming white people. I'm blaming men. I'm blaming women. And everybody does all that. And I guarantee you that 99% of those people are not happy with their lives. The people that tend to be happiest, the people that tend to get to where they want to get to, the people that tend to build the wealth and have the success tend to be people that understand that accountability really starts at home. That I cannot look at the world until I look at Boyce Watkins, and that's really hard to do because then I'm going to start seeing stuff that maybe I'm not comfortable looking at. Can I get an amen on that if you agree? Okay, so another thing that the ladies at Fly Nubian Money covered, and I'll send you guys this episode. I'll text it to you. Make sure you're on the text list for this class, by the way. If you're not on the text list, text the word morning to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. And also, Constance Carter is going to be live this afternoon on Fly Nubian Money. So if you text the word Queens to 87948, you can be notified that she's live as well. She's really smart. She's been in here before, and I really like Constance a lot. All right, so the other thing here too is I want you to just understand that the real goal, and this is the clear message from today that I want you to understand, is let's circle back when we were talking about earlier, what it looks like for somebody to be successful. When we talked about Ali being the greatest, we talked about what a millionaire or billionaire looks like, what a financially stable person looks like. We talked about what it looks like to have this really successful, healthy family. To me, that's just a display. You're showing the culmination, the accumulation of thousands of little decisions, whatever it is, right? When someone shows up with $1 billion in the bank, it's because they made 10,000 little decisions that created the $1 billion. They made 10,000 of little investments that added up to $1 billion. They're showing up to the battle fully prepared because they understand the battles are won well before they even start. Sun Tzu said this in The Art of War. Their battles are won before they begin. The winner is the one who's prepared. The winner is the one who's done the work. The winner is the one who's made the investment. So when you talk about this in life, here's the thing. Here's what I want to leave you with, and I hope that this benefits you. I hope that this helps you to win and to get what you want out of life, whatever that may be. I think it's very important for us to teach ourselves and teach our children, commit ourselves to a basic idea. You must show up prepared for the battle. You have to show up prepared for the battle. So if you think about things like family and the connection to wealth and relationships and wealth and all that, you have to show up for the battle. You have to be trained for the battle. You have to be prepared for the battle. You have to make decisions that are going to lead to the stock and not just focus on the flow. You can't just focus on the now. You must focus on the long term. You must focus on the big picture. You can't see just the little picture. You must see the big one. So that means that if I'm talking about family in particular as a direct vehicle to wealth, it's one of the greatest drivers of wealth in America, then I'm talking to a young person. I'm training them. I make sure they get training on how to choose the right partner, that's going to help me build this institution called a family. I'm going to talk about how to heal properly from your trauma so that you can learn how to lead and drive this asset called a family. An asset has no value if the person controlling the asset has no skill. A business could be the most valuable business in the world, but if the CEO is not trained to run that business, they will run that business into the ground. Intel used to be one of the biggest chip makers in the entire planet. They were one of the biggest chip manufacturers anywhere. They used to have this commercial. Anybody remember that commercial? Intel Inside. They got Intel Inside, right? Because everything had an Intel chip in it. But they got bad leadership that didn't know what the hell they were doing. Now Intel is struggling. Intel is the big, gigantic Titanic that is just crashing into icebergs at right now. Intel is losing. Death Row Records. I saw some of y'all mention Death Row Records. You had this billion-dollar asset that wasn't properly managed. That's why it sank. That's why Death Row Records didn't become a fraction of what it could have been. So a lot of families are similar to that asset. A lot of families sink as an asset because the people running the asset were not trained. They did not show up prepared for the battle. They showed up with this big race car and didn't know how to drive. They didn't take the time to make sure that they were pure and healed and clean and ready and focused and understanding the gravity of the decision that's before them. I had a conversation with a young black man in the airport the other day. We talked for a minute. He came up and he said, "Hey, Dr. Boyce, and how you doing, man?" He wanted to talk to me. And I said, "Hey, how you doing, brother?" We took a picture together and he was really curious. He wanted to talk. And he said, "I don't understand why my coworkers, they don't know who you are." And I was like, "This is Boyce Watkins." And I said, "It's okay. It's okay." I said, "I'm not the teacher here. You're the teacher." I said, "Maybe you go back and you tell them about the things that we talk about, and then you can be the leader. You're supposed to lead now." And I said, "So how many kids you got?" He said, "I got 2 kids." I said, "Man, I need you to understand this. You're 31 years old. I need you to really meditate on how much power you have as a father. I mean, I really need you to sit back and really, as you're fixing yourself, I need you to understand, in economics, they call this a ripple effect." I said, "I need you to understand the ripple effect, the multiplying effect of what happens when you fix yourself." He said, "Yeah, I made some mistakes. I'm trying to get things together. I'm trying to do something." I said, "I know." I said, "Let's talk about this. I need you to understand how important it is for you to get your stuff together. I need you to understand how many people will benefit from you getting your stuff together. I want you to understand that not only whether you choose to get yourself together, whether you make that investment, that's not just going to have a profound impact on your daughters for the next 80 years, but that's going to impact every single person they interact with. This is going to impact people. This is what the ripple effect is, or the multiplier effect. See, what you don't understand is that you doing your job as their dad and being the best father you can be is going to impact dozens, if not hundreds, of people that you will never meet. It's going to impact how they interact with men. It's going to impact how they raise their children. It's going to impact how their grandchildren's lives go. Like, you deciding to heal in 2024 is going to have an effect on how hundreds of people that you don't know are going to live in the year 2105. So I need you to understand that you are important. You matter. You are absolutely essential. You are an essential worker right now. You are the CEO of this thing. Don't look at me like I'm important. No, don't. In this particular game, you're what matters. You're the key chess piece. If you make the decision to be great right now, you will have a massive impact on so many people that you can't even fathom the impact of your decision as a 31-year-old man to get your stuff together. Because if you make the wrong decision, it will have an equally impactful effect, except it's going to be tragic and painful for the people involved. So what I really want you to understand, this is how assets are built. This is how wealth is built. Whether you're talking about family wealth, or family as an economic asset, or you talk about wealth as an economic asset, it's built by these sort of small decisions that don't seem to matter. You know, like, am I going to buy 100 shares of Apple stock, or am I going to spend my money at the club, or am I going to decide to become an investor, or am I going to just waste my time doing nonsense? These decisions are huge in terms of whether you show up prepared for the battle. And a lot of people show up prepared for the battle, and it's no surprise they're not prepared because they don't even know what preparation looks like. I'm not surprised people aren't prepared because they never had conversations like this. They never had somebody kind of explain how all these things connect to each other, how this works. So when you decide to do the work to heal yourself, when you decide to do the work to better yourself, when you decide to do the work to be a better husband, be a better wife, be a better father, be a better mother, just be a better human being, be smarter, work harder each day, take care of your health and all these things, I want you to really understand the gravity of what you're doing in terms of turning something that's in front of you into an asset as opposed to making it just this perpetual expense. Because there are so many of our people who are just spent, who are tired, who are exhausted. There are millions of our people who are in pain and they don't know why. They are struggling. They're not ready for retirement. Their physical health is in the garbage. Their mental health is gone. Their financial health is not there. Their relationships are in the toilet. They have a string of 30, 40 boyfriends or girlfriends, and they don't know why. Nothing's ever accumulated into anything. And so that work to me should be essential. And I think that this is something that you want to talk to kids about. You can have your kids watch this video. If you don't mind me saying a cuss word earlier, then play it for your kids, because I don't know, but I don't really think I don't see anybody. I'm not saying that there aren't people who couldn't have a conversation like this. Like I talk to you about people that I really admire, that I listen to and I respect, from whether it's Farrakhan or it's Dr. Claude Anderson and people like that. But I don't really see these conversations happening regularly. And to me, it's like a math problem that has a solution, but maybe no one sat there and actually tried to solve it. So do the work, and that will help you to prepare for the battle. And if you show up prepared for the battle, you will have a happier outcome because you've been given these assets, given these blessings, whether it's children or opportunity or family, and you know what to do with it. Just like in business. Business people who make money are people who know how to identify the right asset, invest at the right level, train themselves in the right skills, and manage the asset properly. There's a whole field of finance called asset management. If you don't properly manage your assets in life, then you will never prosper. So, asset management should be trained for all of us and all of our kids so that they can show up prepared for the battle. Does that make sense? Give me a yes if that makes sense. Give me a yes in the chat. Let me know I did something good today. I hope that I did, because that's the goal. I want to share something with you that's going to make your life better. All right. So what I'm going to do is get out of here. I got to go. Guys, I enjoyed speaking with you today. Thank you for listening. We'll be back tomorrow morning. Text the word morning to the number 87948. If you're not on the text list, text morning to 87948. Also, you guys know with Money in the Morning, we have something called Money in a Minute, where we pick a certain topic, whether it's real estate or stock options, that allows you to learn that topic within the flow of your day. So Money in a Minute for stock options means every day you would get a text message with a 3-minute lesson on stock options to help you get up to speed on the very basics so you can understand it well enough to want to pursue it further. And so we have a discount on that. If you guys want to get that, I'll text that out to you guys a little bit later on today. And then also Fly Nubian Money. I'll text out their video because I think everybody should take a look at it. And don't forget that we're going to go to Miami February 21st. You guys will be the first to know when the tickets are available. You're going to be the first one I'm going to mention and offer it to, because you're the ones that I want to actually show up. I want people there who are already prepared for the battle, who understand what's going on. Outsiders are okay, but we kind of have to train them up on economics to get them ready for this, because I don't want anybody distracting from the mission, because we are meant to be great. We are supposed to be the best. We are like Ali. We are the greatest, and can't nobody tell me no different. And every time I show up, I'm gonna show up in my best form for you, and I'm gonna show up in the best form for my family and for myself as well. And I want you to do the same. So God bless you. Go be great. Have a wonderful day, everybody. I'll see you all tomorrow. Take care. Peace. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I hope everybody's doing well. Good to see you. Welcome to Money in the Morning, our Millionaire Training Camp. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I got up this morning. I was not in the 5 a.m. club. I was in the 8 a.m. club, which is just, I'm almost embarrassed. But then again, that's a good thing, right? That means the fact that I'm sad and I feel like I was lazy because I slept till 8 a.m. really says like maybe I've got a pretty good schedule. So have no fear. I will be back on track tomorrow, right? So sometimes you fall off the wagon, but you get right back on, and sometimes you got to rest, right? Self-care is very important. And I was having a conversation yesterday with my father about happiness, and he was explaining something to me that I kind of knew, but I was, how it is with your daddy. You just sort of still listen, and and he was basically saying that when you accomplish big goals like being married to your mother for 50 years, he said I wasn't happy every day. He said I had a lot of sacrifice. I wasn't happy every damn day. And I said, yeah, I get that. I understand you're not going to be happy when you're accomplishing a big goal, but what I do think happens is that when you talk about investing as a foundation of happiness, when I talk about investing, I'm talking about things that don't have anything to do with money, right? So don't think I'm talking about money. I'm talking about investing your time, your energy, your love, all these other things. Happiness is a balance between short-term and long-term happiness, short-term and long-term gratification. If you lose that balance, then you're going to struggle, right? People that focus on instant gratification, they have a really great time in the short term, but their long-term lives are terrible, right? They make bad investments because they engage in what economists would refer to as we call that consumption. If you are consuming, then and never investing, never delaying gratification, never making sacrifice, then long term you're going to pay a price for that, right? Like the person that goes to college who doesn't study, who decides I want to have fun, I want to be happy, so I'm going to party all the time. Well, that person doesn't have a good life. That person ends up having to work 10 times harder later on in life because they didn't make any investments. They didn't put anything aside for the future. They didn't make any long-term sacrifices. So now you got to spend the next 40 years in a job that you hate, living a life that you didn't want to live. Whereas that person who studied really hard and worked really hard and made the right choices when they were young, they get to skate for the next 30, 40 years because they already put in the work. They use the value of time. And there's always a balance, right? If you go too far one way or the other, um, you know, it's it's one of these things where everybody has to have their own process for how they do that, right? Everybody has to have their own process, and balance is really essential for that. So what I told my dad was, I said, yeah, I understand that being married 50 years is hard. I was there for the whole thing. I watched it. I saw the ups and downs, and I commend you for that. I said, and I agreed. Every day isn't going to be good. It's like marathon runners. Marathon runners are probably not comfortable when they're running marathons. They're running is hard, right? They're exhausted, they're tired, they're whatever, but they're thinking about the bigger picture, right? They're not thinking about whether or not they're enjoying the run right now. They're thinking about how they're going to feel when they cross the finish line. They're going to think about how they feel long term when they say, I ran 5 marathons this year, or I'm in excellent shape. I look in the mirror and I love what my body looks like, right? So that's the gratification that they're seeking. So ultimately, really, in all this stuff about investing in wealth and financial consciousness, it's all about that balance, that gratification balance. I want you to be happy. At some point, you're going to be happy. If you make good decisions, you're going to be happy. If you make sacrifices, you're going to be happy. If you watch what you eat, you're going to be happy. If you work on your relationships, you're going to be happy. If you invest and save your money as opposed to spending it all, you're going to be happy. But short term, you may not be. Right. Short term, you may feel like you're missing out. Short term, you may feel like you're in the struggle and everything else. And I just think a lot of people don't, young people don't have enough nuanced conversations about that. Like, so for example, like they'll get in relationships, it'll go bad for about a month, and then they'll be like, I had to leave because I wasn't happy. Well, of course you ain't gonna be happy. Like, seriously, I've seen people go to college and they'll be like, I was in college and I wasn't happy. Going to class didn't make me happy. And I'm like, yeah, but is working at Arby's gonna make you happy? Like, because now you're working at Arby's because and you got two baby daddies and you're trying to pay bills with two baby daddies and an Arby's paycheck. Does that make you happier? Are you happy now? Are you happy? So I'm not making fun of anybody. I'm not. I promise you I'm not. But it's life, right? Life kind of has this boomerang effect. I had this friend in college when I was 18, and I remember she was super smart. She was a little white girl from the hills of Kentucky. The University of Kentucky is an interesting school because like all the like more modernized kids were from Louisville. Like Kentucky is a little bit like New York where the state of New York, in case you don't know, you've got New York City, and then you got the rest of New York. And so when I moved to Syracuse, everybody's like, "Oh my God, you're going to New York!" Like they thought they pictured me being in this big city with big buildings. It's like, no, I'm living in Syracuse. Syracuse is very, very slow, very, very dead, very, very just damp, economically damp, right? And anyway, Kentucky is the same way. In Kentucky, you've got Louisville, which is popping and big and modernized. And then you got the rest of Kentucky, which is much different. So when I went to college, I would meet a lot of really very country people, from like small towns, Eastern Kentucky, backwoods, redneck, if you want to call it that, Appalachia, like everybody's on meth type towns, ain't no jobs. Everybody hangs out at the Walmart on Saturday nights because they don't have anything out there that they can do, right? Stuff like that, right? but a lot of them, I'm gonna be honest with you, a lot of them are really good people. That's the funny thing too. People who don't spend time around like country white folks from the South think that they're all like these gun-toting racists that just want to wake up and kill black people for breakfast, and that's just not true. But they are conservative, right? So like they got their Bible, they believe in stuff like that. They take care of their families, not all of them, but they believe in stuff like that. They believe in hard work and all that, right? So sometimes what I found is that they don't understand like hip hop culture. When we market hip hop culture, where it's like I want to smoke weed, have eight babies, mamas, and kill black people for a living, which is in a lot of your music, they think that that's ridiculous, and I think it's ridiculous. I think it's all just this horrible propaganda that makes the black man look like a degenerate, which that's not what we are. We're not degenerates. We're just as hardworking as everybody else, assuming that we're raised that way, right? So anyway, long story short, when I was in Kentucky, I met this girl. She was as country as they came, and she was from the hills of Kentucky, and she wanted to be a neurosurgeon. And this was my one of my biggest life lessons. I was just kind of watching this young lady's life. So we were 18, and I think she probably liked me, but I told you I'm allergic to white girls. Like I just never would cross my mind to date a white. No disrespect. If you're white, I don't hate you. You come back. Don't leave. Don't go. Because I'm not saying I don't like you. I'm saying I don't. Well, I don't like you, but not in that way. I like black women. That's just what it is. But anyway, she would come and hang out with me, and I had this job where I would sit desk in the dorm, and I would stay up all night. It was a really hard. It was a crazy job. I would either work the 12 to 4 shift or the 4 to 8 shift. Both of those shifts I could handle because you're either staying up late or you're getting up early. The shift that was the absolute beast was 12 to 8. That's entirely unnatural. And just as a reference, as an FYI in terms of investing in health, just so you know, it's not it really will mess up your health, your long-term health if you work that graveyard shift. So be really careful about that. Sleep, I found that sleep and water are far more important than I ever knew that they were. Like those are two things that like if you don't get those things right, you're getting Alzheimer's, cancer, all kinds of stuff later on. So anyway, I would stay up on this job from 12 to 8. And I'd be tired as hell. So to stay awake, she would hang out with me, and we would throw the football. She had a real good, nice tight spiral, and so we would just throw the football in the lobby. It was like a little Nerf football. And I remember her telling me about what she wanted to do in her life. And I remember her telling me that she was a straight A student in high school, valedictorian, and she was going to be a neurosurgeon. That was her plan. And I just assumed, oh, great, you're better than me because I had terrible grades, and I don't know what I'm gonna be. I know I ain't gonna be broke, and I ain't gonna let the white man tell me what to do. But I don't know what my plan, what my future looks like. I'm just gonna do my best and see what happens. So anyway, as I move forward, really quick, Frankie says I'm breaking up. Can you guys hear me? Okay? Am I coming through all right? Give me a quick yes if I'm coming through. Okay. Okay, I need some yeses just to make sure. Okay, Shaquana, Jason, Robin. Okay, I see a lot of yeses. So Robin's my mother's name. I love that name. All right, so Karen, thank you everybody. I appreciate you help. Okay, yeah, sorry, I get self-conscious about that. So anyway, so here's what happened, and this I promise you, this story relates to investing. It really does. So I remember that she had a really bad first semester. Like my first semester was like a breakout, like almost like a basketball player that has a breakout season where they average 30 points a game and suddenly you're an all-star. My freshman year was a breakout. Like that was when was finding myself and like, holy crap, I'm actually good at this school thing. I just got to put my mind to it. For her, it was the opposite. She was a person that was used to making straight A's, and she got like I think a couple of C's on her report card, right? And and that's a shocker a lot of college students go through. Like when I became a college professor, I learned that this happens a lot, that sometimes students will come in with a lot of overconfidence because of what happened in high school, and they don't know that this ain't high school no more. Your mom and your dad are not going to get you out of bed in the morning because professors, we just didn't care if you came to class or not. Also, we were gonna challenge you. I used to teach a class, Calculus 1, and it was specifically designed to weed out students. Like that was the goal. We were like, we're gonna punish them. We're gonna push them hard because we want to know who's serious about becoming an engineer and who's not. And so half the class would change their major after it was done. So, long story short, she got hit pretty hard. And rather than sort of taking that as a challenge and coming back harder, I think it kind of demoralized her. It really made her sad. It really deflated her. And so next thing I know, she was dropping her credit hours down from 18 hours to like 12, because she went in kind of survival mode. And then I remember her telling me a year later, she said, I'm gonna go and I'm going to move off campus. And I was like, but you're only a freshman. We shouldn't really move off campus as freshmen, should we? I read that in a book. That's too early. And she said, no, I'm going to be fine. And she moved off campus. And then later on, she's like, well, I'm going to drop down to part-time temporarily so that I can make money or something, right? A lot of people do, right? So it was all these temporary fixes, right? And I was like, you're gonna go to school part-time and you're moving off campus? And so when she moved off campus and she's like going to school part-time and working and trying to make money, I started to see her less and less. I saw her less and less. So I would go, I was trying to be focused because I felt like I didn't belong. I felt like I wasn't supposed to be doing well in school because I had never done well in school ever in my life, where she's doing her thing. And she was changing. Kids find themselves in college, right? So she's getting all these tattoos, and this is back when tattoos were kind of a unique thing, when everybody didn't. Now everybody got tattoos. They got entire sleeves made out of tattoos and all that. I ain't gonna lie, I'm old fashioned. Like the women that have the tattoos everywhere. That's not my thing. So anyway, so starts getting the tattoos and she's smoking the cigarettes. I remember she would smoke the cigarettes, and by this time it's like our junior year. And I remember then she's like telling me she's taking a semester off. She's like, "Oh, I'm going to take a semester off so that I can." Again, it's always like I'm going to go make money and then I'm going to come back and resume my regular life. And so by the time her junior year comes around, I had not seen her for months at a time. She had dropped out of school temporarily. She shows up at my door and rings the doorbell, and she's smoking cigarettes and telling me about her life. And then she tells me that she's pregnant, right? Holding a cigarette in her hand, which is kind of crazy, but whatever. It's Kentucky. Things happen. And she tells me she's gonna go back to her hometown to have her baby. And I was like, "Oh, okay." I didn't I'm 20 years old. I don't know how to respond to everything. I'm trying to listen and be supportive. And she goes home to have her baby, and I did not see her probably for another 4 years, right? So she goes home to have the baby, and and then I came back to grad school because I struggled in grad school trying to because I didn't know enough math, so I had to go back to University of Kentucky to I got a joint master's in math and statistics, and I because I math was my weakness, and I just got good at it, and so when I was there, I saw her and she was working at this restaurant called Fazoli's. Anybody know Fazoli's, right? They got the real good Italian food. I love Fazoli's. Anyway, so she's working at Fazoli's and I'm eating at Fazoli's. And now the story, every time I would see her, the story would embellish. Every time I saw her, her life was a little more complicated. Every time I saw her, there was always like more interesting kind of things happening because I'm kind of in this mindset of like staying on the straight and narrow because I'm a black male, and I felt like I always learned early that black males have a smaller margin of error than everyone else. I knew black men that went to prison just for being in the wrong car with the wrong person. I knew guys who got murdered because they were in the club and people started drinking and somebody started shooting. I know black men who got 30 years in prison because their friend who's a drug dealer had something in the car they didn't know about. Like so to me, I just kind of had this protocol, like, and I wrote about this in my book. It was called What If George Bush Were a Black Man? I wrote this book in 2005, and it's about that thin margin of error. And if you ever want to know my irritation with people like the Joe Bidens of the world, the reason I can't forgive is because I saw what they did to black men in the war on drugs and how many people I knew that were good people, that were redeemable, that could have come back and really made a contribution to society who were kept in prison for way too long. And that's what they do to us, right? They'll give us just these crazy draconian sentences, and everybody else is like, "Oh, Hunter Biden, he's a good kid, and we're gonna give him a pardon," right? I'm like, "Well, what about Pookie? Pookie was smoking all the crack too, but y'all gave him 30 years." So that's me. That's Boyce. That's my bias. I admit to that. So anyway, so I'm on the straight and narrow. Her life is kind of like this. So her stories will get more and more interesting. So by this time, 4 years later, she's working at Fazoli. She's talking to me. She's making minimum wage, and she's got a baby daddy. Because white girls get baby daddies too, and her baby daddy was in. I said, "So where is he?" She said, "He's in jail right now." And so, of course, she's a single mom getting no help, and her baby's maybe about 3 or 4 years old. And so she's working at Fazoli's at the minimum wage to survive. She's in the kind of survival mode. And I stuck in my head, I stuck back to the original point. I was thinking about the original conversations we used to have back when maybe I just was being nostalgic, but I look back when we were 18 and now we're 24. And I looked at 18 and I remember thinking about those long nights where we would throw the football and she would tell me about how she wanted to be a neurosurgeon. Right. And I thought that that was going to be her path because she had done so well in school to that point. And at this point, we're 24. So we're still young. Right. You're 24. You can still do anything you want to do. But now the whole thing had become complicated. Right? Her life has started off like this clean slate, like this clean sheet of paper. And then, you start writing on it and it gets messy, right? It gets complicated, right? You can't put the things on the paper that you want because you've scribbled in and filled out a lot of spaces. So her trying to pursue that dream as a single mom with a baby daddy in jail, working at Fazoli's making minimum wage would be much harder than when she was an 18-year-old with no responsibilities, no bills, a full scholarship, and her whole life in front of her. And here's where I knew that the dream had died. Here's where I knew that she was never ever going to go to medical school because I'm this almost like ridiculously stupidly optimistic person, right? I'm the person who would go to my friends and say, "You can still do it. Come on, we can try. You can get it together. You can fix it. Come on, we can do." Right? I was that guy, and I was giving her that pep talk. But then I remembered, I'll never forget that I said, when we were talking about her being a doctor. And she said, "Well, I'm gonna do it. I'm definitely gonna do it, but I gotta do one thing first before I go back to school." And I said, "Well, what?" She said, "I want to pay off my student loans first." And I said, "Well, how much are your student loans?" And she said, like $11,000. And I was thinking, but you make $4 an hour and you got a baby. How you gonna get $11,000? Like you ain't never gonna pay the 11. Like I remember just thinking like the math ain't mathing. And then I realized, oh, we're just talking now. We're talking theoretically now. This is not ever going to happen. This is a false dream. The dream has officially died if that's your requirement for you to pursue it. Because my math was pretty simple. I was like, just borrow more money, get through school, and then you'll be a doctor and you'll be making $15,000 a month, right? Then you can pay off everything. You can go back and fix everything financially, because now you got money. Like why not do that? But in her mind, because she just wanted to pay off these student loans. And here's the thing, I don't think it was because she wanted to pay off the student loans. I think it's because she also knew that the dream was dead. But sometimes it's hard to admit that. Sometimes it's hard to say it out loud, right? And so literally now I think she and I are Facebook friends. Now we're both in our 50s. Now that those two 18-year-old kids who threw the football in the lobby, they're long gone. They don't exist anymore. And now I think she's probably a grandmother. And when I tell you that watching this little white girl and her life and her choices and how everything played out was one of the biggest lessons about investing that I've ever seen in my life, I'm not kidding you. When I tell you that watching her life play out was one of the biggest lessons about choices that I've ever had, I'm telling you that. Like when I tell you that story, that her experience watching her was like one of the biggest lessons I ever had about the value of time and not wasting time, I'm not playing. When I tell you, like I teach stock options, right? But stock options doesn't exist without the word options. And you know what options are. You know what it feels like to have options and not have options. When I tell you that was one of the greatest lessons in life I've ever had about options, I'm not kidding with you. Like because when we're 18 and we've got no responsibilities and we're young and energetic and we have all this time, then the whole world is open to you. You got options like crazy. You got a million. That's why I get so mad with the hip hop music industry whenever I hear any rapper marketing drug addiction to a 16-year-old kids, it makes me angry because what you're doing is you're killing off all their options. They're gonna have brain damage now because you got them hooked on Molly, which a lot of these drugs destroy their brains. Fentanyl, all that. It's hard. Some of the stuff is hard to come back from, right? So you're killing their options, and that just makes me very sad, right? And I mean, what is youth if it's not a space full of possibility. If you have the right mindset and the right coaches and the right people encouraging you, then being young can be the most wonderful experience in your life. But if you don't have the right people around you, the wrong mentors, then it can be horrible. It can be miserable. It can be sad, very disgusting. So when I looked at her life, when I looked at those choices and those just really bad investments that she was making in herself, it taught me like, okay, when God opens that window of opportunity for you, the biggest mistake you can make, I think, is to believe that window is going to be open forever. That's what we do. We think that, okay, like or you're in love with somebody and y'all start to fighting or whatever, and you're assuming that you can pick up the phone and call them and go back to their house and apologize. It's going to be okay. But then you forget that then maybe one day you'll get to a point where you can't do that anymore. And then at that point, all you have now is a lifetime of regret over the fact that when you could have picked up the phone and called that loved one and apologized, or that girlfriend and said, "Hey, I'm sorry, let's work on this." You didn't do that because you assumed that that option would always be open for you, that you could always do that, right? But now you can't do it anymore. Or you're young and now you can travel, you can go do stuff, you can expand and explore and live your life. One day you'll be a senior citizen in a wheelchair, maybe in hospice, and that option will disappear. You're 18. She was 18 years old. She had the option to be anything she wanted in life, but by about 24, 25 years old, that window of opportunity was slowly closing, and then it eventually shut. And now you're a 35-year-old single mom. Now she's got two, three kids, a couple baby daddies. You can't go back and be that 18-year-old anymore. That option has shut for you. So, so really, when I think about the things that we study in finance, we study things like options. We study time. Time is a huge variable in investing. I've mentioned this before. Uh, one of the biggest things that I think carefully about is, Boyce, don't you waste any time. Don't you dare waste time. My version of financial consciousness is that I meditate on time. I meditate and remind myself that today is January 26, 2025, and I'll never have another January 26, 2025 ever again. I could walk in my wife's office right now and tell her I love her and give her a kiss. I can't assume that I can do that forever. And even when my mother was here, I would think that way. So when she finally was gone, I don't have any regrets because I was always aware that if you don't take advantage of the opportunity now, that opportunity may disappear on you, and they disappear very quickly. The wormholes shut very fast. So ultimately, when you talk about investing, I would encourage you to think about things like that and not just think about the money side. I think the people that just think about money when it comes to investing are really missing 99% of the picture. We're not talking about money, we're really talking about life. We're talking about just regrets. We're talking about, like when you talk about investing and you have FOMO, right? We have FOMO where like some of y'all will have the stock and you sell the option and then the stock goes up and then you're like, dang, I could have made money, but I didn't, right? But then that's financial FOMO and that sucks. But the worst kind of FOMO is when you just have FOMO in life. When you're like, damn, that she was the one that got away. Or the FOMO of like, dang, I wish my kids were babies again so I could spend more time with them instead of focusing on my career, right? Or the FOMO of just saying, man, I wish I was 19 years old again so I could spend more time being happy and focused instead of wasting my time being sad and distracted, right? So life FOMO, I find, is far worse than financial FOMO because with money, money is interesting. Money allows you to manipulate time in a certain way. You can go back and get money that you lost sometimes. A lot of times money there's a lot of do-overs in money if you know how to invest, but there's not a do-over in life, right? And life is far more valuable, and so there are no do-overs. So when you're in that moment, you got to live in the moment. You got to meditate on that. Like really think about that. And then that way, as you're going forward, and these windows of opportunities are shutting. FOMO is fear of missing out, by the way. That's what that is, fear of missing out. And that's actually a big financially scientific concept. There's a lot of research papers about investor FOMO. A lot of times when you all come to class and you ask me about a certain stock, I know 9 times out of 10, the reason you asked me about that stock is because the stock has shot up a lot in the last week or two, like maybe gone up 100% in the last week. And now it's in the media and everybody's talking about it. And so people have FOMO and they're like, dang, I missed out. I wish I had bought bought this before it went up, or Bitcoin. But there's a lot of FOMO around Bitcoin. I mean, a lot of people are mad that, damn, if I just bought $100 worth of Bitcoin in 2013, I'd be a multi-millionaire now, which is a horrible feeling. I think 100 Bitcoin, what's 100 Bitcoins worth? Let's see, 10 Bitcoins is $1 million. So 100 Bitcoin would be $10 million. Is that right? Yeah, and so you could have bought 100 Bitcoin for $100, maybe $200, depending on when you bought it. And for it to be like $100,000, it just makes you want to vomit, right? And so with investing, this is the idea, right? With investing, it's a matter of not torturing yourself, right? In fact, Jeff Bezos, who's one of the richest men in the world, he talked about his strategy in terms of what led him to decide to quit his job and start Amazon. Because a lot of people are like, well, why would you quit a good job to go start this raggedy business? A lot of you go through this now. And he said that what led him to make that decision is something that he calls a regret minimization strategy. Regret minimization means that he knows you're going to have regrets. He knows that hindsight is 2020. He knows that 20 years from now, you're going to look back on your life and look at areas where you could have done better, mistakes you made, opportunities that you missed. But he said, I figured that I would minimize my regrets by trying to do Amazon, because he learned something that they say, for example, when they study old people, they find that older people that are on their deathbeds, they have more regrets about things they did not do than they have regrets about things they did do. Right? It's not trying to start the business that they regret. It's not like they're like, dang, I tried to do this and it didn't work out. I wish I hadn't done it. No, it's when you had it in you and you could have went for it and you didn't because you let fear guide your decision making. And then next thing you know, you're constantly wondering like, well, I wonder what would have happened if I had tried. I wonder what would have happened if I'd pushed myself. I just talked just now, right before I talked to you, I talked to a cousin who's about 32 years old, and he was asking me about advice about business and life and everything else. And I said, one of the biggest things I would tell you is, don't make decisions in life out of fear. If you make decisions out of fear, which is unfortunately, fear is very contagious. I think in our community, I think that because of what we've gone through, we just kind of, fear is always just this thing. And I'm gonna just tell you, if you're ever trying to convince me of anything, whether it's something political or otherwise, if you use fear to try to convince me, then it won't work. I'm going to do the exact opposite of what you want, because I'm going to identify that instantaneously and realize that no, I'm not making this decision out of fear. I make my decisions out of desire. You see, risk, which is another very big financial concept, risk is something that can be good or it can be something that's bad. Risk has a double-edged sword. Risk has the benefit of taking a chance and going to the highest heights. It also has the scary side of that things may not work out and you'll go south. And how many of you notice this? How many of you notice that in a lot of our families, when you talk about trying to do something different, you talk about trying to really go for it, you get a lot of fear. You get a lot of people warning you about how this isn't a good decision. It may not work out. And what if this and what if that and this, and it's very depressing. It's very demoralizing. It makes you more afraid. You start to fixate on this. Your consciousness becomes collapsed and trapped because all you're focused on, all you're seeing is the downside. You're walking on this tightrope. It's already hard. It's already dangerous. And then you start looking down and saying, oh my God, what if I fall? Well, guess what you just did? You guaranteed that you're probably going to fall. You've increased the likelihood that you're going to fall. So really, my belief is, look, if you're trying to warn me about a problem I'm going to have, if you're trying to tell me about an obstacle, like, well, if you try to start a business, the white man ain't going to let you get too rich and, white folks control everything or whatever, then don't just tell me about the problem and then let that be the end of the conversation. Tell me about the problem and then also help me formulate a solution. Like if I tell you, look, I'm determined to climb Mount Everest, I'm going to go climb Mount Everest. I don't want you telling me all day about how many people that have died on Mount Everest. I don't want you sending me, Instagram reels about people that tried to climb Everest and froze to death. I don't want to hear that crap. I don't want you, like, well, the odds of dying are 20%. Man, shut up. Like, no, tell me how to not die, right? Tell me how to survive. Tell me how I can get on the good foot and the good side of the people that actually climbed Everest and succeeded. And you can warn me, like you can let me know, like, hey, be really careful. Like, wait, like with investing, like I will tell you, if you are in my class, I will talk all day about the downside. Like, in fact, I talked to a student that was doing stock options, and he started doing credit spreads, and he said, yeah, it kind of went bad. I said, Yeah, that's the thing about credit spreads. They're very deceptive. It's like this beautiful, gorgeous, really attractive woman who might stab you in your sleep while you're, while you're knocked out, right? Or beat you up over the head and take your money, right, and drug your drink. So basically, I will talk all day about risk, but you shouldn't talk about risk without also talking about reward. Risk and reward are evil twins of each other. Risk and reward, they travel together. They're like Satan and God. They say Satan used to be the biggest angel in heaven, and then he went south and became like the biggest person in hell, right? So risk and reward are like that. The bigger the risk, the bigger the reward, the bigger reward, the bigger the risk. And it's very, very difficult to embrace one without understanding the existence of the other. It's hard to talk about God without talking about the devil. It's hard to talk about the devil without talking about God, right? So ultimately, if you talk about risk, you got to talk about reward. Anybody who only talks about risk is, in my view, that's like a financial version of worshiping the devil. Like that's all you're fixated on the negative. You're fixated on what can go wrong. You're fixated on limitations. You're fixated on fear. You're fixated on a limited lifestyle, limited outcome, limited mentality. And anybody who trains you to only acknowledge limitations without acknowledging possibilities is unfortunately passing a disease onto you, a disease of the mind that affects too many people where their dreams are this big, but they're living in this tiny little box because the box feels safe. They're so afraid they haven't. And again, this goes back to healing from trauma. I've told you the number one challenge for Black wealth, the biggest challenge that we have is undiagnosed, untreated trauma. That's what destroys your relationships. That's what destroys your finances. And traumatized people have a very hard time processing risk. They have a hard time processing failure. Failure happens. It's like, oh my God, I was supposed to fail. I knew this wasn't gonna work. My cousin and my mama and my brother all told me that it wasn't gonna work out. And here I was being stupid. I shouldn't have done it. What's wrong with me? Right? You process it. If you process it the wrong way, then yeah, failure is gonna suck. But there's also a way to, as Aisha Verzi is saying in the chat, that there's a way to fail forward. There's a way to fail and say, gosh, either sometimes you win, sometimes you learn. Right? There's a way to understand that there are rules in the universe, like no pain, no gain, risk and reward. Right? So no pain, no gain means if I'm going through this pain, how do I flip this into a gain? How do I convert this into something that's going to actually benefit me long term? How do I go through this really hard experience and realize that 10 years from now, when I'm detached from it, I'm going to look back and say, man, that was one of the most valuable lessons that I ever learned. I paid big tuition in the school of life. I paid big tuition in the school of regrets. I paid big tuition in the school of failure. And now I got this advanced diploma that I can carry through life that makes me tough as nails, smart as a whip, and I can identify problems long before they arrive because I've been through something. See, what you got to understand is that you can't really even talk to anybody about overcoming something if you ain't never been through nothing. If you ain't never been through nothing, then you're not going to be a good coach for anybody else. And when you go through tough experiences, you're not going to know what to do. The smartest, most capable people in the world that I find are the people that have failed so badly that they literally, the lesson was literally embedded in their skin. Like they literally had it tattooed on their brain. It was branded and everything else. So ultimately, what I would say to you is you have to know how to process risk. You have to know how to process failure. If you know how to process risk and failure in a healthy way, then all these things are going to propel you forward. That's what's going to make you great. That's what's going to make you powerful. But if you don't process it properly, what it's going to do is it's going to make you quit. If you don't process it properly, it's going to make you afraid. If you don't process it properly, it's going to make you limit yourself. If you don't process it properly, you'll never go for anything other than what is handed to you. And then you're going to sort of look back one day and say, "Damn, I could have had it all, but I was too scared to go for anything, and that's why I got what the world gave me." And I just do believe this too. I believe that when you're black, the world don't give you much. Like I just believe that, like in right now, we're dealing with the new president and everything else, and DEI is gone, and so all these other things are gone, and it's just like, I'm sorry, I kind of feel like, um, I don't feel like white folks give us much of anything, and then when they give us things, they decide later they're going to take them away. So my feeling is I'd rather do the hard work now so that maybe I can give myself something that they can't take away. Um, they can't take away my PhD. It would be harder, much harder for them. It would be easy for them to take away my job. It's much harder for them to take away my business. They can't take away my experience. They can't take away my grit, my guts, my work ethic. They can't take, I mean, they could, theoretically, they could take away my family, but it would be very hard for them to do. So the things that I have in life that I value the most are not things that are given to me by massa. You know, the oppressor will give you things, and unfortunately, in many cases, when they give you something, I feel like it usually comes with a trick attached. Like, I think it comes with like a strings attached. Like, okay, we'll give you money, Negro, but you better do what we say, and you better, you know, like Diddy, we'll make you the most famous person in the world, but if you get out of line, we're gonna tell everybody what we let you get away with. I don't think living in that world is very safe. I think that you know, or we'll give you this DEI position, but the minute we decide DEI is not interested anymore, we're gonna let you go. You know, we are your friends until we just don't need you anymore, and I think that's what you're dealing with. So what I believe from an economic, circling this back to economics and investing, is I think that I think one thing that we have to kind of accept and understand is that sometimes life tricks us into believing that there are shortcuts. Right? Sometimes life tricks us into believing that you can have it all very quickly and you can look fly the entire time and it could be easy and a piece of cake. Like, I know a lot of people, I know people that have made over $1 million doing DEI related stuff. You know, maybe they go to college campuses and tell white people why they're racist and explain, like cultural sensitivity, and I respect that. There's nothing wrong with that as a career, but I always felt like, I said, gosh, what if they just decide that they don't want to be nice to you anymore? Like, what if they decide they want to just get rid of all this? And then suddenly, you had a certification in DEI, and now that certification is worthless. That was the risk I always thought about. Because there's the history where people have not ever really been all that nice to black people. And I personally think that things like owning a business, and learning to build wealth in a very solid, consistent way, kind of the Booker T. Washington way, I think that we ignore the lessons that were given to us by our ancestors. We ignore them because we traded in integration, for example, in the civil rights movement. We traded our land and our businesses for student loans and corporate jobs. That's what we did. We thought that the doing the dirty work of building a nice carpentry business or building a company that can do plumbing for people, that's beneath us. You know, I'm going to Brown University. I'm going to get a nice job with a nice fancy office where I only got to get dirty every day. And the sad reality is that those jobs did not build wealth, and many of those jobs could be taken away at the drop of a hat. But if I have a skill, like if I have the kind of skill that a black man in 1945 could make money doing, because there were black people that were actually doing okay at that time. There were black people who were prospering, and a lot of it started off with having that solid foundation, saying, "Look, I just want to own me some land. You know, maybe I'm gonna raise me some pigs. You know, what I mean? I'm gonna grow me some crops. I'm gonna learn how to fix stuff, right?" Like, I think that sort of solid sturdiness was kind of lost, because I think that we got very comfortable when we had things like affirmative action that opened doors and possibilities and opportunities. And even in my own family, my career path was very different from my father and my grandfather. My father and my grandfather are the types of men who could fix anything in the house, anytime. Me, I became a college professor. I hire people to fix things in my house. Right? I'm not that guy. I'm not the guy who's going to go and figure out how to make the air condition work. It's just not my thing. But what is my thing? What did give me that sturdiness was when I said, "Wait a minute, I got to go and start my own business. If I don't start my own business and invest and own something, then he will always own me." If I cannot have something that's mine that I can sink my teeth into, that I can hold on to, then they can take it all away from me. And I just don't want you or your kids to be in that position. So you really cannot get away from the ownership of assets, the hard work required to actually develop and build something of your own. And the great thing about it is that if you're smart and if you love each other, you only have to do it one time. You only got to go. So one person has to make the sacrifice. Like in football, when my Ohio State Buckeyes won the championship, the running backs and the quarterbacks and the wide receivers got a lot of credit, but it's really the linemen who cleared the path because the linemen block for the quarterback. The linemen are probably the most special players on the field because their job is critically important. When the offensive line doesn't block for the quarterback can't do anything. He gets sacked every time. He looks really bad. So the offensive linemen to me are special because they do the most important job and they get the least credit for that. right? So in economics, in black wealth, in black empowerment, we're going to have to figure out who are going to be the linemen, who's going to block for the next generation, who's going to make the sacrifice without getting all the shine, all the glory, without being able to, floss and brag and throw, and throw money up on Instagram, right? Who's going to be the generation that's going to make the sacrifice? And if you have somebody in the family that does that, that really at a high level that commits to that, then what happens is that if you are appropriate in the way you distribute that, the benefits of that hard work, then you have children and grandchildren that never have to work for anyone. They're very happy. They live a good life. And it kind of sucks though, because sometimes if you don't teach them the right values, they become these little ungrateful, spoiled little SOBs that we just want to kick them, because they don't know how hard somebody else worked to create that life for them. Right. And that's the other part of it too. That's a really hard part about sacrifice is that sometimes you make a sacrifice and you don't even get acknowledged for it. Nobody even really thanks you the way they should. Nobody understands like what you did to create that possibility for them. And so you have to kind of be willing to accept that. And if you are, then I think you have a great opportunity. That's what I've noticed in terms of the secrets to black success. It ain't DEI programs and electing Democrats or Republicans. It comes from core values, raising the kids right, educating at a high level, eating right, mental health, working on mental health, healthy relationships, investing consistently. Things like that is what typically creates security. You don't really get security from a job at all. Like jobs are not secure because if the corporation decides they're bored with you, they'll just flick you off like a blunt, and then you next thing you know, you're right back in the struggle. So I don't think that that's what you want for your children. Okay, so a couple things I want to mention before we head out. Number one, we are going to do another financial slumber party. You guys seem to like that a lot, so we're going to do another one. This is going to be February 7th. Financial slumber party. In case you don't know what that is, that's where we get together really late at night and we wear our pajamas and we bring our popcorn and we talk finance but it'll be like a weird like 11 o'clock, like it starts at 11 p.m. And I'll do a special lecture and a training and we'll play some music and have fun. So if you guys want to join us in the financial slumber party, it's all digital. So we hop on a Zoom basically and do this. And you guys loved the last one so much that I said let's do another one. So this is going to be February 7th, and we're going to cover exchange traded funds. I'm going to break down ETFs and how ETFs are a pathway to wealth, different types of ETFs, how to pick ETFs for your family, and that will be the training that we'll do that night. So you guys will get a link where you can join the financial slumber party. Those of you that are in the Black Stock Market program, you can actually come in for free. So if you can do a free trial in the Black Stock Market program, you can get in for free, or there's a fee. I think it's like $55 or something like that. But you get lifetime access to all the materials, and you can share it with your family, so your family can have the recording forever. So there is a recording max after it's done for anybody that comes in. So we're doing one of those. Number two, don't forget we're going to Ghana this summer, and Ghana is oh gosh, Jay Cameron. Jay Cameron is going to guide us through Ghana. And so if you want to learn more about Ghana and the other trips, they do other trips as well. But the B1 trip will be Ghana, but there are other trips that Jay's company does. So if you go to b1voyages.com, be the number one voyages.com, you can actually take a look at some of the stuff that's there. Or you can also text the word travel to 87948. So if you text travel on your phone to 87948, I'll send you links and information on trips that we have coming up. We are going to also visit Black Wall Street and basically go there and support financially, but also learn. We're going to learn the history. The real history. You'd be amazed how much stuff you just never hear from anyone. So that's going to happen. Now Miami, the thing in Miami, we're gonna do the Live Millionaire Training Camp in Miami, and I mentioned February 21st, but what happened, some things popped up, so we're moving that date back a little bit to March, and I believe it's going to be the weekend of March 7th now. So sorry about that. Sorry to change that. But logistically speaking, we had to move it a little bit. So March 7th is the weekend that we're looking for the Millionaire Training Camp, and that's live, that's in person. So we're all going to meet down in Miami. So I'll keep you guys posted on that. So anyway, all right. So I'm going to get out of here. I hope you guys have a wonderful day. Thank you so much for listening, and don't forget if you want to be notified notified when we meet for class every morning, just text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. So, or besides texting morning to 87948, you can also go to drboyceelevate.com if you live in another country. And I see Errol and Aisha in there, and I know both of you do consulting and things like that. So feel free to drop your information in there as well if you'd like for people to get in touch with you. And I'll leave the Zoom open for a second for you guys to do that. And I hope you guys have a wonderful day, and I'll see you soon. Take care, everybody. Bye bye.